Yes, he does.
Horizontal or level?
No, horizontal. We can use level or flat if you want to, but horizontal seems to be a good term. So we understand that water lays horizontally, don't we?
At an infinite distance?
An infinite. No one's talking about infinity. That's a mathematical concept. We're talking about measurably on the surface of the Earth where all the water is. That water is measured and used as a horizontal data.
Yeah, very short distances, yeah.
Sorry, do you think 24,901 miles is a short distance?
Depends. Do you take a Great Lake as completely flat or no?
Yeah, if we're going to be talking about the mean tide height, yes.
Then you're retarded. Okay, gotcha.
Sorry. Do you know what mean
retarded
sea level
is not understanding science. Okay, thank you.
Sorry, not talking about science
that's fine.
moment, right?
Yeah, we get it. If you don't understand science, then you are retarded.
Hold on.
You don't get to use the retard word. If you're trying to have a mature discussion, respond maturely. Sorry, Jedi.
He thinks the shape is science. He thinks shape is science. Let's start there.
Yeah, let's deal with this. So, sorry, do you think that we're having
Wait. Pause. I'm going to get muted. I'm going to address what I was talking about.
Dude, he's talking with his fucking mouth full and shit, man. Shut this guy
Goddamn
up.
right I am. Who the fuck cares?
Okay,
You're retarded.
Get off.
Anyways, retarded is not understanding science or not trying to understand science. That is the word of retarded. So if you are retarded, I will call you out for being retarded.
Pa, when we're talking about geometry, do you think we're talking about science? Are you confused?
If you're talking about geometry, that is science. If you're misstating geometry, then you are retarded.
Excuse me, Pa.
What an
do you know?
idiot.
Pa. Do you know what the scientific method is?
Yes.
Good. So, can you show me, within a hypothesis and an experiment, how you denote a concrete noun?
How I denote a concrete noun?
How do you figure out, within the method of science which elucidates cause and effect,
how about we don't turn around the flat earther method and you just explain how it's a flat earth?
Pa.
Go ahead. No, shut up. You're an idiot. You have
God,
get muted.
You're having a conversation with your fucking mouth full. You've charged us with not understanding and not going along with science. I'm now trying to figure out your scientific acumen. I'm trying to point out to you that science isn't the tool we use to figure out shapes. Science figures out the causes of phenomena through hypothesis and testing. That's an experiment. We don't denote shapes through experiments, sunshine. This is a geometric claim, so we're going to be using mathematics and geometry, not the scientific method. Are you stupid?
He is.
Excessive melanin enrichment, dude. What do you expect?
Full, you're still retarded.
Okay, so do you understand what the scientific method is?
Yeah,
you're such a wet wipe.
What's the definition
you
of
don't believe in a flat Earth?
What's the definition
a wet wipe?
It's a wet wipe.
The definition.
Can you admit it or no?
Admit what? Sorry.
That you do not believe in a flat Earth.
No, I definitely don't believe in a flat Earth. I know the Earth is flat.
Thank you for admitting it.
Yeah, listen to my whole sentence.
Thank you for admitting you don't believe in the flat Earth. That's it.
That's right. Do you remember the rest of my sentence where I said I know the Earth is flat? I know it. I don't have to believe it.
Insane. 20 minutes and he admitted
it.
Not even 20 minutes. It's like 5 minutes.
Listen to my whole sentence so you can understand. I don't believe the Earth is flat. I know the Earth is flat. Measurements don't require beliefs, dude.
How do you fly around a flat Earth?
Here we go.
You can fly in circles. Yeah, well done.
I'm asking you, how do you fly around a flat Earth?
In a circle.
You
said around.
Let's talk to the guy that's muted. Go ahead.
If you go out your front door and you go around your house and come back to your front door, Does that mean your house is a ball?
Is that? Please tell me that's not your guys' best defense.
I'm just asking you. Can you answer the question?
That's not your guys' best proof, is it? Please just tell me to shit.
If
someone doesn't tell this guy to shut up, you guys gave up.
Part, you're trying to say a logical, coherent argument is that your best argument? Yes, logical, coherent arguments always win. So whether you want to sit here and go retard or go nah, 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 or whatever you want to do on the mic, you are definitely being slaughtered right now. Whether your Dunning-Kruger attitude can tell that or not, logical, coherent arguments are on the side of what we can prove to be tangibly in reality, and in reality, this is what we see. This is what we experience. So stop being an idiot.
There are actually this many people with Down syndrome in the United States
or here we go.
You're one of them.
Holy shit! Does this guy just say the Earth is round because if you walk around your fucking house, the Earth is round?
No, I asked you.
Who the fuck is this retard? Roots just literally defended that.
You've got to listen, Pa. You've actually got to listen to the arguments because you seem to have a problem with being able to assimilate what's being said. So just slow down, wind your neck in. You're acting like an idiot here, and just listen to what Jedi said. Jedi, would you explain it again? And I think this should be his last chance.
Well, I think it was APOC who brought it up that if you were to go in a circle, it doesn't mean that you're on a sphere. You can walk around your house. It doesn't mean the floor that you walked upon to go around in a circle is a sphere. You've just gone around in a circle. Really simple shit.
Now, Pa, do you understand
who said the fucking circle means a sphere?
You
did.
When? Go ahead and explain.
A moment ago.
When did I say that?
How do you fly around the flat Earth? As in flying in a circle means you're on a pole?
No, I didn't say fly in a circle. How do you fly around it?
Around means a circle. Round.
Who flies around it? No, who flies around it?
This guy's really dumb.
You fucking said, you numpty.
Yeah, boys, this is melanin enrichment at its best, boys.
How do you fly around it, I asked.
Yeah, east and west are circles. East and west would be circles. So if you head east, you'll be circling the magnetic attractor. So east and west would be circles. Well done.
Pa, you've got 30 seconds to pull your head in and have something that resembles a sensible conversation, or I'm bouncing you for being a troll.
He's not even a troll. He's just really
So you'd go over the ice shelf, right?
Sorry, what ice shelf? Who said ice shelf?
Oh, what's on the edge?
Pa, can't you listen?
No one's made a claim to the edge. What the hell?
There's no edge. There's no edge.
No.
No
one's made.
Gotcha. There's no edge. You guys are fucking retarded.
Pa, no one's made a claim about edges. You've inserted that into the argument. We're describing and measuring and utilising the surface of water at the moment, as in it's observed, measured, and utilised as horizontal. No curve. The water doesn't curve. That means that the earth in which you live on can't be a ball if 71% of that surface is water, and it doesn't curve.
He's not ready for it. Not ready. He's too indoctrinated.
He's really not.
He's bricked. He can't even logically consider that being a reality. That's how lost he is. Just another number.
This guy doesn't even sound like he could fucking shell a peanut. Holy crap.
I like this one. I don't even think he could fog a mirror.
At this point, yeah.
Either.
You can't tell the difference between a circle and a sphere, and you're not even able to listen to an argument before responding with abuse, then there's no hope for people like that, in my opinion.
A child can understand it, but this numbnuts can't. It's fucking amazing.
I thought he was getting somewhere. I thought he was going to tell us what his favourite flavoured crayon was.
Mate, he sounds like a slob, an actual slob.
Probably blue. He sounds like he's a blue guy.
Probably got Cheez-Its in his hair.
He's probably got crisps in his beard. He's probably got fluff in his belly button, sitting there with his big fat belly going, "Fluff and retards," like literally.
Yeah.
One thing he definitely doesn't have is a father. That definitely doesn't have that.
He's definitely a science denier. That's for sure.
Eating a bag of pork rinds.
Sorry. I don't even think he knows what science is.
Yeah.
Look,
We heard about it in Call of Duty, though.
I don't know why I do this. So let's try again. Pa, what is science?
Can you spell it?
I just listened to you guys. Do you guys realize how retarded you sound?
Retarded. Can you spell word science, please? Holy fuck.
Fucking simpleton.
Oh, he ejected himself from the conversation, so there you go.
There you go.
SYENS.
We still got Liminal Princess with her flat chest in the house. What's up with Liminal Princess? It looks like it's upon you, mate. Have you got any proof that the Earth is a sphere? Liminal Princess, this is your chance to shine.
I see both options with plenty of answers. So without me going out there with the actual devices these people are using to make these accusations that the world is round and the world is flat, I am not going to make a final comment of my beliefs of that.
Do you understand how these instruments that we use to take measurements, do you understand how they work?
How do they work?
Well, the way they work.
Tell me what you think.
We're always going to establish an elevation. That elevation will be based upon mean sea level. So when we create the elevation, we're literally creating a parallel line to the baseline. You understand that? Before I go further? Okay. So when we transfer that line, whether it's 10 feet or 1,000, it's still going to be horizontal to the original position. Do you understand that?
Yeah.
So do you understand what a horizontal line is?
Yeah.
It's a straight line, right?
Like the lines of latitude and longitude, the lines of latitude is horizontal.
All right. So is there horizontal lines on a spherical surface?
No.
No. Right?
Right.
Okay. Welcome to Flat Earth. There you go. Enough said. That's the way we measure it. That's the way we observe it. That's the reason why we don't believe it's flat, but we know that it's measured to be based upon that mean sea level. It's a horizontal line every direction, no matter how you spin it. You get it?
Yeah.
All right. Well, welcome to Flat Earth. Next.
But I do question a lot of other things, though. That's all right.
What's your question? What do you question?
But when we measure stuff in a straight line like that,
Well,
you're not really gonna see curvature until you've gone a certain, distance.
What distance?
Curvature is not gonna,
What distance?
Never mind.
No, I'm asking you. You said that you wouldn't be able to measure curvature locally, so you invoked a distance. What distance would the Earth start to curve? Do you know?
No, I don't know at the top of my head, but I can go and
straight away. Straight away. So after 1 mile, that will be 8 inches of curvature. So straight away, the Earth's a curved surface, apparently. A curve is a rate of change of slope, a deviation from horizontal. So from your feet, when you're at the beach over a distance of water, immediately that water will start curving.
So let me put it this way. So if I measured something at 6 feet and I went a mile away, as I transferred that position, that horizontal, laterally, in that fashion, when I get a mile away, I don't get 5'4". I get 6 feet, which means it's not curving away from my original position. Because if it was curving, I would measure 5'4", because it would have dropped horizontally. It would have dropped, but it doesn't drop. That's the news flash. It stays horizontal, or should I say parallel to the original measurement. You understand now?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Flat Earth is a good parallel to being stuck in the darkness.
What do you mean by that?
Just let it sink in, brother.
Speak for yourself, bro.
Elaborate.
The darkness is
Elaborate
the
on
globe.
that. Elaborate on that. Go ahead.
He couldn't if he tried. It's just a buzz comment, clearly.
To drive by. Well done, Sunshine.
He's probably glad I jumped in to save him because he's got no way to substantiate that. It's literally the opposite.
He took everything I said and went, nuh-uh.
No, dude, I wasn't even addressing what you were saying. I was just kind of agreeing with what you're saying and then making a point of something that I meditated on. But you fuckers are always in fucking paranoia defense mode, so you can't take a comment normally.
Oh, maybe you should explain it then. Maybe you should explain your comment.
So you understood what I said, correct?
No, I just got here.
Okay. Okay. So you just said I did understand. I was just trying to verify that you understood, because that's by
You were
your
saying
own word.
something about 5'4", the measurement. I have no idea what you're talking about.
Okay,
so
let me say it again.
Sorry, why did you interject yourself into the conversation then if you didn't know what was being said?
Well, I did a one-liner, and then he told me to elaborate. So it's like I didn't mean. I just meant to say a one-liner and then not talk. I wasn't really. Yeah, no, it's just this Roos guy automatically like latched onto me. Clearly, you guys were looking for my attention or something.
It's because you said something.
Yeah, you spoke up. No, we didn't ask you to speak up. You spoke up. By your own validity, you just jumped into the conversation, which is fine.
It's fine. It's fine that this is how you invest your time. It's fine.
This is a weird conversation.
That's how you invest your time, you numpty.
Okay. So let me say it again. All right. If you measure something horizontally, right, and there's no measurement that represents curvature, would you agree that then thus it's not curving? Yes or no?
Are you talking to me?
Yep.
Oh, for fuck's sake.
Oh my God.
I honestly didn't realize you were talking to me, so I wasn't really listening. Oh, my bad.
That's all right. We've dealt with less, if you will.
I thought you were going back to the other conversation with the other guy.
No, I'm speaking directly to you.
Fucking hell. He's like, right at the beginning of his statement, he says, do you understand what I said? And then repeated what he said.
Yeah, but I didn't answer him.
He was talking to you. Do you understand what I'm saying when I say? And then he went on. Literally talking to you, dude.
He didn't say my name or anything.
Do I need to say it again? Do you want me to say it again?
Let's just move on.
If you want me to answer the question, I'll give it a shot.
All right, I'm talking to you.
Yeah, go ahead. What's up?
If we take a measurement and we transfer a position from where we're at, laterally, horizontally, level, flat, and then all the way down, we realize we're still the same elevation of where I transferred my line from, and there's no representation of curve, do you understand that so far?
So the horizontal is the same distance to the ground as far as you go?
Correct.
Is that what you're saying?
Correct.
That's interesting.
It is, because when you really think about it logically, if the line that we transferred has always stayed parallel to the surface of which we derived it from, and there's no curvature in that finding, in that measurement.
Yeah, how could that be?
Because it's not a globe. You get it?
Yeah, what instrument are you using?
A theodolite.
Yeah, how much does that cost for one of those things?
Oh my.
Depends what kind you get. There's different models, but typically about $300 to $1,300. Does that change the logic that I just spoke into your mind right now? The cost of it?
Yeah, but what make was it? And what day was it?
and did you eat a bologna sandwich that morning? Do you get the logic, brother?
You trust your theodolite?
Do you know what an angle is? That's a question for you.
An angle? Yeah, I know what an angle is.
Cool. Can you define it for me? What's an angle?
It's the degree of separation of two lines.
These lines, can you describe them to me? Are they straight lines? Are they curved lines?
Straight lines, right?
Awesome
Welcome
stuff.
to Earth.
So when we measure angles, specifically elevation angles, those angles are taken up from mean sea level. Mean sea level being the horizontal side for your angle.
I think we're gonna get through him today, though. I honestly think he's gonna understand eventually.
Yeah. Maybe I will.
I think you are. You're gonna understand the argument. So, as Jedi said, angles are comprised of two straight lines. Yes.
I guess you could have an angle between anything. No.
No.
Are they composed of two straight lines?
Yeah.
Yes.
Let's ask. Sorry,
I could like put my two hands up, right, and like make it like an angle. Say, look at the angle of my hands right now.
Are your hands straight?
Well, sort of, not really.
More or less. So let's, for example, you've got two lines. One is vertical and straight. The other one is curved. Can you measure the angle now that one of the lines is curved?
I guess you could. Why not?
No, you can't, because you defined an angle as the intersection of two straight sides. If you have one curved side, you're not going to be able to measure an angle from that curved line. You know what a triangle is, right?
Wherever it intersects with the other line, like the curve might change the angle a little bit, but you can still take an angle.
How? Do you have to do something else?
You just take the angle, whatever it is.
How?
You mean at what point on the line?
Yeah, what point on the line? So you're going to have to do something else. When you talk about a point, that would be drawing a tangent to that point. We're talking about just utilizing the curved line. Being as you have to do something else, point out a point and draw a tangent to it, making sure that that tangent is straight. You're then going to be measuring an angle between the two straight lines. So not from the curved line, you have to do something else. You know what a triangle is, right?
What's the point of measuring an angle?
The point of measuring angle is this is how we start with cartography, charting and mapping the land, measuring longitude and latitude and meridian lines. This is how we map the Earth, by utilizing angle measurements. Those angle measurements are taken from mean sea level. Mean sea level being your horizontal line. You measure angles up from that horizontal line, let's say to the top of a mountain or to the top of a lighthouse, or to denote latitude to Polaris. If I'm to measure an angle at 45 degrees from the horizon to Polaris, my latitude is 45 degrees. That's a flat Earth angle measurement. The Earth must be flat to make this measurement.
Mic drop.
Mic drop. Good one, dude.
If you can't,
I mean, that was pretty cool. He actually did explain something for once. That was good.
So awesome. I think you're getting closer to you know, kicking the indoctrinated bullshit in your brain, as we all were under that spell, by the way. But hopefully the hamsters are spinning the wheels in your brain and you're realizing they're fucking making a good point.
Yeah, my cognitive empathy is especially high tonight.
All right. Well, welcome to Flat Earth.
Yeah, it's good.
Next. Anybody else? This guy seemed to get it, if he's at least being honest.
Yeah, I definitely understand where you're coming from.
Thank you. Jedi did a great job.
If you truly do understand that, then what is it that's stopping you from asking more questions around your pre-assumptions, you know, that you've got of the globe? What's keeping you on the ball?
Nothing. Just gotta stave off. You know, I only got so much energy, but yeah, I mean, definitely will have me looking into stuff. I mean, I said that before when I was in here a couple days ago. Just even if I'm listening or not, it's like I'm still end up like reading more stuff than I would otherwise. So it ends up being good.
That's good. At least you're searching for a truth that may have been blinded if you're just believing the falsehoods. So that's good. Good to hear, at least. Eventually, you're going to understand it. Hopefully, fingers crossed, something clicks, and you realize.
But if anything else, I understand more where you're coming from. So yeah, definitely.
That's good. Can you ask yourself, in your own paradigm, how can these things exist in the logic that we presented to you, to how they can't?
Yeah, definitely got the gears spinning, the hamster wheel, you know?
Hey, that's good to hear, brother. That's good. At least, that's good to hear. Unfortunately, there's a lot of nuts across this platform, and they can't. They're so stuck deep in their own mud, they can't even see the light. Sad. Really sad.
Yeah, they're like abused women who defend their abuser.
Right. They try to justify.
Isn't that Stockholm syndrome?
Absolutely.
There
and a lot
go.
of Globers suffer from it tremendously.
I think I suffer that from all the men that abused me.
No, that's not cool. Yeah. Time to get out of it.
That's the same thing as trauma bonding, right?
Yeah, it is.
But that's what the globe is. The globe is an abusive relationship. You're being taken advantage of. You're being gaslit. You're being coaxed into believing stuff that you don't know or you can't prove, and then you're being abused if you even question it. That is an abusive relationship, and a lot of these globers can't see it.
And you're told you're too small to understand, which is the definition of an abuser.
Exactly. What's up, kid?
Chilling, listening to the madness. Let's go.
Well, I'm married, and someone on a social media platform went after me and stuff like that, and I had fun with them because my marriage is kind of dry and blah 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 blah. He's trying to get me to divorce my husband and blah 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 blah. And I think I was manipulated I think I was manipulated to drive him around and give him money and to do other things with him. And now he's like totally. Now what he's done is he said I couldn't see him until I got a divorce, and then it went a step further. Like a week later, oh, you're not calling me. I'm blocking your number or lose my number. Until you get the divorce and stuff like that. Now he only talks to me on Reddit.
Liminal, that's very gullible of you to follow that man. That's some Glober shit right there. Just saying.
Do you think that's manipulation and being taken advantage of and trauma bonding and stuff?
Absolutely. No different than
need to become more streetwise, and you'll be able to figure this stuff out. Maybe maybe you're too easygoing. Maybe you're not really thinking properly. But that's the problem. A lot of Globers are like that. They fall victim to other scams and traps, and then they're the first ones. They're the first ones to say flat earthers have all been scammed. It's projection. There's a pattern here. This is something you need to look within it yourself and say, am I doing this with everything in life? Probably yes.
Yeah, I was gonna say it sounds like entrapment, which is hey, come here and do this, and then keep moving the goalposts further and further away.
Dude, I mean,
why do you think he's doing that and trapping me like that?
Because you're a Glober. I mean,
because you made yourself available. Really, let's be honest, and I'll say this to you. Anybody that's looking for victims, right, will have 100 potentials. Whoever comes out of that becomes the victim, period. Right? So you could have just been one of like 10. Maybe he was hunting. But we don't need to get into that. What's up with the flat earth? Anybody find that curve yet? Thanks.
No curve. No motion. No Coriolis. No evidence of a vacuum next to an open system. No evidence of there's no evidence of any of it.
But just double checking, the spaceman still needs the closed system, i.e. the spacesuit, in order to visit the open space system, but the Earth doesn't need the closed system, correct?
Yeah, that's correct.
Wait, what?
It's really
confusing.
The whole closed container thing. That's the one that really gets me, dude.
Well, you have to look at real science, not pseudoscience, for that to make sense to your own brain. Once you can realize that you cannot have yourself breathing in an environment if you're next to this vacuum environment that they say we are next to, where the gases would expel itself to equalize even on this ball rock that you think we're on, then hopefully maybe you can grasp that's not even logical. You have to have containment so that way you can even yourself be breathing at this very second. That's it.
And again, just to illustrate the point, the spaceman goes to space wearing the space suit in order to keep his air contained within the space suit. Yet the clouds seem to hover above the land, in the sky, with an apparently open system above it. How do the clouds not get sucked out of the sky into the great vacuum of the thing called space? Is it in fact the gravitron machine that keeps the clouds stuck suspended in the middle of the atmos?
I mean, I don't think it's that. I really do think it can be that way. Like when you think about it, it's just it's so big.
We agree.
It's so big, and there's so much there. There's so many molecules that some can get way, way high up in the atmosphere. Some can be getting pulled away by the vacuum, but they'll just get replaced.
Do you understand that the antecedent to you having this pressure gradient, which allows you to breathe, is consistent to a container that's allowing you to continue? Because if you didn't have a container, put yourself in a soda can and you open the top of it. You will violently rush out of that can into the available space that's outside of it. Now put yourself back on Earth. And is that happening? No, right? There you go. Let that.
I have a question. I have a quick question though.
Yeah, it's a gradient.
Does that mean a guy hates me if he does that stuff to me?
What does he do to you?
Move the goalposts and entrap me and everything and all that other stuff.
Does that mean he's bad?
No, it doesn't mean he hates me. Or do you think he hates me if he does that?
Don't interrupt the conversation with that horse.
He probably
shit.
just
We've been going on about this nonsense
he probably wants
forever.
to win arguments or something. I don't know what to tell you.
Yeah, that's just it. Yeah, and I'm gonna say, sister, respectfully to you, this is something that you can probably go to DM with somebody about if you want to talk to them further about it. But we're really trying to unpack the flat realm that we're observing. And I'm so very sorry you're going through that personal stuff. So with respects to the gradient, brother, you claim, is it Twonger? Do you claim that there's a gradient that we have that we can actually observe and back up? You go ahead with your evidence on that one. Go ahead, brother.
Yeah, it just seems like that's the way it works, right? If you go up a mountain, there's less air there. That's why it's hard to breathe.
Absolutely.
But the Earth is flat, you know. The Earth is flat.
Now here's my question I want to bring upon you. Do you know what a coker is?
A coker? No.
So a coker is, and you can find them in refineries, right? And the coker, what that does is they can create with temperature. They put a certain element into it, and then when you add temperature, it creates a byproduct. Now that byproduct will rise within the coker because it's less dense than the original element that you first put in. And then when you add temperature to that byproduct, then it will have a byproduct in itself that will also raise as it goes higher and higher in the coker. And you could get about 3, 4, even 5 different byproducts, which will in itself create a gradient within the coker. But the antecedent to all of this is that it's contained. If you were to cut off the top of a coker, you wouldn't establish that gradient. Let's bring it back to the earth. The only way we have a gradient is because there's a huge, somehow, somewhere, container containing these gases to create that gradient. Do you understand now?
I don't yes, or I mean I see what you're saying, but I don't know if that's a good analogy for it.
It's a perfect analogy.
I have to think about that I do have to think about what you're saying for a minute. I do see what you're saying.
That's fair, and I'm okay with that. I want you to, because you need to let critical thinking ooze itself into your brain, so that way you can separate yourself from the bullshit indoctrinating falsehood that you've been raised up with. And hopefully, once you really critically think about it, you can understand that we can't have the gradient itself without containment. Because I'll say it one more time. If you take off the top of the coker, then you cannot have a gradient, because all those gases that were forming it will rush out to the available space above it. You understand?
Right. So you're saying based on density, it assembles itself.
Exactly.
So, but in the atmosphere, it's just all the same thing, pretty much.
No, it's not all the same thing. It's a mixture, because we have a dynamic system. Go ahead, Jedi.
It's inhomogeneous. That's all I wanted to say. You've also got energy. You've also got energy in the system, which is what APOC's talking about. That energy would be heat from the sun. So radiative energy from the surface of the Earth after the sun has heated it. So you're going to need a container to demonstrate a gradient. Just because you say gradient doesn't mean no container, because we can demonstrate gradients all day long within containers if you, for example, manipulate the temperature. One long tube, one end you heat.
But then you're getting, but is it mixing them out round in the coker?
Yes.
Because then they wouldn't separate. You know what I mean?
No, but they do.
Right.
But because it's about the density of the byproduct that it creates. So when you heat up an element and it has a byproduct, because that byproduct is less dense, it will rise. Because it's lighter, if you will, than the more dense which was the original element itself. But again, if you take off the top of that coker, you cannot have this gradient, because all of those gases that you formed with the temperature applied to it will violently escape this coker to equalize itself with the surrounding area. That's why we tell you the Earth is a dynamic system, but if you were to take off the top of the container, everything in our system would rush out in this space, quote unquote, that you think is here. It would have to, because that's the way it works. Logically.
Because, sorry, I was waiting for you to finish, brother. And again, we're putting a lot of stuff on top of you, brother. Do you understand the idea that's being explained, how pressure works? Right? You increase the pressure within the system, you open it, and then everything goes outside of it.
Hopefully he gets it. Hopefully.
Twanger, we're talking to you, brother. Right? Like pressure.
No, I hear you. I'm just thinking about it.
Right. No, and that's cool. But think about even a car tire. If you've ever dealt with a car tire, that has pressure in it, usually 30 to 35 PSI, depending on how big the car is. Right. So when we have that observed pressure, we know it's a closed system. We have an observed pressure, which the brothers are explaining to you. Right. And we can measure it at sea level, which is 14.7 pounds per square inch, 1 bar. Right. So with all these things that are necessary to an enclosure, we know for a fact that we're dealing with an enclosure. We can't put our finger on it, but if P then Q, right? We observe pressure, therefore containment. We increase the pressure in the system, right? Heat it up, and the pressure increases. Then we open it, just like the pop can Apple was explaining to you. That pressure gets released, it rushes out. These are all the things that work on the premise of observing the second law of thermodynamics being entropy. Go ahead. A lot of stuff to think about, I know.
I think he's ready. I think he's going to convert. To be honest, he's going to get it. I honestly think so.
He hasn't got a choice.
I think
he has got a choice.
I think the hamsters have run the scale, and I think he's getting it. Hopefully, fingers crossed. This is why
you've just got to grow up. You've just got to put your big boy pants on and think for yourself. I think a lot of Globers are too scared to take that step
What's
a Glober?
A Glober is somebody who has chosen not to think for themselves. A Glober is somebody. Let me finish though. Let me make my point. When I say a Glober is somebody who believes the narrative, but they haven't really thought it through. And I think it's a confidence issue, or it's a small ball syndrome. They just don't have the balls to stand up for themselves, think for themselves, and make that decision. They're being told what to believe.
No, but what does it mean?
This is why I say you don't have a choice. You do have a choice, but if you choose to be a pussy about it, then you will just be a Glober and say, oh, yeah, there's people out there who can figure this out. I don't need to think about it. But that is weak, and that is, in my opinion, wrong.
It's someone who thinks the Earth is round. Got it.
Yes.
Yeah, it's somebody
globe, you know, round like a globe.
Is literally somebody that believes in upside down people. Like straight up, right?
Have you ever seen a gem?
We have sister, really? Is that your appeal right now?
No, I have no idea. I'm just like, I was like, what is a Glober? I've never heard that term before.
But that's literally what a Glober would say, right? You believe in upside down people. Have you seen a gymnast? Okay, does that gymnast live in an upside down house as well? right? Does that gymnast observer level upside down relative to you? Right?
Relative to you, it is. Isn't that awesome? That could be.
Oh yeah, brother. Do you want? Let's walk through that for a quick second, then. Right? Let's talk about the dimension, because I always come back to the dimension.
How many dimensions are there? 3, 4, 5?
That drop over distance on the crust, right? In order for us to examine it, that has to be there.
I mean,
level has to be this.
Think about how cool that is for a second, though. Like, like literally compared to you, there's people on the other side, upside down, but like the gravity of the Earth is sucking everybody. No matter where you are, it's sucking you to it, and that's like the same thing with the atmosphere. Is like on such a grand scale. There's so many atoms being sucked, atmosphere being sucked to the Earth because of gravity.
Sorry,
so that even if the vacuum's there, it's you know what I mean.
Wait, doesn't this person Jedi doesn't believe in
hold on, Jedi was speaking. Don't speak over him. Go ahead, Jedi.
Where's the gas produced, Twonga?
Here on Earth.
Yeah, so here, on the surface?
Yeah, on the surface, you could say.
Awesome. So when it's produced, like the evaporation cycle, which way does it go?
Yeah, it goes up.
Awesome stuff. So where's this gravity, to use your words, sucking the gas back down? When the gas goes up, filling the available space.
Yeah, it's pulling a lot of them down, but some of them all the way up at the top.
Sorry,
where it's really low density, they're escaping. But
can you show me that?
Imagine there's a lot more atoms getting sucked down.
I don't want to imagine, Twonga. I don't want to imagine. I now want you to show me your claim.
I guess this is how I can sum up my claim. The gravity of the Earth is stronger than the vacuum of space.
Are you sure about that?
Then
I mean, that's literally the simplest way to explain it.
Sorry. Then that would be a violation of the second law of thermodynamics.
Oh my God, Jedi! You're still like hard up on you. Don't believe that gravity exists.
Do you know? Hold on, just real quick.
I want him to understand this. His claim is a violation of that law.
It's not a violation of the second law of thermodynamics.
It is.
Yes, it is.
Gas demonstrably.
That's why there's a third law of thermodynamics.
If you're going to keep talking, I'm going to get someone to mute you. Shut up! I'm talking to Twonga.
Oh, you're being rude.
Yeah, I will be rude when you keep talking through me. So,
excellent work.
Twonga, we understand that where the gas is produced on the surface of the Earth, it rises and goes up. You're making a claim that gravity is stronger than the vacuum of space, which would be the violation of the second law of thermodynamics. Entropy doesn't increase. That's your claim, right? You need to scientifically verify that.
Well, entropy is always increasing, right? Isn't that the law?
Yeah, so that's the law. Entropy increases. Gas fills space unless it reaches a physical volume, the walls of its container. That's the only thing that stops the entropy increase. Because gas fills space, right?
Yep.
Yeah, I think, but remember, it's an open system and the new atmosphere is being produced.
Yeah, so in an open system, what is free to leave?
The gas.
Thank you.
But only small amounts of it.
So if the Earth is an open system, rockets to the moon, and so you can have now helicopters on fucking Mars, apparently, then that's the violation that we're talking about. You need to scientifically verify.
I thought of a good analogy. Like, think about if you're in the lab, right, and you have like a beaker full of alcohol, let's say. Like almost all the alcohol is right there in that beaker, but you still smell it, right? Because there's like a little bit of it leaving. Same thing like with the atmosphere.
Is the lab that you're in enclosed by a room? Yes or no?
Well,
with the
no.
It's
not like, in other words, the alcohol beaker is not closed off compared to your nose.
No. Alcohol is liquid.
What's that?
The alcohol is liquid?
Yeah, I mean, water is liquid, and then it becomes gas.
Same with the water cycle then. When the heat from the sun evaporates the water and turns it into gas, there's a phase change. The gas expands upwards into the available volume.
Yeah, it does.
Yeah. So your claim that gravity is stronger has been violated right there and then because gas expands. That's what it does. It's a law of nature. Your claim is against this law of nature. So if you're going to claim that, you need to scientifically verify it. First of all, you need an observed phenomena, which you can't give me. You said imagine.
I mean, just think about it this way. Each little atom is moving a lot, right? You don't really know its trajectory, but on a grand scale of the whole Earth, it's like the net movement is so that there's more near the surface.
Gas is expanding definitely, as described in Brownian motion in straight lines.
Yeah, that's fine.
When one gas molecule is released into a vacuum, it's going to go in a straight line direction until it has another physical interaction with another gas molecule, something physical, or rebounds off the other wall of its container.
Right.
If there's no wall of the container, the gas will keep going. That's the expansion rule, right? Gas expands indefinitely.
Yeah, think about it. If there's more molecules down near the surface, there's going to be a lot more collisions, and the net movement is going to be zero.
No, there's going to be a lot more collisions, which means entropy will increase. Gas will disperse because of the physical interactions. The only thing that stops the dispersal is the limitation of volume, i.e. the container. If you've got no container, the gas that has lots of energy and has lots of physical collisions, as you just pointed out, is going to expand.
Jedi, that's cool and all. I'm a little sad, though, that you banned Rage Bacon.
I couldn't give a shit. I didn't ban her. I've got no control. I'm out walking at the moment. I'm not muting anybody. I'm not banning anybody. I'm talking to you, and I'm focused on our conversation.
Oh, okay. Yeah, no, I appreciate that.
I muted her because she was interrupting the conversation and she wasn't allowing Jedi to finish his point before she tried to rebuttal it. And then she didn't really have the knowledge to do that. And it wasn't the right moment. Yeah. It just wasn't the right moment for that.
My question is this. After everything we told you, which you agreed upon, by the way, what is keeping you in your staunch position that it has to be a globe, and what evidence do you have for it being a globe?
I think it's tiny balls, but I'll let him speak for himself.
Can I ask Tonga one question, please? Can I ask Tonga one question?
Yeah, I was just about to wrap it up, but go ahead.
Yeah, have you got any man balls since last time? That's the question.
Okay, yeah, that's how I know I'm done.
Well, I was actually going to ask for any evidence of gravity because we had our little female friend earlier that wanted to talk about gravity, and I was like, "Hey, do we have an example of gravity that we can unpack to see how true it actually is?"
Jedi's just unpacked gas is not attracted to gas, and gas goes up. So we've just unpacked that we don't have any evidence of mass attracting mass. So we've made a good start.
Right. So having said that, do we have any examples of gravity? Should we talk about Newton getting hit in the head by an apple? Or maybe perhaps a falling rock in the sky? Or even Neil deGrasse Tyson dropping a microphone to say that's proof of gravity? What say you?
Yeah, whoever just said masses don't attract, why don't you go take your microwave and drop it and tell me that masses don't attract? Drop it on your foot or something.
Let's go through that.
Hold on. That's exactly what I was looking for. I was trolling, and that's exactly what I was looking for. So, Twonger, I have a question for you, brother. Are you there? Can you open up your mic and let me know that you're there? Awesome. So, I would like to ask you: did you have to pick up your microwave in order to observe it dropping?
Yeah, so what?
Longer. Yeah, so that's to say that if I pick up a 10-pound weight, right, I have to exert an equal force to that weight, 10 pounds or greater, in order to lift that weight. So my question to you is, are my muscles overcoming the force of quote-unquote gravity, or am I just observing the actual inherent weight that object has, like the microwave you just asked us to drop? Longer.
Well, because it has the weight because of gravity.
Oh, so you're saying the assembly of all the parts in that microwave make it have an inherent weight plus a magical force that pulls it to the ground. Is that correct?
Yeah, there's a magical force that pulls everything to the ground.
Thank you.
Well, he kind of whistled by the grave because he's not understanding that you are saying in your own paradigm, you're saying that you are stronger than a force that's holding trillions of pounds of weight to the center of this ball that you think you're on, and you think that you're stronger than it. So when you lift a 10-pound weight,
yes, well, no, dude, you're only as strong as you as how big you are. Yeah, like if we were massive with the same strength, we wouldn't be able to move.
Okay,
but that's the thing.
So think about it this way, brother. Think about it this way. If you think that there's this invisible force that's holding down the water and the depths of it, which is trillions of pounds of weight, and you think you're stronger than it because you can negate its force by lifting something up from the ground.
Well, no, if you had the weight of the ocean on you, rest in peace.
Okay, well, there you go. So if you think if you think that you can lift something that is going against this force that's holding down the very said thing that you're lifting, then you are now stronger than this force that's holding down millions upon millions of weight of that water to the ball. You get what I'm saying? Are you following?
Sort of, yeah. I mean, that's the beauty of it, is mass attracts mass.
Sorry. Does gas have mass?
Yeah, it does.
Does gas attract gas?
Yeah, it does.
No, that would be a violation of the second law of thermodynamics.
We literally just went through it, dude.
Yeah,
Sorry.
we did. It's fine. So, kinetic molecular theory: gases have no repulsion or attraction. That interactions are physical, elastic collisions. They don't attract. They don't repel. They interact physically. Like in this instance, you played pool before. That's the interaction
I like
we're talking about.
Billiards is a great game.
Yeah. So that's the interaction. Physical interaction between gas molecules is the only things that changes our vector.
Oh, really? Is it all you get, man?
Yeah, it's all we need.
Yeah, you guys need some education.
It's all we need.
Just my opinion?
Are you saying that something else changes the direction of gases other than physical collisions?
Of course.
Like what?
Why don't you educate us, Grim?
Their trajectory through space-time is determined by the curvature of space-time.
Awesome stuff. Can you show this to me in a scientific experiment? Understanding that you've reified time and space into a coordinate system that you say is physical. It's a reification fallacy. Einstein knew this. Why don't you?
I think the word you're using, starting with
you understand what a reification fallacy is?
I'm just trying to give you a reply, sir. May I speak?
Do you understand what a reification fallacy is?
I'll let you finish. Let me know when I can speak.
Okay. Do you know what a reification fallacy is?
So you cut me off to ask the same question again, the one I was trying to answer?
Yeah. Do you know what a reification fallacy is? That's all you need to say.
Are you just trolling me or why?
I'm asking you a question.
The yes or no answer, Grim.
Well, I was answering that question.
Why are you not answering the question?
The same question again.
Shutting up for you to answer the question.
You're such a pussy, bro. You're such a pussy.
Answer the question. So we need to
answer the question, Grim.
So the question that needs to be answered is that are you a vagina? And I would say yes, of course you are. You're a giant vagina, man.
Awesome.
Yeah, get muted. Get muted, bro. Come on, get out of here, bro.
You understand what a reification fallacy is, right?
I think that's a meaningless term.
Reification? Do you know what non-concretism is?
It's completely meaningless.
Grim, you retard. Oh my god. This is hilarious.
Made up by like flat earthers.
Hey Grim. Have you ever set up a theodolite?
What's up?
Hey Grim, have you ever set up a theodolite?
What's up, vagina? Hey.
Have you ever set up a theodolite, Grim?
My life is none of your fucking business, man.
No. Have you ever? What the fuck? Have you ever set up a theodolite, Grim?
I don't know what you're saying, man. Sorry.
Okay.
I don't understand.
You ever? Okay, I'll say it slower. Grim, have you ever set up a theodolite?
Of course, multiple times. I've been doing that tomorrow, actually. Today morning.
All right. When you set it up, do you establish a level?
Of course.
Okay. Please explain to me what exactly that level represents. Go ahead.
It's space-time.
Wow.
It's space-time.
This guy's special.
Yes.
Yeah, he's very special. I'm really trying to be patient with him.
Oh, you don't know what that is? All right, you don't believe in space-time. I get it.
So, do you understand what a reification fallacy is?
That's a meaningless term. That's like the first time I'm telling you.
So let's go through it.
Obviously,
what it is.
Grim's getting muted. I'm sorry. I'm muting Grim while we educate him on what a reification fallacy is. Go ahead, Jedi.
All right. So it's also known as the fallacy of non-concretism. It's when you take non-physical things and give them physical attributes like love, hate, or a three-dimensional coordinate system, height, width, length, and time. So when you apply physical attributes to non-physical things, that's a reification. So Einstein knew this. We all understand this. This is just a mathematical concept to explain phenomena, but the concept in of itself isn't physical.
I don't think he understands that, to be honest. Go ahead, Grim.
He ran away when I muted him, but he needed muted at that point because he was misleading everyone into thinking that a reification was not a real thing. So he kind of needed to be muted for a moment.
Yeah, that's fair. All he was doing is just going to throw a wrench in the conversation. That's all he was doing.
It's like me turning around and saying, letters don't exist and words aren't real. No, they are, and I should be muted for that if I'm serious, and somebody should correct me. Like, there's nothing wrong with that.
Let's try and put it in an equation. Force over area equals love. What are we trying to describe here? These are non-physical things.
Yeah.
Right, like time and a coordinate system, just height, width, length. I mean, come on.
Here's an interesting one. IQ tests are reification fallacies because how do you really measure IQ, and the complexities of it? And this is basic, this is basic reification.
If it's measuring it by the capability to memorize an answer, that would be correct. But what they're missing is that even in their own paradigm, if I was to give you a questionnaire, what's the distance of the sun from the earth? And I gave you a multiple, answer. In today's world, 93 million miles correct. But 700 years ago, it would be only 5 million miles away. So it goes back to the point, it depends on the narrative of that time. But because in itself, it's been proven over and over and over to be the wrong answer as we go and go and go and come up with these new, distances of the sun, then that in itself can at least tell someone with half a brain that obviously we don't fucking know the distance because it's a made up thing and you're only going to answer it according to what you've been told it is. Now, if you can remember that answer, then you get a fucking A on the test. But it's still a falsehood because there's no fucking way you can know the distance of something that you see in the sky without physically measuring it. Bottom line.
I find it interesting he took the angle a reification fallacy is a flat earth made up term when it's clearly not, but That's how devastating, I suppose, if we talk about it, it is, because once he agrees that this is a real thing, which it is, then he has to admit that all of his globe arguments pretty much fall into that category.
I find it interesting as well, because I learned this because of Spock on Star Trek. He had a cartoon series that we can all access on YouTube that speaks about logical fallacies. So if it's a flat Earth made up term, then Spock's a flat earther.
Nice.
The crazy part is that no matter how much logic and reason you can kick into someone's brain, if they're not ready for that truth, they're just not going to understand the answer that you have for them. No matter how you spin that, no matter how hard you try, if they're not ready, they're just not ready. It's sad, really. It's really sad. We're still looking for evidence and proof, by the way, of a globe. Anybody got that? Anybody in here want to step up? No? You're right, Fry. Truth sometimes is too much. Absolutely right. I guess nobody wants to step up. Oh well. Such is life.
I've always struggled to understand why people don't get this, because flat Earth is really simple. It's very simple to understand. Water and gas is all you need.
Right. They want to invoke curvature. Look at water. It's going to always find itself level in a calm state of rest. You want to evaporate it, it's going up. It's literally negating the power forces of it holding it down. What don't they get? I don't get how they don't get it. It's really fucking baffling.
Yeah, because as soon as they hear the word flat, their brain automatically discredits anything, any kind of evidence. Simple.
Yeah.
Not wrong. I mean, we see it every day, right? Every single day, for some reason, they want to die on this hill. As soon as you point out very fundamental things that, without any disrespect, a 5-year-old could understand, then they implode. Some of them come back and like to implode over and over and over again and respawn at the point that they came up with yesterday. But I can't explain that either. It's very simple to understand.
I believe they're called masochists. They love the abuse.
I'm going to say this because I kind of like dishing it out.
There you go. It's sad at this point, to be honest. How do you not grasp it? Crazy.
This is why I like bringing up Arthur Eddington's quote these days when he speaks about it. If your theory's against the second law, then he can offer you nothing but the deepest collapse and humiliation. I like pointing that out because it's true. They're trying to avoid that humiliation by talking through you or arguing non sequitur, nonsensical points over and over and over again because they don't want to be humiliated.
They can't be wrong.
Yeah.
They're convinced.
Yeah. Can't be wrong.
Nope.
I couldn't have been deceived. I couldn't have been lied to.
Exactly. What's the saying? It's easier to convince someone.
Yeah, it's easier to tell someone a lie than to convince them that they've been told one. Yeah.
That's what it is. That's what it comes down to. Or
something like that.
Yeah. That's what it comes down to. Unfortunately, and there's a lot of them. They come in by the buttloads. And one by one they gotta be broken. Where's Alpha at? Do an X. Do a spaces. We got some new people. Any Globers in here?
Not my ass.
What was that? Are you a Glober, Chris?
Yes, ma'am.
What proof do you have that it's a globe?
The moon, Saturn, Pluto, the sun, they're all round. Makes the earth round.
So when I go into my garage and I have a pool table, 2 of them, does the representation of the balls that are round and spherical have to be on a table that is round, or is the table flat?
Possibility.
What if I told you that it's not? How are you going to deal with that?
I don't deal with the ifs. I don't deal with assumptions.
No. This is an actual fact. If you go to a pool table, is the table itself a sphere? Do you play on a sphere, or do you play on a flat table?
I play on the laptop.
Okay, so let's say you went to a pool hall and you experienced it in reality, a flat table, and you line up the balls on top of the flat table. Does that make
About to get gangbanged by
table...
these zombies. Give me a minute.
Oh, okay, you're one of those guys. No worries.
Yeah, you're a thug.
Probably not going to get a good convo out of him by the sound of it.
No, not at all. He's bricked. He's stuck. Ain't no helping that guy.
What's your best evidence for a globe? The moon, the sky.
Celestial navigation, my ass.
Why did you look up to explain what's down?
We got the GP. We got the math. We got the science. You guys don't. You guys just stole our concept.
Do you know what a GP is?
In your own
Okay, that's a good start. Do you know what a GP is?
Grand point.
Ground position, right?
Yes, sir.
How do you calculate that? Go ahead.
Bro, I'm playing a game right now.
Oh, okay. So, in other words,
watch my screen.
time.
We're gonna beat the zombies.
There's always excuses from Globers like, yeah, I'm right, but I don't have time to explain why. Or I don't have direct evidence to prove why. Just trust me.
Yeah, sadly.
It's always the same.
I mean, I don't watch the news. Do you guys watch the news?
What does that have to do with the shape
How's
of
that relevant to what we've just been speaking about?
You guys say, like, trust and all that shit. I don't give a shit about the news. So we're on the same page then, right?
No, you trust and you believe you live on a spinning ball.
I don't trust any authority.
No, you believe you live on a spinning ball. You trust and believe.
I know I'm on the ball. I don't believe that I'm on the ball. I just know I am on the ball.
How do you know?
It's not a perfect sphere, motherfucker. It's an oblate spheroid.
How do you know that?
How do I know that? Because
what age did
the
you
moon,
come to realize
the sun,
that?
I already gave you the answer for that.
So
that's an assumption.
Again,
hold on, Apocryphon. Let me try it because it's the same point again. So let me try from a different angle. You're just assuming that the lights in the sky are the same as the ground under your feet.
They're not lights in the sky.
They are lights in the sky.
They're planets.
They used to be called. Okay, can you stop repeating that? They used to be called wandering stars, and now you have reclassified them as planets. Great, but that doesn't change.
Let's not start with the who's. Let's start with the facts.
That doesn't
like
change.
You said earlier.
Hold on, let me get my point out. Though I'm trying to communicate with you. It doesn't change the fact that they are lights in the sky, and that's the only thing you can prove.
Oh shit! I just sniped these guys. All right, I'm listening.
So I'm correct. So I'll take that as an admission. You know, you can't prove that they're anything more than lights in the sky. You have an idea.
Telescopes. What do you guys have?
We were just talking about reification fallacies. This is an example of a reification. where you think planets are proven and you can, and that they are real, but you have no evidence and you have no way to prove that. So all you have is an assumption that the lights in the sky are these things called
if you guys don't believe that Aristophanes was a real person. You guys don't believe that the primary source is a real
Don't change the subject. We're talking about the
why bring
lights
up
in the
about any
sky?
of that shit? I mean, those people brought up biological fallacies a long time ago, so why use anything about that? It's meaningless.
All right, so okay. Let me start over with you then. Let me set the whole conversation over with you. You believe in Aristophanes, right?
Yes, I do.
Okay. Have you ever set up a theodolite?
I never did his experiments, so I'm the wrong guy to ask.
So what did he do? Yeah, exactly. What did he do exactly?
Measure the sun distance with math. But you guys don't believe that math is reality, so I don't know why we should go to this conversation.
No, don't add harm. Don't start shitting yourself and panicking. Just answer the question. What did he actually do?
Measure the sun. Sun
did he do math? Sorry.
He measured the sun.
Shadows.
All right. Did you say that math is reality? Yes? No? Aristophanes did math and geometry, so this must be reality then. What he did must prove something. Is that your claim?
Yeah, you guys don't believe that people who do construction work, they use trig every day in their life, motherfucker.
Don't piss in his pants, Jedi. Just letting you know.
Hold on. Wait, hold on. What did you just say
You guys
about
don't even believe
construction
in
workers?
angles.
Wait, hold on. What did you just say about construction workers? They do what?
He said they use drugs every day.
Every day in their life.
They use what? Trig?
They use drugs.
Oh, that's awesome. So what did Aristophanes do?
Measure shadows.
Okay. Which 3 points did he use as reference?
The sun.
1. What the other 2? There's 3 reference points. Good. Oh, you got 1, the sun. What are the other 2 reference points he's using to make this measurement? Do you not know?
I'm listening.
He
no, I'm
doesn't
asking
know.
you a question. You said
Shitting
Aristophanes
himself.
done something.
He's just bricked. He doesn't
Why are
get
you
it.
so quiet now? Yeah. Why are you so quiet now? You wanted to talk through everybody,
Dude, I'm
but
shooting
now
fucking
you've got the
zombies. Do you
floor.
not see this big guy over here?
So why were you talking through everybody else then?
I've been playing zombies for like the last 2 hours while you guys are talking.
Does zombie playing represent the shape of the earth?
Who said that?
I asked it.
You're asking me.
Does zombies in a video game represent the shape of the earth?
Obviously, you do not see the fucking screen I'm playing right now.
You just can't answer a simple question.
Shitting himself, mate. He ain't got nothing.
Yo,
He's trying to play it cool.
Let's go.
Trying to play it cool like he doesn't care.
Okay, your answer is no. Simple as that.
Your proof.
I don't know why you're asking me stupid ass questions though.
What Aristophanes did?
So your proof of the curvature of the earth was the moon and the sun?
Okay, you guys are gonna say he assumed the radius, and yeah, you guys don't believe math reality, so I don't know what's going on.
Hold on. We're trying to unpack your claim. We want to know if you know what he did. All right, math is reality. Yeah, he made a measurement using a particular type of geometry. So if math is reality, then that geometry must be true. Okay, cool. So what did he do?
Measure shadows.
Measure shadows from what 3 reference points? You've given 1, the light cast.
Okay, the ground, the sun, and the shadow.
Awesome stuff. So a well where there was cast no shadow and the sun was directly above because you could see the reflection of the sun in the water at the bottom of the well. And the other reference point, 500 stades away, there's a stick And because of the angle to the sun, the shadow is caused. So we've got 3 points on a triangle: the sun, the well, the stick. When the shadow is cast by the stick, it casts a shadow of a certain length, forming another triangle. Vertical line down of the stick, the horizontal line of the shadow, and the hypotenuse connecting the end of the shadow to the top of the stick to measure an angle. The other angle is 90 degrees underneath the sun, where the vertical line down intercepts the ground position of the sun where it's directly overhead, and a horizontal line between the two, forming 90 degrees at the well. This is trigonometry. It requires a flat earth to do it, because we're talking about three.
Yeah, but you're assuming that it needs the flat earth, though, right?
It does, because the geometry that he used requires horizontal straight lines, vertical
you guys
and
hijacked
diagonal.
that definition, though.
Yeah, what method did he use again? Is it trigonometry? Did he measure an angle?
Yeah, but you forgot about angles.
What's an angle?
Angles work on the globe, though.
What's an angle? Define an angle for me.
3 sides.
2 straight sides, and where they intersect are vertices, and the deviation between those 2 straight sides, the distance. 2 straight sides. Can you measure an angle if your horizontal line is now curved?
Of course, on the globe.
No, you can't measure an angle if one of the lines is curved, because
What
it's no
school you went
longer
to? Because I'm going to talk to your teachers. Which school do you go to?
It's no longer an angle, because one of the lines is curved. So by definition, not an angle now. You can't measure the separation between the one straight line and the other curved line, because with distance it increases or decreases depending on your curve.
Cool beans.
So you're going to require a flat earth to make this angle measurement. The horizontal line between the well and the
Motherfucker doesn't know celestial navigation. Holy fuck.
That's just measuring angles again.
Celestial
We're measuring an angle
navigation.
from the sun. So celestial, that's what we're doing. We use the sun to denote longitude, time zones, angle measurements.
What don't they get? It baffles me. What aren't they understanding?
It's a defense mechanism. They're too pussy to be able to think for themselves, so they want to throw mud at Jedi and yourself, because you guys are able to think for yourself and explain this shit. And it's probably jealousy or something. Whatever it is, it's not logical. It's a personality disorder. I'm sorry, but that's what it is.
It's pathological.
It's emotional.
They're also very confused. That's the problem.
Room is a giant echo chamber.
You need to have some sympathy.
Sorry, hold on. Define echo chamber.
A bunch of weird fucks stroking themselves
It is
off.
the chamber we're in, though.
Yeah. So the very fact that you're here means it's not an echo chamber.
Exactly.
I'm here listening.
That makes no
That's
sense.
an idiot.
What do you mean it makes no sense?
What do you mean that makes no sense? That statement itself was logically flawed.
Define echo chamber. Go and look. Get a definition.
If you have a voice in a room that is counter to the argument, that is no longer an echo chamber. Because
Really
if it was an echo chamber,
because then it's a discussion, but then when that person is no longer transcribing their own beliefs or whatever their opinion or point is, then it seeds back to being an echo chamber, which is what I joined in on, which was the act of an echo chamber.
So what part of this chamber that you think exists was echoing itself?
Why do you phrase it like that?
Because that's logical.
No,
Are
that's
you
pedantic.
not hip to logic?
No, that's just pedantic.
Okay, so when you say it's an echo chamber, while you are literally saying it's an echo chamber, where does this exist in your brain? to be an echo chamber?
In the experience that I'm experiencing, the human condition.
Okay. You are able to speak and address a counter argument.
Yeah, but you guys mute people.
No one's muted you. You're still talking.
Exactly.
By definition, it's not an echo chamber if you're able to say your piece without being kicked out of the server.
That's not true. If you want the actual definition from an echo chamber is an environment or ecosystem in which participants encounter beliefs that amplify or reinforce their pre-existing beliefs by communication and repetition inside a closed system and insulated from rebuttal.
Okay,
that's exactly what is happening here.
Okay,
hold tight. And the rest of it says, and alternative ideas are not considered. What do we talk about?
So let me tell you the Earth. What if I tell you the Earth is round? Are you going to tell me that I'm wrong?
Let's talk about it. Hold on. Let's talk about it. You said Aristophanes.
Really to talk about?
Hold on. You said Aristophanes. I was willing to engage in that conversation because I wanted to consider it. I've considered it many times, and now I want you to consider, so you don't become part of the echo chamber.
So real quick, so then let's clarify then that you are not amplifying or reinforcing your pre-existent held beliefs at any point, shape, or time in being in this room. When you discuss things on your own logic and your own terms, you're not discussing a shared or previously held belief.
No. You
What do you mean no? That's exactly what you're doing. There is no that.
Let him respond.
I'll just say this. Because within this discussion, my previously held beliefs have been changed. And they change all of the time. They've changed recently.
In this discussion right now?
Yes.
What's changed?
Within the whole 24 hours that I'm within this discussion, you're pointing out a moment right now. And that isn't the whole of the system, right?
But you guys touch grass. Go outside and do yoga and shit.
It doesn't change the fact that it can still be an echo chamber then. Regardless of what instance it occurs, it's still an echo chamber in all regard.
No, hold on. Jedi.
No, this, no, that. Provide me proof. I've given you the definition, and you're just naysaying that it's not real.
Just listen. By your own definition, you said that countering arguments would not be allowed, yet
no, insulated from rebuttal. I never said that.
Okay. With that being said, they are insulated from rebuttal, while simultaneously you are providing a rebuttal, thus negating its
but you
own
automatically
definition.
you're automatically denying my rebuttal as any bit true in any way. Jesus fucking Christ, bro! Take a chill pill.
Okay, no. We are allowing your rebuttal, so then we can discuss it.
But you're fundamentally disagreeing with it. Therefore, you're not allowing it. What, bro? You're yelling into the mic now too. Chillax.
You're missing the point. You're missing the point. The fact that you can represent
you're
a
denying
rebuttal,
it still. Like
listen.
Dracula, you're wrong. You're wrong, and you won't listen to why you're wrong, and that's what's creating chaos. You are definitely wrong about this. We encourage the Globers. Listen. We encourage the Globers, and in fact, that's our main focus at all times to discuss with Globers: do they have real-world evidence? If you say that because we all agree that the Earth is because you're saying that because we all agree that the Earth can't be a spinning ball, that we are in an echo chamber. No, what we are doing is we are asking for direct evidence, and we will follow the evidence. So if you can follow scientific method,
let's go back to what this. Hold up. Let's go back to what this entire thing started with. I don't give a fuck what you do.
Interrupt me, and you're a knob. So if we're talking about scientific method, things that adhere to scientific method, then everybody is in an echo chamber who believes in scientific method. And that's ridiculous. This is a method of proving causation, and all of the experiments and science, real science, will show you're not on a curving or spinning surface. So by definition, you guys are the echo chamber. You guys are sitting there.
That's your assumption. Do you have any Glover friends, or you guys just mute and ban them?
So I'm going to unmute him, and he's only muted because he's speaking through me. Now I've finished what I'm saying. I'll unmute him.
Oh, I've been given the pedestal back to speak while you reinforce your echo chamber?
Yep, and I'm just making it clear, if anybody
That you
speaks
reinforce
now
your echo
through
chamber.
anybody else, they will be muted whether they are global or flat earther.
Okay, well, in
Yeah,
any
you
case,
guys live
you just reinforced the fact that you just provided me a good example, insulating me from rebuttal. You basically proved my point entirely.
No, I'm modding. I'm modding, my friend. Now's your chance to respond.
No, I don't say that's modding. I'd say that's being a fucking pussy.
No, you can't speak through my point when I'm trying to make a grand point. You were trying to stop me from making my point. No, because when I brought up the scientific method, what we're doing is we're telling you all we're asking for is direct evidence. If you don't have that,
it's all over, dude.
And you want to be fallacious, then unfortunately,
I'm not being facetious.
Unfortunately, yeah. Go ahead, Jedi. Go ahead.
We're literally in a position. We're asking for that consideration that you're saying that we're not asking for. So that's us asking for open dialogue on the subject matter at hand.
We're muting somebody because they're quote unquote. I'm going to mute you because you're an op.
We're asking the people that come in here for your consideration, for our consideration. You're saying that within the definition, nothing is considered. You're saying it's not considered.
Okay, it's not. Why are there two people? Why are there two people that are muted? And they were simply interjecting into a conversation. Like it's case in point in echo chamber.
Hand waving.
You're doing the same shit. You are talking while he's talking to you.
Yeah, it's called an interjection.
That's the reason why you were muted.
Are you unable to hear two different people speak at the same time?
You're talking through people.
Are you still unable to hear
You're
other people while they speak at the same time?
You're talking through people.
You're doing it to me right now.
You don't listen. You don't want to listen. You're just talking. You're using
talking
your
over
mouth.
me. You just talked over me.
Yeah, because
he's demonstrating.
I'm teaching you the shit that you are doing. I'm letting you feeling what they are feeling.
You're a real big
because
boy.
you don't let them talk. You are talking through them. You're not using your ears to just analyze the information that was given to you. You were using your mouth.
You're doing it to me right now.
Yeah, exactly.
Exactly.
That's
so
the echo chamber
you're still able to understand what's being talked about, right?
That's the echo chamber that you were creating for yourself to not listen to the argument and counter argument.
That's not what an echo chamber means.
Yeah.
So let's
I've never even stated a amplified or pre-existent held belief of my own. So what's your point?
Point's been proven. The point's been proven. Let's go back to Jedi. Let's not interrupt each other, and let's take it in turns to make our point. Thank you.
Within the definition, it says not to be considered, like hand waved and dismissed out of hand. We're not hand waving it or dismissing it out of hand.
The definition that you're reaching, wherever you're reaching your definition from, is different from whatever source I'm reaching my definition from. They're all subjective terms. The information that we receive is all subjective.
Awesome stuff. So now we're talking about a subjective topic. Can we get back to the Earth and your claim that Aristosthenes did something?
The fact is, who is Aristophanes?
So, some ancient guy who did a thing.
Yeah, so why do I give a fuck about him?
Because apparently it proved the shape of the Earth.
Yeah, well, the telescopes, satellites, images.
Not Aristotles. Sorry, somebody
have proven. It's called a theory. It was called a theory, and it was proven to be real afterwards.
Dracula, I'm gonna mute you if you keep interrupting. Yeah, you want to get out of this, don't you? Really bad.
No, because what he's saying holds no grounds. What do I give a fuck about some ancient guy?
You pulled it up.
Just because he theorized on something,
who
cares?
It's your claim, Dracula, and we're just.
I never claimed this dude. That's why I even asked who the fuck he was to begin with. Like what?
All right, fair enough. So telescopes. What do telescopes do then?
Give us a window into the observable universe.
Give us a window into the observable universe. Okay. So that show that the Earth is a particular shape, does it? When we look away from the Earth up into the sky?
There's an entire portion of space that we literally can't see. And we definitely wouldn't be able to see it if we were flat.
What are you talking about? Have you got some kind of presupposition about something? That the Earth would be flat?
So are you going to refute the claim that we're like spinning around a gigantic black hole?
Yeah.
How so?
Because the Earth is measurably flat, and there is no measurable rotation of a spherical body, because the Earth is measured flat, and there's no measurement.
It's measured in relation to us. That's like the key thing that's being brought out here. You're afraid you're just nulling and voiding the in relation to us. Of course, we can't measure something that we're standing on.
What do you mean we can't measure something that we're standing on? We do it all the time. That's how we create maps.
Yeah, okay, but that's topography. That's a whole different ballgame.
Yeah, that's measuring the Earth.
No, that's measuring the surface of the Earth.
Yeah.
So what?
Surface of the Earth. Yeah, the surface description of the Earth.
Yeah, and it's a finite amount.
Correct.
It's a finite amount.
It's horizontal. It's not curved.
Every other picture that I've ever seen ever of the Earth definitely shows it is 100% a ball.
Yeah, awesome. But when we measure the Earth, it's not. There's no curvature over distance. The water lays horizontally.
So why do we have a radius for the Earth?
Dracula, I have a picture. I have a picture of $1 million. Does that mean I own it? No.
You could. I mean, it's a pretty subjective way to go about everything, but.
Why do we have a radius? Because of an angle measurement and the circumference of a circle taken from that angle measurement.
Do you think it's automatically wrong? Like, because we have the radius, we can say definitively that it's a circle, that we can actually, take what we've taken into account, the numbers that we've gotten, the data and everything else, and then accurately equate a actual algorithm to figuring out the radius of the Earth?
The radius of the Earth was determined by an angle measurement to Polaris.
What was this angle measurement, please?
An angle measurement to Polaris. This is how we get latitude. It's an angle measurement. How we map the Earth.
Oh, I love that you brought up latitude. Now, what about longitude? What about going up?
So, longitude, up, that would be vertical. Longitude's with regards to an angle measurement to the sun. But vertical, that would be up from a horizontal. Vertical, perpendicular to horizontal, right? Altitude,
same terms, but
all taken from mean sea level. Mean sea level is a horizontal datum. That's how we mapped the Earth using angle measurements, both vertical and horizontal. Bearings as well, which are horizontal.
That's cool and all, but it's still an equation that we've taken from surface measurements.
It's an angle measurement.
Yeah, that's cool. I get that, but it's still a complete equation. It's not an incorrect.
What's an angle?
What is an angle?
Yes.
An angle.
Yes.
It's self-describing.
No. What is an angle? Define it for me. A banana isn't self-defining. It's constituent parts that define it as a banana.
An angle is a form figured by two rays or lines that share a common endpoint called a vertex. An angle measurement measures the amount of turn between the two rays or lines.
Awesome stuff. And these rays or lines, they're straight sides, right?
No.
Yes. Angle, two straight sides. Like within a triangle, so you can measure the deviation of the angles.
Yeah, but it doesn't have to be straight. There's nothing here saying that it's straight, because you can derive a different. Because you can derive a different point of angle depending upon the different points of contact.
Different point of contact, so you'll be drawing a tangent, which will be a straight line.
So let's say I took that seemingly straight line and decided at the end of it, at the relative end, I'm going to give a curve to it, right? I'm going to have it start curving in a 45-degree angle. Then if I take that bend, hold up, let me finish. If I take that bend at that 45-degree angle, my overall angle itself is going to be different at the bend at 45 than it would be if I were to say continue on that regular, the average median bend of two straight lines, the average median angle per se. And then if I go off of past that 45-degree bend, then my angle is going to be even smaller the further I go out.
Yeah, so like I said, you'd be going to a point along that curved surface and drawing a tangent to that point. Tangents are straight sides because you can only measure angles from straight sides. I don't care what you do after this. We're talking about a curved line.
That's kind of like what the whole invention of a compass was for.
We're measuring angles, specifically elevation angles, to denote latitude, longitude, because we use celestial objects
of the surface level. What does the surface level matter?
Because we're measuring.
I just don't understand how you can deny genuine facts that are put in front of your face.
Like geometry. I like geometry. Very simple geometry.
I'm talking about fucking pictures, proof, satellites, the fact that you have a working phone. Internet access.
So many assumptions. Dracula, I feel sorry for you, dude. There's so many assumptions in what you are just so assumptive, and you haven't done this work yourself. You need to grow a pair of balls. You need to grow a pair of balls and actually think about this yourself without just assuming things. Just because you use a cell phone, doesn't mean you've proven that the Earth is a globe. Okay. That's ridiculous, mate.
Okay,
you are
so when I
not with the
contact
conversation.
my buddy in Russia, when here in America we have no transatlantic lines that go to Russia, no electricity grid, period, point blank. How do you think that signal gets sent?
Because
Does it just get like mega amplified by some like radio tower sitting on the ground?
No,
we have a whole system.
Yeah, we got cables.
It doesn't go into a satellite at all. Never at one point does it go into a satellite.
No, 99.7% of earthly communications, internet, take place through cables, specifically under the sea.
I just gave you an example to show that there are no cables in that instance. So the only way the information is to travel is through satellite.
No.
Yes.
The whole world is
It's like the whole example I just gave you.
No, the whole Earth is connected, dude. In your example, what did you think? Did you forget about the transit through Europe?
Yeah, that's cool and all, but America, does not connect to Russia transatlantically. There is no transatlantic connection between America and Russia. How can I still contact anyone in Russia? No, it doesn't.
Goes through Europe. Goes through Europe.
It goes through a joint satellite. I can actually pull the name for you.
It goes under the ground, under the sea, comes up in Europe, and then goes through Europe.
And anyway, satellite systems work on a flat Earth. You know, we're not talking about things in a vacuum. We're talking about
That's why we can only send those signals in a very
sky
points in time, like when the satellite aligns with the position that it's over.
I'm not a believer that we're using satellites for any of the internet.
What do you mean you're not a believer?
But we do have high-altitude planes, high-altitude balloons that you are calling out-of-space satellites that are just high altitude within our atmosphere. So
no, they're definitely sitting in an orbit.
It's just a massive assumption that you've not really thought about. You've not
assumption. All you've been doing is making your assumptions. You just said you don't believe in something. That is literally a presumption.
Yeah, I'm just putting a disclaimer there, but I'm explaining to you that we don't need out of space to have a satellite system, and it can work on a flat Earth. So your assumption, orbit without I'm going to unmute you. So your assumption that satellites only work on a globe is, like I said earlier, another one of your stupid assumptions because you haven't really thought this through.
You done self-projecting?
Shit can only exist in the sky if we're on a ball, right?
Yeah, it's kind of the whole idea of orbit.
No,
I don't know how you can orbit something that's... Well, you could orbit something that's flat, but your orbit would be really fucked up.
You just keep throwing this word orbit in there. What's that, a circular path, is it?
Yeah, it's the tide of gravity.
A circular path above the Earth.
Well, it's not. It could be circular. It's usually actually irregular. It's not usually just circular.
A path above the Earth. You think that the Earth must be a ball for something to travel in a path above it?
Well, for example, if you look at like any comet that's ever existed, it flies not in a relation necessary to the planets, but flies in a relation to the sun because it has a more strong tie to the sun. But when it passes by a planet, its trajectory can get altered because it's under a new influence of gravitational mass.
Yeah, this one time in Narnia. Okay.
Roots. How many claims is he stacked on top of another claim now? We've gone off from satellites to now comets to now the orbital motions of planets.
Well, when you talk about satellites, right, comets and satellites are the same exact idea. The only difference is the technology. A satellite is something that's man-made that we purposely put there to either receive or derive information in some fashion, right? A comet is simply that. It's just exists. It's not man-made. But they do the exact same thing, and in essence, which is sit in a orbit.
They sit above the Earth, and sometimes we can see them, and sometimes we can't with regards to things like comets. But when we put things up there, they're always above the Earth, and that can only exist if the Earth's a ball. We can only put things up vertically.
So if it's flat, then I can put it down? Because then if it's a two-faced plane, then both ways are up and both faces are down. Like it's circular reasoning.
You can't have it up on a ball, dude. What you're talking about is either in or out. Up is in relation to horizontal.
Well, when you say up, it's just it's an overarching describing term to describe anything above.
Can you guys hear me?
Because it's everything in relation to us, right? That's something you always have to take note, is in relation to us.
Can you guys hear me? Hello, check. Can you guys hear me?
No, motherfucker.
Okay, just real quick, Jedi. Let me correct this guy, Dracula, real quick. He said a fallacious point.
It's facetious.
No, it's fallacious because
no, there's no such. Fallacious is the act of giving fellatio, buddy.
Okay. Listen. No, it's not. You're retarded. Listen. Okay, you said you made a claim that Russia cannot communicate with people surrounding without satellites. Now, I don't know if you know or not, but way back in the 1800s, there was a telecommunications link to Russia, okay, in 1890 from the United States to St. Petersburg. And that was based upon a cable that was laid underwater across the Atlantic into the land. So you made a statement which was completely fucking wrong, and you think you're going to get away with it, by the way. You think you just spout something and just get away with it. That's fucking totally false.
No, actually. I hate to break it to you. That I did not hold any... Yeah, I actually didn't hold any meaning to saying that. That was a facetious thing for me to say. Of course I know that we have a transatlantic cable line that reaches to fucking Russia. The fuck? Why wouldn't we?
But you...
But it was an example, you fucking retard.
You said...
It was an example. It was an example. I wasn't meaning to be true. It was an example.
What was your example? Go ahead.
My example was seemingly that if we have no access to one point to another, right? If I have no access to you to communicate, but the only access of communication... Oh my god, dude, you don't understand what a fucking example is, you singlet brain.
But we do! What the fuck do you not understand? We do
it's
have
called an example. Have you ever heard of a hypothetical? If we had not had the communication line, then we would not be able to communicate. The only way that we are able to communicate is with the opposite end of communication, which is a satellite in this instance.
No, that's where you're wrong. That's where you're fucking wrong. You're saying that the only way we had communication with them was through satellites.
If we did not have land-based, ground-based communication, all right?
But we do have it, though.
Okay, I don't care if we do. What if we didn't? Fucking
but we
idiot,
do.
Jesus Christ.
No, fuck you. We do, though.
Oh, fuck you. Fuck you.
You can't say that if we didn't, but we do. So do you realize that by your own statement, you got fucking debunked and destroyed because we do have that communication. You said that, because we're reaching Russia, we have to have these satellites that's going to give communications. But fuck you, because since the 1890, we fucking had the transatlantic fucking cable from United States to St. Petersburg. So it literally debunks your fucking bullshit claim that you made 2 minutes ago. So fuck you and everything you stand upon, because at this point, you're just a piece of shit liar. You understand that?
Well, thank you for your consideration.
Fuck that guy. Piece of shit. Oh, we're on satellites because we didn't have fucking communication with Russia without satellites. Get the fuck out of here. We had the fucking communication with them by land base, just like fucking Jedi told you, through fiber optics across the, not fiber optics, but with cables that are transatlantic. Fuck this guy. He doesn't even know what the fuck he's talking about. Go fucking learn something, you piece of shit. I'm sorry if I'm being aggressive. I'm kind of tipsy.
And breathe. You're fine.
My bad, guys. My bad. I just had a fucking...
That was justified. That was justified.
I just had to fucking put this guy in his fucking place with this bullshit fucking claim he made. Oh, we don't fucking contact Russia without satellites. Get the fuck out of here. We've been contacting Russia since 1890, you dumb shit. Go read a fucking book.
He was even saying he had proof of his claim and that he needs to use this satellite to contact his friend in Russia. Now he's saying, it's just an example. Good on you for exposing him.
It was just an example. Get the fuck out of here. It's just an example if we didn't have it. But we do, you dumb shit. Holy fuck. Don't get me riled up. What's up, Flatsy? I see you in the building. Let's let Flatsy handle our light work. She'll fucking destroy them. Amazing. The fucking claims these guys spout off as if they're accurate, as if they're right. What, they don't think we fucking don't know? They think we're that stupid? Get the fuck out of here.
Did he run away? I'm tabbed out.
Maybe. What's up, Crit?
Yeah, hanging in there.
Just smacking these idiots.
Yeah, I got something for you guys. I would say, like, not really crossover drama, just to give you a taste. Okay, people always say, "Hey, flat earthers, why don't you ever leave your echo chamber, your quote unquote echo chamber?" And I do all the time. I'm on all globalist servers, and whatnot, hanging out with them, even like non-global servers. And sometimes you get followed around, like they see you there and they start freaking out. So old globalist decided that he was upset that I had invoked. Well, he basically called me a Nazi, and so I had fun with it. I said, okay, by that definition, if all flat earthers are Nazis, then you've got all of NASA, got Elon Musk, right? Like, I just started listing off, like that black hat that he was wearing during the Trump rally. I go, here's Werner von Braun, whatever. And then eventually the mod who I was talking to put the swastika in my name. But it was like with a swastika. And he's like, look it, and took a screenshot of it and said, Crit's a Nazi. I go, you put that there, not me. If you do it, you must be the Nazi. And kind of going back and forth, and then finally I go, you know what? Fine, I'm going to take it off. I don't want to see it on my name. Then he banned me because then it said, added swastika to name, and it showed like the screenshot. Crit updated his name, but it didn't drop down to show that took it off. So I'm talking to the server admin, and I'm like, hey, that wasn't me. I didn't put a swastika on my name. And then he looked at the same screenshot where it's like, the log, Crit updates Crit. I go, yeah, click the down arrow. It'll show you I changed it from with to without. Couldn't do it. Couldn't figure out how to do it. I go, how about this? You look where my name was changed first. Couldn't do that either. Like, these how clueless these guys are. They're so triggered by flat Earth, and they're incredibly incompetent that it's like there's no way of really having them figure out or do much of anything. And that was inside. Like they're saying, hey, if you talk to us in a space where you can't mute, we'll be able to advocate for the globe. And that was them. That was them advocating for the globe. They eventually hear flat Earth content until they get upset and start calling you a Nazi and then ban you for something they did. Like, if changing my name was bannable, I changed it back. And that's really what you expect from them when they've got the mute button, when they've got the mod perms. They don't use them to increase the dialogue. Their whole shtick at the end is either you convert to globe or you're banned.
That's par for course in their world.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I'm not telling this story because I'm frustrated or anything. I'm just saying that next time they come in here and say, hey, it's so unfair. This is such an echo chamber. You're like, dude, the whole world is all globe. This is the only spot that's not.
Right. I just can't stand when people just straight out lie, dude. Like, are you once he said that, I was like, hold up, what the fuck? Are you fucking kidding me? That false ass claim that he said? Like, really? So Russia had no contact with the whole world until a satellite was put in the fucking sky? Get the fuck out of here. That was so fucking retarded. Stupid. That's why I had to call him out on this bullshit.
Yeah, I had a completely wild, incorrect claim that he should be able to get there. He should be able to get to some sort of understanding that, hey, you're wrong about this assumption. that intercontinental communication predates any sort of like quote unquote satellite.
Yeah. I mean, they told him, dude. Jedi's told him, dude. Fucking, there's a high percentage of all telecommunications are based upon land systems. He didn't want to hear that. He was stuck. Unbelievable. But that's what we're dealing with, guys. I think they can get away with making these falsehoods because they live in one. Amazing. Any other Globers in here? I guess not.
They set up these weird situations where it doesn't matter what you say. They're not listening. They're not paying attention. They just want to talk at you, and they expect that you're supposed to listen to them. You're like, why would you do that? Why would you listen to somebody who isn't listening to you?
They're so tactical in their approach that you just can't take them seriously because it's not genuine. They're actually shitting themselves on the sly and trying to play it cool. It's embarrassing.
Yeah, it's like, hey, come debate this topic since they're interested in it. Okay, what is the topic? They can't tell you that. How about let's break it down. What does the word flat mean? They don't know that either. What's Earth? What does that mean? They don't know that. So you're going to debate a topic that you can't even tell me what the two words for the name are. And they're like, oh, you're scared. Dude, we know how this is going to go. You're going to spaz out. You're going to trigger out. It's already happening, and you haven't even told me what your claim is yet.
They jump into the argument because they watch probably a couple YouTube videos forced by the algorithm, making Flat Earth to be this stupid, position. And then they get smacked with facts and truths, and they just can't accept it. The cog disc kicks in, and they just can't accept it.
That's really the thing. Is they can't handle anyone who disagrees with their worldview. It's not just this topic. If you really explore it, they're like that for everything.
Yeah, that's true.
It's like everything they talk about, they are just simply scared shitless that they can't advocate for it. So something's wrong with you because they made a moral decision that their worldview, what they think is true and false, is all based on some sort of subjective morality. Like they view themselves as better than you. And you should just accept that their worldview is the correct one. But they've never presented anything. And if anything, they present contradictory. If your worldview is so much better, how are you freaking out so spectacularly? How come you can't use your worldview to find some peace in your life?
Hey, Crit, have you noticed they remind me a little bit like, the trans community where they're just like, they're adamant that men can be women can be men, but they're offended if you even challenge it. And I think that's the level of delusion we're talking about here.
Yeah, it's like, and then they've added identity to the topic as a globalist. You always hear them say we went to the moon. We've been to space. We've done all these amazing things for humanity. And you're like, no, you haven't. You have nothing to do with it. You'll never have anything to do with it. These are stories you believe. You believe that you're part of some tribe that went to the moon, and you're not even American. You weren't even part of the Nixon, or you weren't even a Republican during the 1960s. You weren't even born in the 1960s. Even if you were, right, like you weren't part of the Nixon administration. You weren't part of NASA. How the fuck did you add "we" to what he said? Where were you in that whole thing? If anything,
that's the whole thing, Crit. Though they're not thinking for themselves, so it is we, because they haven't thought about it.
Yeah, even that framework is easy to tell them. No, thank you. I am not part of anything related to what Richard Nixon did in the 1960s. No, thank you. Because if I say "we," you added on a lot more stuff. What he did. He had an enemies list. He was tracking atheists. Had the FBI, watching, civil rights workers. He dumped toxic waste on Native American reservations. He added sugar, the high fructose corn syrup. That was Nixon. Took the dollar off the gold standard. That was Nixon. Domestic surveillance, a war on drugs. Are you also part of all those things too? And then you wonder why that I don't believe your giant leap forward for all humanity. Dude, this guy was one of the worst executors ever that America had. It almost brought the whole world to the brink of destruction. And then all of a sudden, like, oh, but yeah, and they'll agree with you. They'll suddenly be like, oh yeah, Nixon was a really bad guy, but we went to the moon. Wow. How do you can you give me a framework for why you think that's true? Just a framework. You have to spell it out. You don't have to prove anything. How do you know? You know for sure that Nixon was the most awful executor that America ever happened. That this guy basically came up with, I'm not a crook. It's not illegal if the president does it. All the same defense lines. That a lot of these people hate Trump. All the same defense lines that Trump is using. But somehow you think, it'd be interesting. Like, say, hey, if Trump goes to the moon, like he wins the election and people are on the moon, before the end, before 2028, are they suddenly going to start saying "we"? So you're MAGA now? Like you made America great again? You brought back Nixon era, like space flight? So you're MAGA. It'd be interesting to see that, because they'll talk up and down that Trump is their Nixon, and there's no "we," no thank you, right? They do stop him, do whatever you can, and I'm like, well, how do you say that when now you're saying "we"?
I actually think it's worse than that, because on top of that, they'll be like, but we've got phones, we've got bikes, we've got snails. Of course, the Earth's a globe. We've got dirt. Do you know what I mean? Like, it's anything's on the table, because their whole world view can't exist without the globe. It's crazy. Of course, the Earth's a globe. We've got stars. Duh. Of course the Earth's a globe. We've got lights in the sky. Obviously it's a globe.
Yeah, they want to. Here's another example. Think about the LGBTQ thing. They talked about, there's articles written about how discriminatory NASA has been towards LGBTQ. There's never been an openly gay astronaut. There's never been one that they've all been married, to heterosexual partners. There hasn't been any single astronauts. And you're like, and they'll say that flat earthers are anti-LGBTQ. I'm like, you just define NASA as a flat earther then. There are LGBTQ flat earthers. There are not LGBTQ astronauts. Not in America, anyway. So are you part of the we now? Which group do you more associate with? The flat earther or the astronaut?
What do you think it is, Crit? Do you think they just don't trust them?
No, I think it has to do with America being a very center-right Christian conservative country. And that politics is added in to the government. The government is made up of the people. And you've got people in the, who join the government who basically there's articles I read that they called it a career killer. Like they're saying if you were an astronaut and you got outed or you came out of the closet, that was the end. They never made it through the rest of the training. There's something always happened. They fell down, they failed a test, they washed out. It's just so, just amazingly, their training ended legitimately as soon as they came out. They called it a career killer. It was called a career. I can start posting articles like this is done by mainstream news sources, not just fringe stuff. These are people like Time Magazine, Popular Mechanics, asking the question, why is NASA so racist and bigoted? That's government. That's government for you. There is systemic racism inside the government. So how the fuck are you saying we? How did you get there? How did you have a completely racist, bigoted organization that you think is doing things for the betterment of humanity? Isn't that a direct contradiction? You don't see it? You don't see the blaring contradiction right in your face.
Oh, they see it. Like an abusive relationship, they see it and they choose to forget.
I actually don't think they see it. If they did see it, they would know it to be true. So they're clearly clouded in judgment. So we need to be sympathetic.
Yeah, but like an abused child or wife, an abused wife knows what's happened, knows how many times their husband has attacked them physically, but they wouldn't say that in public and they'll keep that to themselves. That's what I mean when I say they know it, but they won't openly talk about it because of the knock-on effects. They might actually have to change. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, that's it.
And they're not ready to change. They don't have the capacity. They don't have the interest. So instead of just listening, they're just going to deny it all, like an abused woman or wife.
Across history, how often that rhymes, right? Like with generations of people, how often that sort of archetype rhymes of the truth being known and other people being indifferent to it, even though the information is right there. I believe it rhymes all the time.
Well, it's like if you say to someone, all right, mate, let me tell you the truth. Let me tell you straight up. Let me be honest for a second. Let me be real. People prepare themselves for negativity. Yeah.
It's almost like they can't even, there's a blockage there, there's a wall. And to break down that wall, you have to personally know the person. And there'd have to be a lot of life experiences.
Well said. I agree. Yeah. Well put. But that's what we're dealing with, and these people are ignorant to it. So we see this so much that we understand the patterns, we know what we're dealing with, but to tell them would upset them and offend them.
And what's interesting too is they start that way. It's not your fault. They're starting already offended. They're already triggered. They're already upset.
Well, I'm not.
Well, yeah, that's good. The shoe fits. Wear it.
Well, I'm not a flat earther, but I'm just here to relate with people, you know? I'm here to make friends. We all have something in common.
Yeah, we're all human.
Yeah, exactly. That's the part that's interesting. They ask, why do you do this, Crit? I'm just trying to see, can you bring a globalist back? After they've dehumanized, they'll call you a flurman, a flat earth vermin. Another
That's hilarious.
Yeah, like another group of people who dehumanized others for wrongthink. See, it's about this projection. You're the Nazi, and they just dehumanized you. There's another group of people who did that, and it wasn't flat earthers.
Who was it?
Yeah, World War II Germany.
Oh, the Nazis, yeah.
Yeah, the people need to be eradicated. They need to be extinguished. They need to be rounded up. And and this is what's interesting, is inside their worldview, they ask, why do you care so much about flat earth? Why are you talking about it? Can you prevent this sort of dehumanizing, this othering? Can you bring someone back after they've gone that far? Once they're that far out, can you return them humanity? And I'm saying, with one exception, there's one person after all these years, since like 2018, that I've been able to bring back after they went, like full dehumanization. Just one person. And it was glorious. I mean, they broke down, they started crying. They're like, it all started when I was a teenager. And I mean, if you ever talk, Jerry was there when it happened. It was amazing. Like he like his whole, like, it just, the house of cards came falling. He realized that he had blamed all society ills on every other group that he didn't like. And once he saw that he was the corner, he was the rotten core of the whole thing, it was like an ego death. And he was like building himself up in real time. And I'm not even looking for that. I'm just saying that just happened one spectacular time. I'm just looking, can you get somebody to stop dehumanizing once they did it? Not agree with flat earth, just recognize another person's humanity. And so far, that the answer to that question has been a solid no. Once they've dehumanized, they can't come back from that. That is a solid line that once you pass that line, that is a point of no return. Something clicks in their brain that they can't come back from that.
Damn, Crit, you just mentioned a big hot topic right there. Ego death. A lot of people, if you don't know what that is, you should research it. Well stated, Crit.
Yeah, that's one of the biggest hurdles. One of the things I don't like to talk about is when I first heard about flat earth, I didn't dehumanize. I was quite toxic towards them. I would, call them names and stuff, and talk condescendingly, like, I didn't dehumanize. And then once I realized that I was wrong, it was very hard to let it go because of the jingoism attached to it. I was very invested in the globe because I saw America as a shining beacon on the hill. Despite all our flaws, despite everything wrong with what's happened through history, like Martin Luther King said, it's been a long arcing trajectory towards individual liberty and freedom, towards justice. But we'll get there. We'll get there because everyone here is doing it for the right reasons. And then once I saw that, hey, the moon mission was fake. It was all garbage. It was just some of the most despotic nightmare type time frame that you can think of. I mean, I had rose-colored glasses because, like I said, I was a child in the 1960s and 70s. So the whole world was like kind of brand new. But looking back after like reevaluating the Apollo program, I could feel. I mean, I like understood now why all the adults were constantly like, there was a tension in the air. I mean, you had political assassinations, Vietnam, constant civil unrest. Most people didn't even give a shit when the Apollo program happened. No one even cared. No one even, like, it was just a blip on the radar. It was something that interrupted the honeymooners for like a couple episodes. People then didn't care, and people now don't care. Like this old boy came in here to this channel the other day, talking about that the Apollo program is the most significant human event ever. You're like, okay, well, tell me everything you know about it. Dude had no clue. He couldn't name even Apollo 11. And even after you started feeding it, he thought it was only Buzz and Neil Armstrong. You're like, what about Frank Collins? Never heard of his name. I'm like, so this is the most significant event, and you can't even remember how many people did it and what their names were.
Well said, bro. 100%. And I don't believe anybody would believe this shit if it wasn't for the videos and the images that they send us. You know, the SpaceX launches. Without those launches, that's the reason why they keep doing it. I believe NASA, being the root word of nasal, NASA is there to breathe life into the life. Without that, they wouldn't believe it, because you're right, there is no significance to any of it. And anyone who says there is just a fanboy bought into this movie they've been showing you. When you break it down, it's embarrassing to be a NASA fanboy. There's no influence, no benefit, nothing it's done for you. You just like the movie.
NASA is real science.
Define science. So you can define science, you may as well just sit back down.
Hey, Elite, let's go. Let's hear it.
Yeah, and then also, too, what would be fake science? If it's real.
Science. Let's learn about science on Friday. Go!
Science on Friday with Killian and Crit.
I guess that's all Elite dude had to say.
It's just drive-bys, isn't it? That's all they've got.
Very typical.
It's special people. They know stuff, they do stuff, and they tell me about it.
I can't wait for Halloween. Halloween's going to have another jack-o'-lantern, spooky sky, like spooky sky sounds, jack-o'-lantern, every through the holiday, time, they always find something in space. Turkey Nebula.
Yeah, they'll probably find a pumpkin patch in the axis of evil this time.
Michael Myers mask-shaped asteroid.
Yeah, something like that. There'll be something, like Michael Myers mask, Freddy Krueger colored, like comet.
There'll be an article and it'll be like, aliens have a sense of humor, and you'll be like, huh? And then you'll read it and they'll be like, yeah, astronomers saw a weird shaped moon rock or asteroid in the shape of Mike Myers' face. This could only have been aliens with a sense of humor. That's the kind of articles they like to put out.
Yeah, that's why I when you got some guy, you're like, say like the news, the news with a GIF. Why do you do that? Because if you get the globalists to focus on the globe instead of the flat Earth, they'll be like, this shit's absolutely ridiculous. This is the dumbest shit ever. It's not flat earther that's dumb. It's this shit that's dumb. Like today's news, pollution from rocket launchers burning satellites could cause the next environmental emergency. Huh. Burning metal through the upper atmosphere, and they thought that was just no problem. No one thought about a environmental impact study on that. They made it seem just propellants from hairspray in the 80s was bad. The damage just propellants did.
Well, Bill Gates did say he wanted to block out the sun, right? I'm sure he said that.
He was talking about the fake China sun.
Sounds like a fucking Bond villain.
Mr. Burns.
I will block the sun.
Yeah, I mean they are. I mean, you think about it. A lot of these globalists, they do have these evil, nefarious plans that they're enact these globalist world agendas.
But the game is to convince us that it's good for us. So it won't be long before you hear other people, globers, coming in here saying, yeah, I think we should block out the sun. Have you not seen all the global warming, hurricanes and this, that, the other? Like, they'll justify it somehow. Blocking out the sun could save humanity.
You seen this thing going around where apparently you can, like, it's either in operations already or it'll be coming out soon, where you can light your area from space. Like they'll shine a light down onto you.
Yeah, that's really good. I like watching the guy Thunderfoot, and he is he talked about this debunking, of extra sunlight, for events and all this, like basically this weird sort of Kickstarter stuff. It's like, help fund this because you could beam light to your event, like your outdoor event. You won't, no need for like, the overhead lights for like a baseball game or something. With this technology, you could put sunlight onto the field. And like he basically
reflected sunlight, yeah.
Yeah. People, they're so uneducated that they're not even to like think this out. Can you do that? Like, is it geometric possible?
It's retarded.
It's like a fool and their money are easy to part ways. Like someone could just tell you, like, that's the whole shtick behind Elon Musk. He's made millions and billions of dollars on all these weird companies selling people the future. Timeshare science projects. And next, any day now, you're going to have a remote driving car and a robot in your house. Just keep running those checks.
And a constant lockdown, curfew, limited access to products, and it's going to be sold as a positive for us. And people will love it because they're idiots. I mean, what's next? Are they going to introduce euthanasia to the depressed? And that will do them a favor. Like, come on, this is the world we're headed to.
This actually ties into my first story about about when you go to global spaces, because this happened on the 16th when I posted that the article "Super Limbs Could Help Astronauts Recover from Falls." And with that GIF, I had posted the commercial about "I've fallen and I can't get up." Lifeline Silver. So here's actual technology that saved people's lives. Basically, a button. This is like in the 80s and shit that you could push that would access your phone and dial 911, and then and tell them, a robotic voice, "Hey, I've fallen and I can't get up." To save elderly people living alone. And the person flipped out by that. That's what triggered them. They were upset. They saw the news. Super Limbs could help astronauts recover from falls. They saw the Lifeline Silver and thought that I was making fun of elderly people. And you had other globalists tell them, no, this was life-saving technology. This was ahead of its time. This commercial played basically 24/7. They wanted to make sure everyone had one of these. It was gonna. Too many times, people had fallen and they passed away painfully, naggingly, because no one could come. No one knew they were in distress. They couldn't get to a phone to call. And that triggered. You've actually got technology that helps somebody, and they'll even besmirch it because a Flat Earth posted about it. They find some way to claim victimhood here. They looked for a reason to be offended. rather than just look at how stupid the news is. Super limbs could help astronauts recover from falls. Researchers at MIT are working on the set of robotic limbs for future moonwalkers. Do they need robotic limbs if they fall over? Isn't the moon like 1/3 the gravity? Why would they need robotic limbs to lift them up? To getting the globals to actually pay attention to the what's going on and what's being talked about. Give them something other than flat Earth. Offer them something else. Do they still? Yes, they did. So it proved their fault, not your fault. They were already triggered, and it didn't matter what you said. They weren't listening anyway.
100%, brother. It's like a mind virus, isn't it? And that's why I think flat Earth comes automatically with the ego death that Killian mentioned, because there is no way you can come to this conclusion without a part of your ego being bruised. I'm sorry, but that's just how it is.
Yeah, especially after they bought into the whole we've been to the moon. They weed all over themselves trying to speak French, and now they're completely stumped as to why someone disagrees with them. Just say no, I'm not part of your club, homie. Nor do I want to be.
That's why I am a bit sympathetic to what Vanu was saying. We need to be patient with them, because we were all there at one point, as whether you were as a kid or even in your 20s, everybody got into space. I doubt you got here without having an interest in space, like it does require you to have interest in it. And if you've got interest in it as a glober, you're going to feel like, humanity's achievements are something that you can celebrate. And yeah, I get it, but it takes a lot of strength to be able to question what you've been told. And if we're just seeing the cognitive dissonance and it's just pouring out and oozing out of you, I mean, come on, how else do you think we're going to react? Yes, we need to be patient, but we've been through this and we didn't, we managed to make it through. So any other human being with the right intent should be able to come to these conclusions. Or just stay as an abused wife. It's up to you. It's not easy for a woman to walk away from her husband, her abusive husband. Yes, we know that. It's not easy. We had to do the same thing. But stop being a pussy.
It's a great example. Just like a woman. Yep.
I don't mean to come across as sexist. I'm sure there's abused men in that situation. That's just my go-to.
It's like, I can't remember who pointed it out earlier. It's like Stockholm syndrome, right? You end up defending your captors. So in this instance, they've ended up defending this abusive relationship, even though in some instances they don't even realise they're being abused and manipulated.
Exactly, and they end up being the biggest defenders of them. Like, I've seen women defend their abusive husband acting like they've never laid a hand on them in their life. I mean, that's the literal, opposite of the truth. But these are the ones who will say it, because they're trying to protect their way of life, their abused way of life. It's crazy.
He's feeling a lot of love for me today because he only hit me once.
Right. All of that. I know he's not cheating. He told me he's not.
It's for our own good.
Why would he lie? You know, why would he lie? He wouldn't lie.
Yeah, any day now they'll come back to the moon.
Yeah. We'd do it next year. Yeah, we'll do it next year. I can't do it this year. I ain't got the money. We'll do it next year.
Yeah.
A bit more.
He let me down again, but I know he won't next time.
Buy a new car. Yeah, can't go now. Do it next year.
It'll be different next year.
Yeah. In the meantime, here's some more stories about the place we're going to go.
Yeah, selling of a dream.
Mm-hmm. Find it fascinating how they've managed to deceive the entire world that the Earth's a ball spinning in space. They've put a lot of work and effort into it. Hello? You sound very far away.
Oh, hello. Listening to a thunder echo right now. It's a fair way off, but it's still pretty loud and it's pretty cool.
Are we expecting Nathan Oakley to come in this afternoon? Does anyone know? It is Friday.
I don't think so. I think it's over.
Okay, folks.
Yeah, because we're not going to be able to get them. We're not going to be able to give them a stage. And
did he let you know anything? Because he hasn't let me know. As far as I was aware, he was coming.
No, well, I guess what's going to have to happen, since he's repping Flat Earth Debate and not 24/7, they're going to have to do their own VIP partnership. Because they thought he was part of our server. And I'm like, well, actually, no, he's not. I mean, not. I mean, he is, but he's not. Like, he's not. He's more repping his own server, Flat Earth Debate.
It sounds like something that Righteous Force and Divergent Droid and can set up for him.
Yeah,
probably.
that's basically the feedback I got. Like Betty, Righteous Force, and whatever. They're the ones who need to set it up through not us. Because if we do it, then it's kind of like our event, not his event. It's like, 24/7 host Nathan Oakley, or it's like just kind of the new set of rules is the platform owner is supposedly supposed to do the event, not the whatever. So I guess it fell kind of in that framework or whatever. So last I heard, not heard, but that was like in the works then, or something. I don't know. I like I said, when I'm banned there, for witchcraft, so I don't know what's been talked about.
Where's that from?
Wait, what?
Yeah, I got banned by Righteous Force for practicing witchcraft.
Well, yeah, I haven't seen or heard anything. I don't think they know any of this.
Did he splash holy water on you? I just...
Yeah, it was really a weird time because they had a lot of they had globalist mods. Some of the most toxic chimpanzees that they gave globalist for some reason. I'm like, why would you do that? And basically, as soon as the show ended, they just mass muted all the flat earthers. I mean, Steve Alm was around for this time frame, and a lot of the flat earthers were just like, yeah, whatever, they don't care. We'll just come back, So basically, it was for the pre-show, the show, and the after show. It was flat Earth, and the other 21 hours, just a bunch of globalist trolls mocking flat Earth. And yeah, I tried to fight back or tried to advocate for flat Earth. And then basically Righteous Force had told me that I'm doing it wrong, that I'm I'm toxic, I'm awful. And I'm like, well, here, can you show me how to do it then? Can you, if you gave globalist mods and you say, hey, they're the ones who are going to moderate the channel and they're going to tell you how it's done, can you bring someone in here who how should they do it? But he won't do that either. He would, if you ever talk to Righteous Force, he's never talked about the flat Earth. You're like, well, are you a flat earther? He won't even say that, if he's a flat earther or not. And then it turned out that a lot of the people he made mod were boosting him in video games. It was the most weirdest shit ever. And it's not just me. It's Indio got banned too. There's other people who got banned. Meme War at some point was a moderator, and they took his moderator away from him. And yeah, it was a really weird time, and I haven't really thought about coming back since.
This first or second version?
Yeah, the first version. Here's a good example.
You might not be banned in the second one then.
No, they told me I was. That when they made the new one, they're like, don't come back. So this is really glorious. There's an episode of it because they brought me back for basically after talking to Cyrex and QE and stuff. They're like, okay, here, come on the show and talk about what happened. So I did, and I talked with Nathan Oakley, and there's an episode of it, and I'm like, hey, this is what's going on. The reason why the show's dying is the after hours. Flat earthers are just basically getting over moderated and they're leaving. And I gave all the scoop and everything. And he asked the panel, he said, hey, Crit said some serious charges against Righteous Force. Is there any flat earther who agrees with him? The flat earthers jumping in. Yeah, he's awful. He's like, it's miserable trying to talk on the server when Righteous Force is being the moderator. He over mods the flat earthers and under mods the globalists. And he's got some people who are globalists that he made mod. And then they're like, is there any globalist who has the same thing? Maybe both sides are being overly moderated. And you had people like Mark Taylor, boasting how great of a mod Righteous Force is, how fair and balanced. And Mark Taylor is one of the most nasty anti-flat earthers there is. Because he was okay with it because some of his buddies were mods. I mean, that's kind of a side issue. The main thing is that it's out of our hands at this point. I mean, he can come here and join our channel and kind of do that format. But if he wants to stage, they have to do their own VIP partnership for it.
Yeah, I let him know last week that the stage wasn't going to be happening at all anytime soon. So I'd say he'll turn up in here.
Yeah, and hopefully that happens, but I kind of heard through the grapevine that he doesn't want that. He doesn't, want the...
No, he doesn't want that. He does want the staged show. He feels like that it's better controlled on the stage, but I don't necessarily agree. Yeah, I think that the moderators do a pretty good job here, and it usually is just one-on-one.
Yeah, and I don't see why, if he wants that, they've got their own server, just go through the process of VIP partnership or just partnership. Doesn't need to be, I know I said VIP. You don't need to be a VIP partner to do it. They can be a regular partnership, which is basically like agree to both sides rules in server guidelines. It's very quick. You can get it done in like 15. They could probably get it done still today before the show starts. But yet somehow this Righteous Force and Cyrax, they're like frenemies. They're platforming Nathan and they don't like him. They don't give a shit.
Well, I made the original arrangement for him to come in here, and it was never arranged as a staged event. That was something that only came up that 3 weeks ago or whatever it was, 4 weeks ago. And he was unhappy about the moderation, but he couldn't really tell me in particular what it was. I wasn't here those weeks; I was away. That's when he started requesting the stage. But like I said, I think all the moderators here did a good job regardless, so I don't think it's an issue.
The other 7 days or whatever, 7 days and 20 hours, we do fine. So suddenly moderation's bad on when he's here. You're like, sure, what's the problem? What time frame? Can you give me an example? Where was it that you thought, hey, this isn't working?
Well, I think it's that, one, sometimes he asks them to be muted instantly, and I do, in all honesty, let it run over sometimes because I think it's just cutting the conversation too quickly. That might be an issue. And I think the other main issue that I see is that when it does start getting out of control and one of our moderators try to step in and say something, Nathan doesn't actually look at who's speaking. So he starts blaming others and saying, oh, we got another white knight, shut that white knight up, blah, 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 blah. But it's not actually a white knight. It's someone from here trying to take control of the room. So he's not looking himself at what's going on.
Yeah, I noticed that too. That happened to me one time where I'm like, I tried to turn my mic on and talk. He's like, who's this, a-hole, whatever, talking? And they're like, hey, that's Crit. He's the mod. He's like, oh, yeah. I'm like, he's it, dude. Aren't you tabbed in? Don't you see what's going on here? So at some point I just basically, I kind of got used to just not talking during the event and just only texting and kind of using red miking people who were who was over talking the answer. Basically, if they asked Nathan an answer and if Nathan was talking and giving them the answer and they interrupted, that's kind of what I would do. I would just mute them while Nathan was talking.
Yeah, but I think it'd be good. Go, Twatty.
I'm going to say that's why I think that Crit's suggestion about them opening up their own channel in this server would be a good idea. Then they'd have complete control.
Yeah, well, I don't know if they need to open a complete channel, but if they want to, I'll let them know if they want the stage, they need to go directly to politics themselves and run it as their own event, separate from us.
Yeah, and say if it doesn't work out, they can make their own. If you guys noticed, all the way at the bottom, anybody can make their own channel. It just doesn't have the same perms that a guest channel does, but pretty close. They can mute, they can ban, they can disconnect people. You just click. There's a button down there, like a channel. Join this channel, and then moves you to another. It creates a voice channel that is basically yours, so you can name it whatever you want.
Yeah, right.
So they can make their own mini stage, and you can set. There's bot commands that everyone joins muted, so you can have it set up virtually as a quasi stage.
But when this was first arranged, I did believe that there would be that 24/7 and the Flat Earthers in here would also be able to join the conversation and have a little bit more input than what we do have or get.
Yeah, it was going to be a mix of the two, like a joint thing.
Yeah.
In the pre-show and the after show, it's a little bit like that. But I mean, during the his 1 hour time where he just wants, to be the one talking. And it's not so much that, is it?
No, definitely not.
And that's fair. Like that's his format. That's his MO. So that's fine.
Well, what they were trying to do was they were trying to grow followers, and they were trying to. Righteous Force was the one that spoke to me about it. He wanted a bit of a break as well because he's doing 7 nights a week there as a mod. So I thought it'd be a good night off for him to prepare for his Bible studies. But yeah, I've tried to suggest different things, more interaction, etc. But yeah, it is what it is.
Yeah, my take is Riker should take all the days off. Just go on, just retire. Give it up. You're bad at your job.
I have proof the Earth is round.
You're back again, 9K.
Oh, let's hear it.
New resident Glober. You're in here more than me.
I am.
Let's talk about 9K. What you got?
Nothing. I just wanted to say hi. I'm gonna go to bed
that's
now.
amazing.
So have a good night,
so
guys.
you wanted to just try to entrap us with your claim of evidence?
Yep.
Amazing.
He's a globe tease.
Exactly. That's what he just did. He teased us with
guys.
evidence. Yeah, you teased us with evidence, but you actually have none.
Yep.
Like, here, Bull, come at this cape that says evidence on it, and we run at it, and there's nothing there.
Yep.
Yeah, take that filter off. I want to see the real you.
Yep.
Oh, we got a snowflake that wants attention. Hi.
Nah.
Nah?
Nah.
So what's do you have any evidence?
Nah.
Damn, B.
Yup. Alright, seeing as he's muted his mic, how is everybody today?
I muted my mic, I unmuted it. I'm good. How are you?
I'm good.
Good.
Fantastic.
Children.
You're Killian.
It's true, and I'm also looking for the curve. If you have any evidence of it, I'd love to talk about it.
You're Killian.
What?
Do you want to see... I can't say that.
That's why he's had a great day. He's had no evidence to produce to flat earthers, so he hasn't been destroyed today.
Absolutely.
Let's start.
I'm using Skibidi toilet.
I just come in here to say hello. That's it.
Wow. Don't you have other people to go talk to that align with your views of the world that you can say hi to as well?
No, man.
Damn, homie. We're your only friends to say hi to?
No, I just want to say hi. I'm just being a nice person.
Bet. Appreciate you, dog.
No problem, man. Not everything has to be about the nature of the earth. We could just be good people.
Borrow some sugar.
Yo, do I need to?
See, this is the thing. I like being a good person, showing my fellow brothers and sisters the truth. Like, hey, did you know that that's actually a telephone pole?
Okay, brother.
Okay.
Uh-huh.
Uh-huh.
Because, like, hey, these guys are telling you this, but if you think about it, if that was in fact the case, this would be the case. Now, do you actually see that this is happening? Because if it's not happening, then guess what? That can't be the case.
You have you seen Skibidi toilet?
Can I be honest with you?
You can be honest with you. I hope you'd be honest. That's what I'm seeking. Intellectually honest conversation from my fellow brothers and sisters. So if you would like to step forward as a proponent of an intellectually honest person, please go ahead.
Yeah, I got you. Yeah, it just sounds like you're trying to bait a conversation of the flat earth out of me. I've told you multiple times, man. I just can't.
Why not?
Hold on. Let him go.
Okay,
go ahead.
Bye. Hey.
Because what I want to know is if you're actually capable of having an intellectually honest conversation with somebody.
right? Because you stepped up, wanted to say hi, and I'm like, oh, hey, someone who's willing to talk. So can we have an intellectually honest conversation about something?
Maybe I don't want to. Maybe I just wanted to say hello.
Hi. So you've done your job. You've done what you accomplished what you needed to. You can move on and allow someone else to talk. Does someone else want to have an intellectually honest conversation?
It's not a honest conversation, and it wasn't your intention from the beginning, because when you jumped in the server, you were talking about the globe Earth. You talked about you being convinced that the Earth is a globe. That's not saying hi. If you are confused by that, yeah, you said that.
I didn't.
You claim you had evidence.
You fucking retard.
Hey, see, and here you go. See, it didn't take long for you to expose yourself, right? Because now you're attacking people. Because when you came in, your claim was you have evidence, and when we said hi, what is your evidence? You said I'm just kidding. So that actually was the definition of entrapment.
Yeah,
I wasn't saying hi.
Right. I just called you out for your poor. No, I didn't fall for it. We called you out for your poor behavior.
You're getting mad over someone saying hello. Do you hear yourself? You sound like a fucking retard. You're getting mad over someone saying hello. Listen to yourself,
brother. Not at all. Because again, right? I drew out the idea, right? That, and again, Necros just backed up that you came in, right? Saying hi, making a claim of evidence. We asked you for it. You're like, hi, I don't actually have it. So really, who's being the child? And here you are attacking people, calling them effing retards, cussing on a live show, right when there's actually no need for it. You're calling me emotional, brother? I really think you need to reassess your view on this Friday morning. Go ahead.
Here, check side chat. Check side chat.
I don't need to check side chat. I'm talking to you, Bright Eyes.
I posted evidence in side chat.
I don't care about what you posted. Explain to me what your evidence is so we can figure out whether or not it's true.
My evidence was deleted. It obviously doesn't want to be heard.
Take your circumstantial evidence, right? Unpack it so we can figure out if it's direct evidence or not, right? And then let's see what it is. What is your evidence?
I'm gonna post it. It's right here.
Explain it, Bright Eyes. Explain it.
All right.
Explain it.
Same garbage again, 9K. Otherwise, you're just gonna get it deleted again. And if you keep chat skanking, I'm gonna have to ban.
Yeah,
AJ.
Unreasonable.
Yo,
you know what,
AJ? Brother AJ, let me talk to this guy for a quick second. I want to hear what he has to say. Explain your evidence, boy. Let's hear about it. Let's talk about it. Unpack it.
Well, you didn't even bother to read it.
No, I don't need to. I want you to tell me. You're the one, right, that put the evidence in the chat. That means that you're going to take that evidence as your authority, right? So I want you to stand upon your evidence, right, and tell me how that makes it true. That's what evidence is about, bro. Tell me. Bring it.
All right. Okay. All right.
Explain it.
Okay.
Take it frame by frame it.
Okay. Okay. Pull your pants down.
My pants are being pulled down, actually, because I just got in from the gym.
Just let him answer now. We've gotten to the point where he's going to explain it, so let him explain it.
Apologize. Right. Go ahead.
Pull your pants down.
They are pulled.
All right. Do you have balls?
Brother, you're getting a little too personal. No, continue with your evidence.
Listen. Do you have testicles?
Yes.
Okay. Grab your right hand, or I don't know if you're a lefty or a righty.
That's enough. That's enough with this child.
Seriously.
Seriously. Where he's going, he might have an example attached. Just let him go for 30 more seconds.
Oh, Nathan's here. You're done now, son. I'll withdraw.
Halfway through his example, he might actually have. I often make crude examples with farts and things, so maybe he has got an example at the end of this. Give him a chance. Go ahead.
Are your balls round?
Non sequitur.
What? You don't have balls.
Non sequitur. NON-SEQUITOR. That means it's not related to the subject at hand, dipshit.
So you don't have. So you're admitting. So you're refusing to admit that you have balls.
Wow.
Do you know what a non sequitur is?
So you don't. So you're a male with no balls.
Do you know what a non sequitur is?
Hey,
non sequitur is.
There you go. Prove the Earth is flat. No balls. No balls. You don't have the balls to prove the Earth is flat.
I have plenty of. Yeah, you want to know what? Hey, Bright Eyes. Have you ever built anything in your life? I'll go right back to my same old drum that I beat.
Stop. Right, I can appreciate your being very irritated, and I allowed it to continue to its conclusion. He had nothing but an ad hom and a non sequitur. You were right. Now you've identified that. Allowing him to just carry on is pointless. yes, you proved this guy was completely disingenuous. I don't know what he was spamming in chat. Well done, Killian. That's how they say your name.
I don't see anything from him in chat.
No, it got deleted. It was a gif of a guy looking at his balls, realizing they were round, so he was flattening them out and smashing them with a hammer. And he was claiming flat earthers.
Yeah, it's the same thing he posts every time.
It's so awesome.
He'll be removed.
Well,
so awesome.
You did well. You took it to its logical conclusion and then pointed out the non sequitur that he rounded up with. Well done.
I'd much rather not engage with the children.
Oh, I love engaging with the children because when you put the children in their places, it allows the grown-ups to rise to the occasion and actually have a conversation where we can bring up the intellect of the conversation at hand. Children, sit down.
Indeed.
Yeah, I like you, Killian.
Appreciate it. I'm just a man looking for the curve. Show me the drop over distance. Let's talk about the spheroid and stop pointing at the sky saying, look at the sky, that means the ground is curved.
That's what they do every time. They look to something what is not them. Like he told you, do you have balls? So he asked you to look to your testicles and to just confuse your testicles with you. If my testicles have that testicle shape, I don't have that same shape. It's not me. Like the stars. It's not the earth. It's not the ground.
But Necros, again, within the confines of the conversation, right? We can simply just exit and say it's a non sequitur, right? If they don't know what that is, they can move on, Google what a non sequitur is, and come back to the conversation with something that is online to the topic that we're trying to figure out. The title of the room, 24/7 flat. If you have something that shows different, bring it. My testicles are a non sequitur to what we're discussing at the end of the day, regardless of your gift that you can come up with in your mind space or not.
Yeah.
Or mind's eye, sorry.
Hold on. Necros is describing the fallacy of division, right? Describing part as true of the whole. Well, unfortunately not. I mean, it would have been a fallacy of division if it had drawn some conclusion that had a parallel with the globe Earth when he compared it to testicles. But he didn't do that. He's just a glorified ad hom. Well, you're not a man if you don't admit that you've got them. If you've got them, they're round, therefore the Earth is round. That's completely non sequitur. So I appreciate that you, on his behalf, you're kind of trying to make it a more clever fallacy than it actually is, Necros. But and I appreciate that because I could see how that could have turned into a fallacy of division. Like, yeah, what's true of my testicles isn't true of my entire body. If you're going to say your testicles are round, therefore you're round, he wasn't. You say the globe's round. You're like, this is non sequitur.
Yeah, completely non sequitur. Your testicles are round, therefore the globe is round. The Earth is round, also. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
That's stupid.
Sad. The real point of that is because he wants us to identify his gift where he's showing flat earthers having their genitals smashed. That's what he wants to do to flat earthers because he's in a lot of pain. He wants to express that pain through that sort of behaviour. It's intolerable, really, and sad and childish.
Well, we can see they're sending their best in again, yeah? We're getting the best of the best of the Globers.
But if I may say, correct me if I'm wrong here, but isn't the whole point of evidence you taking that evidence, unpacking the evidence yourself, so that when you come to a conversation like this, you can actually explain what it is, how these conclusions were actually derived from the observation, so you can prop up whatever model it is you are attempting to prop up, versus you saying, hey, room, look at this evidence for yourself to say that this is in fact the evidence of the globe.
I agree with every bit of tech model. There aren't any models. But yeah, other than that, you're absolutely spot on.
Like, understand what you're showing, right? If there's problems in what you're showing in a room like this, you're going to be found out. That's the most unfortunate part of this entire thing. Y'all think you're so smart. I found the globe, it's drop over distance, and it's because of the stars in the sky. Well, tell us how. Because if we find out that you've actually just measured spherical excess, I would just point at McToon. Go look at his charts and his spherical excess charts that he's published all over his website, and you can see it's fallacy upon fallacy upon fallacy, because you forgot to figure out that the station that you're measuring from needs to be calibrated and ensure that it's level before you start making all your presupposed observations, confirming that there's in fact a curve, ball, spheroid thing floating in space.
Room. See? Any further progress, AJ?
Yeah, we were just discussing that. So we can't organise the stage anymore because we would have to organise it as our own staged event, not your staged event. They've changed the rules. So you can have a staged event, but you would need to get your moderators to organise it directly through politics as your own event. And there also is a way you can join and create a room, or you can continue doing what you're doing here and popping in on Fridays, and we can run it out of this room.
That's okay.
That's your decision.
I'm sure I've got plenty of. That sounds good. So if I've got a willing participant on my own side, I mean, I haven't got a server, but I'm sure someone from Righteous's server would be willing to contact politics and say, yeah, I'll be willing to run a room if you organise it for us. Maybe even Righteous himself. Way to schmooze in a different server as a server operator, right? So, yeah, that has its advantages. I can understand why they've done it that way. That makes total sense. It means from one point of view, it's out of your hands, but it doesn't, because it means that in the meantime, there's been a lot more discipline, without sounding rude, to the mods in terms of what happens in this room or prior to an event running. Now, if that event has to be run by quote unquote my mods, which I haven't got, I can definitely, pull up from a server, whatever that may be.
I'm sure that B or Righteous or someone can organise it. If you just want to do the Friday staged events, then they can organise that directly with politics. And then once that stage is set up, anyone from here or from Righteous' server, the mods over there, can run the stage for you.
Okay. Right, so I need to speak to Righteous then, basically, don't I?
Yeah, I can have a chat with him too if you like at some stage and just let him know what's exactly happening.
Yeah. How long do you reckon? How slow are the cogs of politics? So, in other words, for the sake of argument, if I literally called him this second and said, right, this is the situation, and I explained what you've just explained, how long would it take him to set up a room? If I was like, I don't care, I'm literally free for the next 400 hours, any time you like. How long do you reckon it would take him to set that up? Is it just a matter of seconds?
Yeah, he could get it done. Right away. Basically how it works. I kind of took point on this. I did articulate that with the AJ. You guys just agree to follow each other's guidelines, and then you become a partner, and then from there you can become a VIP partner, and all you need to do is just be a partner server, and then you can make your own staged events.
Okay, that sounds hella complicated, but that sounds like Discord language that Righteous would definitely understand, and it means nothing to me. Great, that's a solution, isn't it? Excellent. Oh, cool. So maybe next week, because I'm not going to speak to him immediately and hope that he's going to become a VIP member or whatever he needs to be in the next 25 seconds.
No, he's not. Just partner, not VIP. We're VIP partner. But that takes a lot more effort. We have to agree to other things too. And now
your VIP partner's here.
Yeah,
he needs to be from a different server. That is to say, Righteous and his server needs to become a member to host a show on their server for me, based on it being my server, even though it strictly isn't. But
it's like an outreach. It's just partnerships that you guys both agree to follow the same rules.
Yes,
which means some of the things that happened in the past, like using any sort of racial slur or whatever, all these things would jeopardize a partnership.
Sure.
Or any sort of TOS.
That means, because of the consequences, sorry to talk through you.
Yeah.
It means that when I suggest this to Righteous, I need to explain to him, please go through these rules with me so I don't jeopardize this, because it's considered my server, therefore I'm representative of you, even though it's you running it. So make sure I'm clear of all the rules of the partnership, so I can't jeopardize that relationship between the servers. Make sense?
Yeah, it's really, because this space is more kind of inclusive and kind of like, left leaning. So like they got that sort of value of safe space. So any sort of derogatory term towards any sort of group is they consider it a violation. And depending on how protected that group is, it could be just a bigoted comment to all the way to a hate crime.
Sure. It's the same as YouTube rules by the sounds of things. I think
really close. That's why it's been a great partnership for us, because we follow YouTube guidelines already. And they're like perfect.
That's it. There's a symbiosis when you're saying no, that's too close to the bone, or I in this server. Not often, maybe there's an example or two, but where I've said no, I won't have that on my channel because it would break YouTube terms of service. But by the same token, would have been echoed by you as mods because it breaks the terms of the politics server.
Yeah, so it's kind of both. It's not it sounds like it's a lot, like it's a big workload. But yeah, if you're going to start in 40 minutes, I'm pretty sure you guys could get it if you really wanted to today, or wait till next week.
I'd rather wait till next week, right? I don't want to rush these things. I mean, by the same token, it's taken a few weeks, but good things come to those who wait. And now that there's a means of doing it, whoever was trying to attempt to get Righteous to rush their way through it now would probably be a bit put out. You just think, no. Doing this, there's people here. By the same token, by not having a room in the meantime, right, it's meant that you guys, as I just said, have to brush up your disciplinary skills for all of this room, which is pretty big in the before and after stages. It's not like I'm not going to jump in before the show starts like I am now. It's just that it'll have an actual room for when my live on YouTube show actually begins, which is going to be in however many minutes, 40 minutes time. So it's good. We'll get it done over the next week. Thank you for sorting it out, AJ, and whoever else, Crit.
Yeah, and the other option too is there's a create your own voice channel. Like if you look all the way down the bottom of the server, if you join that voice channel, it creates another voice channel that it moves you to, and you can name it whatever you want. You can set all kinds of rules up for it too, like people join muted. There's a bunch of different bot commands that give you it's like a mini stage. Okay. And sometimes people are able to get VIP partners through that because they see, hey, people have made their own channel that's really popular. Let's offer that group guest privileges. And that's what happened with us. We, me and Heretic had constantly kept opening the channel down there, and then they approached Heretic and said, hey, do you guys want your own guest channel? That way you don't have to keep it open.
It makes total sense now that it's being laid out to me. This is literally going to result in growth. Mutually beneficial on both sides. Growth is the only outcome. So I can totally understand them wanting to do it in this way. It also means there's an in-between stage that gets you to agree again, because I'm sure we've all agreed already, to the rules. It's being made abundantly clear at that connection point, right? If this growth costs us, or gets close to costing us any sort of penalty in Discord, then that relationship gets severed. In other words, it's not worth the growth if the growth's going to cost us something. So it's worth reiterating the rules at this stage. So it all makes total sense. I'm glad. It's good. It means that not only me, but anybody associated has to be made acutely aware of the penalties for both parties if we break the rules. It means that everybody's more disciplined. And when people who don't give a toss about the rules, their guests, come in, everyone's on them like flies on the proverbial. All combined, not me or not just Righteous and in his connection to that room, but everybody, which is how it should be. Good.
That's how we've always run this channel, especially coming from 24/7. We're live streaming all of the time, right? So anybody that comes in and drops N-bombs or calls any type of slur or anything by the terms of service, and especially being in this channel, we have to eject them straight away. We can't, because then we'll lose the privilege of being here, and then we'll lose the privilege of live streaming, right? Got to follow the rules. It's very simple to do, though.
And ultimately, I'm sure, like YouTube, they're not like somebody's come in and spewed a word into your stream, therefore will immediately cut you off. I'm sure there's a staged process to stop that happening and hear your excuses and appeal and all that sort of stuff. It's like on YouTube. I'm guessing. I don't know. I'll have to ask Righteous. I'm pretty sure that would be the case. So, you know, I would assume that you're going to have people in that are literally with the intent of malice and want to spew hate. And you know, when it happens, you stop it, as opposed to I will prevent it ever happening, because you can't do that. There's going to be someone on this show that'll come in that'll say something they shouldn't.
Yeah, we have a guy who was doing that. He was joining, blurting slurs and stuff, and then clipping it and sending it to the mod mail. And eventually, the mods figured out it was him who was doing it. So they came on us and said, "Hey, good job for muting him as quick as you did." And we banned that user. And then he came back with a sock like 3 or 4 times. And eventually they did like some sort of IP ban. He hasn't been back since.
Perfect. So it sounds good. These are the stories you want to hear. So it sounds like the people who are running it, they want to keep the people who are using their software, that's Discord, happy. In other words, they're reasonable. Good.
Yeah, no, also act as a moderator, like not a mediator, as a mediator. If there's somebody who has a problem with the format, they'll try to figure out how to get that person to say, "Hey, just don't join the channel. This is why we were platforming this topic or this special interest." And sometimes that alone, hearing it from them, because they're not really listening to, say, us, Flat Earthers, but hearing it from the server moderators and server admin, it kind of diffuses the situation too, and they stop their shenanigans.
These are all good things to hear.
But you got to give Crit the credit for all that information. That all came through Crit, so
it's good that it parallels YouTube. In fact, it's ideal because it means that there's consequences for the portal I'm using to have people onto the live stream. Like, if there's an understanding by everybody that there's rules, and even the portal itself, that's Discord for me, has those rules, and it's being prevented at every avenue. You're like, good. There's high consequences for all. Anyway, enough of that. Hopefully there'll be lots of people talking about moving this and that today. There is no debate.
Lots of people have been telling me recently that gas expands into space unless there's a lot of gas. So lots of gas stops entropy. I've been trying to get away with that recently. It's been bugging me.
And that was a flat earther, supposedly. A new up-and-coming flat earther. And she had no clue that there's other flat earthers on Discord. And you're like, wait, what?
Well, we've also got flat earthers stating that we live on a globular-shaped planet.
Oh, yeah, there's Bev. Bev came out as a true global.
Means what?
Something with imagination, I guess. Like if you listen to the clip, I mean, people have been sharing it. It's like a 45-second clip, and it's glorious. It really is.
I really hate to be rude. Any other day, if it was just my show, yes, but let's not play a clip. We'll just deal with the people that are here.
Yes, I'm saying you got to hear it to believe it. That's what basically what I was saying. Like I can't do it justice. I literally can't.
No.
If
I'm not saying that.
What he said, it will fall flat.
Get it to me.
You got to hear it.
Right from Master B.
It is absolutely pure entertainment value.
Yes,
Drop it in the chat.
I will definitely cover it. If you can get it to me on Master B on Skype, I'll definitely cover it. But I just don't want to cover it while we're here in politics. That's all.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Yeah, if you drop it in the chat, I'll put it in Master B for you, Crit.
Okay.
Yeah, so hopefully while we're here, we'll dispel a few myths about there actually being a debate about this subject.
What debate? There never was a debate.
Well, we didn't know that till recently, and now we're here to spread that word.
It's not a debate, it's an interrogation.
Who? Who are we interrogating?
We'd be interrogating these globers that are coming in claiming they have evidence, yeah.
Their origin's the same as ours.
Trying to point this out to some guy today who came in claiming the usual Aristosthenes and the method. He also made the claim that maths is reality. So I tried to take him through the process of what Aristosthenes is said to have done, and making him realise that this can only be done on a flat surface because we're measuring angles to the sun. So he after I tried to explain that to him very succinctly, he kind of just went off at the rails. They don't realise that every single time they bring us a piece of proof, they're more than likely going to be using the flat Earth to demonstrate it.
Not more than likely.
Always.
Without exception.
Yep.
All of the measurements are flat. There are no exceptions.
Even if they use that colloquial model, that model was derived from flat Earth. They just slapped a ball sticker on it.
What model would that be? Do you want to show it us?
Yeah, I mean, with the whole angles to Polaris thing.
Which one's that?
The flat Earth.
Do you mean the celestial sphere?
Yeah.
Okay, I mean that's a model. So these are mathematical descriptions, and we have pictures that try and describe visually what these maths that create the paradigm of the globe are. I'm being really specific because I've got it in the neck in the last couple of months from QE saying the word model, because I've got it on screen now, a picture of the celestial sphere. It's got the extended celestial plane, it's got the equatorial plane, it's got the globe protractor, and it's got the celestial sphere wrapped around the whole lot. That's not a model. It's just a picture that's trying to visually represent a Copernican orbital version of an Earth with the extended equatorial plane in the celestial sphere. It's just a picture of that. What is that? Well, that is just maths. Playarian maths in that particular instance. So it's a hard thing to shift from. I've taken 6 months of getting it in the net going, you can't use that word model. Like, yeah, but it slips off the tongue so nicely because they tell us they've got one. Well, number one, they haven't got one. Number two, when you look into what might be suggested to be a model like the celestial sphere, it isn't. It's. I hope I'm not viewed as being pedantic when I do this multiple times, but it's just one of them. Sorry.
It's a diagram.
Yeah, they're kind of in the same way where like a toy of Optimus Prime or like a model airplane. Those are just a representation of the whole thing. It's not the thing.
Yeah, but those, we never get that with the globe.
Eolite, what happened to you earlier? Oh, Eolite, the top here.
He may have had a change of heart after listening, honestly.
Well, he wanted to know what an aperture was today. He brought up the Jaren video from YouTube, or from Netflix, sorry. He wanted to know why the torch wasn't sufficient, but didn't understand aperture, or what happens when light passes through an aperture. He was going to have it explained. He jumped out.
Still here?
Oh, he's just jumped back in. That's what I was asking him. What happened earlier? Why did he jump out earlier today?
You have a question, dude?
Ollie, you got anything you want to follow up from today or earlier?
Okay, now I want to know what an aperture is. Somebody tell me. I'm dying over here. Come on.
An aperture.
Yeah, I'd love to know what an aperture is.
It's like what you look through, like a lens, like a.
Yeah, it's when light passes through basically a hole or an opening that allows light to pass through. So you've got two different types, which would be a fixed aperture or a variable aperture. So a variable aperture would be what you have on a camera. So when Jaren did what he did and he set up the boards with the holes in them and he has to shine the light through the holes, then that would be an aperture. And then when light passes... Sorry?
Eating a sandwich. Sorry, I didn't want to interrupt with my mouthful. Just means hole.
Yeah, basically, yeah. It just means hole. It just restricts the amount of light that can come through.
Whoa. So wait a second, guys. You mean to tell me that the human eye is an aperture?
The iris would be.
Yeah, what you think a pupil is?
I'm drawing it out. I appreciate y'all very, very much, gentlemen. Thank you, brothers.
No worries. Anytime. Yeah. Absolute pleasure.
So in that example, there'd be diffraction occurring because you've got incoherent light passing through an aperture.
Well done. Let's walk out these things so that we can bring up the level of understanding among the people who are afraid to ask the question, what is an aperture? Right? Because people don't realize that a lens is an aperture. Your eye is an aperture.
Yeah, like a tool. That's where people, it's interesting when they say they've seen the curvature of the earth. And they can't trust it. And they can trust it. And you'd have to use a tool. Well, that's what your eye is. Your eye is in their worldview, a perfect tool mastered through generations of evolution. It's like it kind of highlights they don't understand. Well, I said evolution.
And you walk out the idea. So you walk out the idea of tools that have apertures. A sextant has an aperture. Telescope, aperture. Camera, aperture. Anything, again, as you all were saying, that allows light to pass through it, aperture. Correct?
Yeah, I mean that's the main definition. There's a couple other side definitions, like I don't know, something with like chimney sweeping or something like that, like how much smoke goes through.
But if you just want to do it, if you just want to put it simply, it's just a hole. Yeah, it's just a hole that light can pass through.
Why are we discussing this? We covered this. Why it's a hole? Okay. Why are we covering it? Is there a reason behind it?
Killian had questions about he didn't know what the word aperture was.
No. Let's be clear here, right? I asked the question within the confines of the conversation in order for us to fully walk out what an aperture is, so everybody here understands when we talk about aperture, i.e., what is the height of the aperture above the surface that's taking a picture of whatever it is we're looking at. These are terms that we should understand if we're going to, in fact, talk about it. That's all. Thanks.
Okay, that's good, but we weren't, though, at that particular point, which is why I got confused. Fine. Okay.
Oh, no, it was my fault. I think someone asked what the discussion was about with that AO leak, and I said it was about aperture in the Jeranism Netflix hit.
Okay, so we're back there. So you want to ask his question then?
Exactly. He came back, was afraid to speak up, so I spoke up on his behalf because apparently he might, but not now.
Who wants to talk about the holes in Jaren pseudoscience? Fine.
Well, no, there was a few in here today that were all together that were just basically wouldn't let it go. Yeah, it claimed curvature, but couldn't give us any details of what they did, couldn't give us the distances between the boards, and in fact didn't even know what an aperture was and what occurred when light passes through one.
I'm sure you had to be there. Great. Okay.
Just the usual standard of argument we get in here. What did we have today? We had that. We had the Red Bull jump. Was about it, actually, and that went for about 6 hours.
Okay. Fun.
Lots of hand wave dismissals.
You all got some questions lined up?
Well, we do have a few new people in here, but no one's speaking up at the moment.
We're going live in about 20 minutes. So, first and foremost, please don't swear. You pipe up with a question. Other than that, well, that's it. Just don't swear.
And that's
last discussion. Please abide by the terms of Discord and YouTube.
And that was just it. The whole idea of the aperture coming up was just giving some foundation to start a conversation or something to push forward on, because silence is silence.
No, I get it. You were put in a dude's position, so it could be understood in terms of what he was asking, but it's never going to progress in terms of we know why he's asking it. Fair enough for trying.
I got a question. How many years of globe abuse does it take before you'll finally walk away from it?
I mean, when you say walk away from it, what's it that I'm walking away from?
The abusive relationship. As a glober, I consider it an abusive relationship. I'm just saying, how intimate do you need to be with the globe to actually question it before you're ready to walk away? Do you need to interrogate the globe first? Or because I don't see people coming in and waking up without a fight. So I'm just wondering how much abuse, globe abuse, do they need before they're ready to wake up?
We covered this yesterday, actually. Stockholm Syndrome. What that is?
Yep, that's it. I mean, is there any data on Stockholm Syndrome? How much is how much is too much?
Saying it's an abusive relationship, and Stockholm Syndrome is the defending of the abuser to the point where it's done even to the abused party's detriment. The other day we had people coming in and it wasn't globe, it was ether, but at the point that their guru, in this case Whitsit's, shown to be lying, I'd rather say that they're stupid. Literally one said, I must be retarded, when it's glaringly obvious that there's a lie on the table. Because they'd rather say I'm stupid or I'm retarded in that case and accept the lie of the guru. Well, that's Stockholm Syndrome. So used to, like I say, it's not globe, it's ether, but in that case, the lies that are insidious and consistent, a lot of S's, and you get used to it and then you start defending the abuser. That's just how Stockholm Syndrome works. Well, you're describing the exact same thing for the globe. Go to the globe gurus and ask them why this doesn't work, and they give you another lie, saying, how long can that continue? Well, unfortunately, when you reach that point, that's why we have what we call anti-flat earthers. We want to defend the lies. Bad, really. The point where they'll deny the original rhetoric. They'll deny original globe rhetoric in favour of denouncing us and what we say in the face of their original rhetoric. So something that the globe needs, they'll literally relinquish because we're saying otherwise. Nuts. That's insanity for you. It doesn't affect me anymore.
It's batshit crazy, and they're the most staunch defenders of it. I think it's very ironic. And they're the most abusive to us as well.
Same applies to us, though. You could say the same about our relationship with the anti-flat earthers, right?
Well,
how is that the same?
I'll expand on it. Right, so on my show, I occasionally describe the two routes that you can take if you just arrived at my show, which is highly unlikely. Very few newbies just land on my show. But for the sake of this discussion, you get there and you find out elevation angles with respect to a plane, and that's what creates the maps. Okay, so you learn in one show that Earth's measured flat. At that point, you've got to walk in the road. You can either get on with your day. That's to say that in this scenario for you, you don't have to tolerate the abuse of anti-flat earthers. Just get on with your day. You know the score. You know Earth's measured flat. You can just get on with your life. Nothing changes. It was always measured flat. That's what produces the navigation systems and all of the building and the navigating and the flying and the sailing. It's all done flat, and so are the maps and the systems of the maps. That doesn't mean you need to go on with your evangelical flat earth tip and convert a load of people. You can just get on with your life. Get on with your job. It doesn't change anything. It was always flat to begin with and still is. Yeah. Or the other fork in the road. Learn everything that we've covered for the last 10 years so that you're well equipped to debate anti-flat earthers, the people who want to get engaged in these discussions, abused as you're describing them. Then you need to know every single detail of their position and how to undo it. That can take quite a lot of time and effort. So if you sucker for that and you want to tell people how they're wrong and debate with these people, then you've got to expect a bit of abuse. You can't really moan about it. On the other hand, you don't have to tolerate it. You can just turn your back on them, get on with your day. You know it's flat. You know it's measured flat. There's no uncertainty about it. Who cares what anyone else thinks? Everyone's entitled to their belief. Every day you'll meet globe believers. They're not the flat earthers that give you the abuse, though, in your day-to-day life. And when they tell you about how it's globy, you don't even have to give a wry smile. You don't have to be rude. Just it's not. That's it.
Well, we now have extra groups to contend with here because we originally started off, it was globe and flat, and then we had globe and flat and ether, and now we've got flat earthers also claiming true shape of the earth as globe. So we've got the globe plus the ether plus the globe flat earthers. It's crazy.
Don't even start with that ether.
Very triggering for Neil.
Sorry, Neil. Very triggering
It's
for
so
Flatsy
triggering.
too.
The ether thing is so triggering for some of my panel. They want to elevate it to the lofty realms of being covered in the book I'm writing. Like, this is some sideline from a community within a community. Some complete garbage. Poison within a very small flat earth community. Yet we've got a globe that's peddled throughout 98% of the surface of the earth that we dwell atop. The one world religion, and no, it's like, this isn't a big deal. It's just poison that we need to root out from our own community.
So now we got another one. Globe-shaped flat earth.
I heard about that a couple of days ago. It's been seeded into the community by people like Dave Weiss. Quote, it just could be a really big ball. I'm paraphrasing, actually. It wasn't a direct quote. Nevertheless, and I heard some of I think it's called Pirate Gaming, several million subscribers, talking about this merge between Super Ball and Flat Earth, and then you end up with this Super Ball Flat Earth conspiracy, and you're like, yep, that's what the very shilly counterparts on Dave Weiss's side of this argument with Witsit and Jaren and all the rest of these numpties that are on Netflix, so we're being asked about Aperture. These are the people discrediting us. Supposed to be our gurus and leaders. They're the biggest amongst us. They're just doing nothing but discrediting us. Really big ball Dave, right? Supposed to be Flat Earth Dave. Nope, really big ball. B.
Yeah, I think the claim was, well, it's not a perfect sphere. and we can't really give it shape, so it's a globe, a glob.
Nuts, isn't it? Want to control the opposition?
Horizontals never a perfect sphere.
On one deck.
I'm saying horizontals never a perfect sphere, is it?
No.
Oh, dearie me.
Fantasize all you like about it being a bigger ball that originates at 3959 in heliocentric paradigm. It's derived from the flat Earth measurements. The minimums for things like Polaris comes the equator, set in stone. It can't be altered. So to assert that it's just a really big ball, well, then it won't reverse engineers into the angles that the stars are measured with. That's why the ball has a radius of 3959 in the heliocentric paradigm. It has to match the flat Earth measurements that made the ball. There are no flat Earth measurements making a really big ball. Stupid nonsense. Presumably, that they can lead us as the opposition back onto the original ball that you came off. So, it'd be foolish to think there aren't shills amongst us. There are.
And isn't that why QE wrote the Black Swan the way he did at the end, where Earth is not a ball, because once you falsify that radius, it falsifies everything else?
Set in stone. Can't have anything other than radius value 3959. It's the basis for the latitude and longitude system. You change that and the maps don't work anymore.
Who was the first guy that said, best you've disproved the radius?
Mr. Sensible.
Oh, he didn't think it through, did he, Nathan?
Change the size of the ball. You change the measurements that it's working from within the ball in the equatorial sphere. On the equatorial plane with the celestial sphere wrapped around that plane. The angles that are projected through the Haversine conversion onto a ball you're no longer standing on if you're measuring the angles in hell on a plane can only function if those angles come from the plane, that's the equatorial plane, through the globe, doesn't exist and you're not standing on measuring these angles, through the position that you create with Haversine conversion, through to celestial sphere. That's how it functions. You alter the size of the ball, that doesn't function anymore. It's the only way you can convince people the ball has some purpose in this. The ball has no function beyond its latitude measurements that are glorified positions on a protractor. Because you're not utilising the ball surface if it's alleged to be the surface. You're inside it measuring angles off a flat plane. Just converting those angles through a surface that you're not standing on. They must match, make it seem in some semblance of fashion to match with the world that you have and you measure these angles. You can't make it bigger. Precisely, Neil. That is why the Black Swan is arranged in the way it is. Every distance to horizon must be no more than 1.2 times the square root of the observer's height feet. That is the precise value of the sphere edge at radius 3959. Those measurements are set in stone. They come from a flat Earth. They only work in that one ball fashion. Hey, Greg. Central.
Hello. Good afternoon.
I don't know if you've done this before, Craig. We're in politics server today, so we've got to be particularly polite. We are guests here. I'm sure you would have been anyway.
It's Friday. Fantastic Friday.
Have you done one before? Have you been here before on a Friday?
Yeah. Not. Don't really get a chance to. I don't like to speak sometimes because I might get called away any second. So.
No, fair enough.
Yeah, we should be in for a good, interesting conversations.
Hopefully so. As I say, we're starting in about 8 minutes, so I might as well do my little preamble just before we go live. So, any of you who aren't regulars, we are here as guests because Earth is measured flat for all claimants in this formerly called a debate. It isn't. Everybody who measures anything to do with Earth will measure Earth flat. That is including but not limited to expression of a ball faith based on those measurements. And the ball faith, the globe, is based on flat Earth measurements. The genesis of all claims for Earth, its shape, if you believe you are on a ball, their origins in flat Earth measurements. All roads lead to a flat Earth. We want everybody who is a flat earther, or a globe earther for that matter, to understand this fact. It is indisputable. That's it. Please don't swear when the live show starts. That's it. Done. That's my preamble.
And pop yourself on mute if you're not talking.
Been that, like we said the other day, it's been like that for thousands of years. I mean, globe is flat, and the Greeks all knew that. They measured angles using sticks and shadows. And it must be flat for horizontal shadows. That guy Alberuni, he knew the globe was flat. He even measured the height of a mountain like that. When I was a sailor navigating the sea, the surface of the ocean appeared very flat to me. Triangulation on the surface of Earth, all achievable without one single use of a curve.
Awesome.
Bars.
I hope you're getting a poetry book together one deck. You've got some good ones now. Keep them coming, mate.
59.
That's a good name for a poem. 39.59.
The price of my book.
It's good fun, yeah.
Have you got a book, Nathan?
Not yet. It's being finished off just as we speak.
Ah, good stuff. Looking forward to seeing it.
Me too. A very, very, very long production process. Ripped up and rewritten about 2 or 3 times. It's gone from
like it's going to be. Sorry, go.
There you go.
I'm just saying. Like you said the other day, we picked on. You're correct. I mean, it's got to. You're going to have. It's going to be critiqued, isn't it? You know what I mean? It's got to be perfect. Every comma, every punctuation, every word. It's got to be perfect.
But the content's completely changed. So it went from a story of Earth debate and housekeeping and my journey through YouTube being a reference book for Flat Earth, with all the different subject matters being covered and dissected in excruciating detail, with heavy references and citations from exceptionally good sources, all listed separately and utilised within the text, and throughout the text contextually correct, so it reads nicely. It's been a massive undertaking, but what will be produced at the end is exactly as I just described, a flat earth reference book. That is to say, a book that you can take off the shelf, go, how do I deal with gravity? Click, 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 click. And then it's listing all of the arguments and positions and all of the counter positions in a text that's readable like a book, because it's come from origins, that is to say the first draft, if you will. It's me just talking about what we do and how we do it and examples of that. That's been moulded into things that can have specific citations and references at the back of the book with very clear examples and descriptions of examples. There's a bit of humour in there. It is actually still like a book, as in you'd read it from start to end. It's not like you're just going to pick out sections for like a medical journal or something. It's not like that. It's a read-worthy book as well, which is probably why it's taken such a long time. The getting it to be a nice book to read took about a year or maybe a bit less, and then it's taken the last 8 months to turn that into something that becomes a flat earth reference. You've got the combined joy of being able to say, no, you'll enjoy reading this because it is still a story of how the progression of the quote unquote debate has occurred. It isn't a debate, and here's why. Here's all of the different points, and they're bullet marked now and still capable of having a subheading through the housekeeping questions that was the original format for the book. There's a lot crammed into it, rather than writing something about how I've progressed through the story and then story of Flat Earth, that is, and then adding to that with a whole load of references and arguments. It's like the whole thing's been mushed together into, like I say, an exceptional good reference book for people who want to just go, right, I'll give this to my relative and they'll know the ins and outs of everything to do with the subject by the end of the book. And if they are unsure about anything specific, they can go to the reference section and see exactly how NASA described it, for example. Yeah, it'll be something to be extremely proud of, and I'll when you're hearing me punting it with true passion, because I'm sure I've heard people out on the circuit when they've got a book. They're like, yeah, buy my book. I'll be doing that too, but you'll hear that I'm truly, truly passionate about the effort and quality of the material I'm actually punting. I am already very, very proud of what we've achieved with the book. To harp on about it, which I am.
It's going to be great.
Yeah, it is already. It just needs finishing off. We're nearly there. By Christmas, I hope it's out. I really, really want it to come out by Christmas. Whether or not it does is just one of those. It's being edited to standards, not to time, unfortunately. But the original purpose of it was to earn an extra revenue stream. Now, while that will be the case, and would be the case for a lot longer, given the quality of it as a reference book, rather than my story at this point in time, which has a limited lifespan. But it won't have a limited lifespan. It will remain on the shelves for as long as I'm alive, hopefully, and generate a revenue stream, because it will always generate interest, which is good. So it's definitely been worth the extra effort, and it will be something that you can say to next man, you should buy this book. You'll learn about why Earth's flat.
You could tell him yourself on Good Morning America.
What are you going to call it? Very important choice.
Oh, I think he's doing the intro. He didn't ignore you.
It's literally so easy for the Globers to wake up now. You've got no bloody excuse, guys. Got all this work being done for you.
Welcome, Flat Earth Debate Live. I'm your host, Nathan Oakley, and if you are new to this channel, or you've not done so already, then be sure to subscribe. Hit the bell notification icon and join button if you'd like to become a Nathan Oakley 1980 channel member and keep up to date with the Flat Earth Debate. If you would like to support the channel, there is a super chat that runs alongside each of these shows while they are live, and there's also a Ko-Fi, Patreon, crypto and thanks button in the info box below the video. Most importantly, if you'd like to join the discussion, simply mute the page you are currently watching, then click the link in the info box below this video to join the panel and express your views on the nature of Earth. If you join, please don't swear. If you do, you'll be ejected, and if you are, please don't try to rejoin the stream using sock accounts. You'll be warmly welcome back on the next stream. Please also share the show on social media. Sharing the show obviously increases the live audience, but this in turn increases the chances of a more diverse panel, so please share the show on Facebook and X. We are joined by Neil, Wandeck, Click OK, Sensual Goat, and a whole bunch of people in the Politics Flat Earth 24/7 Discord server, so welcome one and all.
Yeehaw!
Good afternoon.
Yo.
Hello, hello.
Oh. A few globe believers, I would assume, in this Discord server today on a Friday. I'm going to ask a housekeeping question. Why not? Any evidence you can acquire an elevation angle measurement from a curved baseline?
Can't get angle from a curve.
The basis of the maps, basis of the charts, the basis of the Cartesian grid used to navigate. Systems that we expanded the known territories were all done with these elevation angles, taken from a flat plane. Globe itself was created with these flat Earth angles of elevation. Earth's measured flat. As I said in my preamble, that's the reason we're in politics on a Friday. Stony silences might be a thing that happens while we're waiting for somebody to pipe up with a question. We will see how we get on. As always, there's often fireworks and heated discussions on a Friday. There's often long, protracted periods of silences once the Discord panel figure out that we're live, which we now are, which is happy days around. Got several new videos, one that's just literally been released before this live show went out. Timed it so that it would end and promote the idea of coming to this live stream as soon as you'd seen that video. So hopefully there's a few people who've toddled along to my live stream after watching that. Hope you all enjoyed it. Took a long time to edit, about 6 hours.
A lot of these globe believers, though, they openly admit that you're using a sextant and you're using elevation angle measurements, measure latitude, and to navigate the surface of Earth. I'm going to say without realizing that, that's got nothing to do with curvature. We're using the surface of Earth. It's an elevation angle, horizontal, nothing to do with curvature. So obviously, we're not using a curved surface of Earth when we're using the elevation angle with the sea sextant, using a flat horizontal baseline. Nothing to do with curvature whatsoever. But they need to get this disconnect in the head. They can't comprehend what we're saying, apparently. I can't understand why that is.
My favourite part of Friday is just waiting for somebody who can't comprehend it to come along and start telling me that, oh, we can do all this with the globe, and then taking them to the latitude and longitude grid itself. It's like, you're never going to change how these systems function. In my humble opinion, this is the route to get people to understand and appreciate the nature of Earth. That is to say, flat Earth as their actual reality. And I'll tell you why. People are scared of something that's different or new or unfamiliar. People don't like that. They like the familiar, they like routine. If you can show them that nothing changes, nothing to be scared of because nothing's going to change. It was always dealt with flat. It was always measured flat. It still is measured flat. There's nothing to be scared of. People say, one of their first questions I hear is, what difference will it make? How does it affect me? Well, if you can say, it doesn't. Nothing will change. The Earth was always flat. It was always measured flat. The globe itself came from those measurements. While you're entitled to your belief, if you understand the origins of your globe, you understand that they came from the measurements that we still use to this day, because that's how Earth is. Nothing will change. The Earth does not unfold when you appreciate that measurements of the Earth itself, flat, have created this religious belief in the surface being spherical. It isn't. You need flat Earth measurements to make that paradigm for people to believe in. If you have an appreciation of that, you'll then realise why all the maps are flat, why all the systems are flat, why all the angle measurements are flat, why flatten the turf before we build on it. You realise that it's nothing's changing. It's always been dealt with that way. Earth's always been treated as a flat plane because it is one.
Yeah, well, but why would they do that? Right, Earth is flat, but why would they make it a globe? It makes no sense, Nathan.
Appeal to motive fallacy. I don't care. I can show you how they made it. Why is an appeal to motivation fallacy in this subject? It's just matters of fact. What you see on screen now is the way you create the Mercator projection. Visualization of projecting the points that the globe would give you on a flat map with a Cartesian grid. Okay? If you understand that, and you understand that the globe itself has latitude and longitude on it, because the angles measured off a plane created them, can be converted from an equatorial plane through the globe, effectively meaning the globe is nothing more than a protractor, you can understand how the origins of the flat maps are projections of globes that have come from flat Earth angle measurements. There's this like convoluted transition to make it seem like this on screen now. Well, it's just this. It's just globe projected onto a flat map. That's all it is. Well, how did the globe get created? With flat Earth angle measurements to the stars. They're projected on points, converted mathematically. But when we actually utilise any of these systems, even the orbital systems themselves, we're describing ourselves as being inside the globe, because the globe's nothing more than a protractor.
I've never heard anybody explain how curvature is measured from the opponent's side. No, I know, but they can't. They claim it is, but they can't. When as soon as they open their mouth, they're talking about flat Earth elevation angle measurements,
including and not limited to the claim that we have calculable Earth curvature derived from flat Earth measurements. Also, yes, one deck. Surface level, eye level, parallel, required to be measured to infer that there's an Earth curve calculable below the surface level. There isn't. Earth's measured flat for every instance.
If you're so confident that you are actually measuring the curvature of Earth, why in the next breath do you say you're measuring it locally flat? And that doesn't make sense.
A calculating curve, and to do so they need to measure it flat.
Oh dear.
Yeah, hopefully our time will be fun. We stay here for about an hour live, so like I say, if there are any questions from any of you in the Discord server, there's an abundance of you. Feel free, now is the time to ask. If not, welcome all of you to Flat Earth. Now you know, if you've been paying attention, where your globe religion came from, if you're a globe believer, or that you don't need to concern yourself with debating people. You can get on with your day now. Not necessarily great for my YouTube subs, but you don't need us once you know Earth's measured flat, and it always was, will be, and that's all there is to it.
Still didn't answer my question. Why would they do something like that? What's the purpose of making it a globe?
I already addressed this too. It's an appeal to motivation fallacy when you can show how the globe is created. I've got it on screen for you as well as my audience right now, Neil. The description from the centre isn't you measuring the surface and you saying, well, why did they do this? Who cares? Measured flat. Doesn't matter why they created the globe. You can ponder that if you want to. But your appeal to motivation fallacy is almost like saying, you know, your cheating wife's been caught red-handed and you want to find out why she did it. No. Here's the lie. Earth's measured flat. Why would they lie? I don't care.
All right, they got a diagram of a car. They make a car. The reason why they make a car is to get from point A to point E faster. You're telling me that they just constructed this globe at a flat Earth elevation angle measurements for no reason?
No, I know the reason, but now that I've laboured the point that it's not really relevant, I could give you the history of it. I could explain how the church needed better predictive capabilities for the lights in the sky. They needed to tell the congregation when Easter was accurately. How out-of-the-box thinking, in terms of Earth's sphericity, put into a elliptical orbital motion by Kepler. That elliptical orbital motion is an attempt to mathematically describe with better accuracy positional data of the light tracked with flat Earth elevation angles in the sky. That out-of-the-box thinking puts you on an asymptotically flat plane with you in the centre of hell, describing Earth as a sphere derived from flat Earth measurements moving around the sun. Try and square the circle of, remember the name of these, epicycles. Got it, yes. And turning them into, the new version of it now, retrograde motion. I'll get there. I'm a bit rusty.
Doing pretty good, Nathan.
Pretty good. I'm getting there. Well, that purpose is serves only one outcome: to know better when Easter will be in that particular instance, better predictive capabilities. But out-of-the-box thinking that puts you in hell, moving around the sun, aka heliocentric, with Keplerian orbital ellipses, doesn't mean that the maths that's utilised to create that out-of-the-box thinking puts you on the surface of the protractor, claimed to be the surface of the surface that you're not measuring, in this cyclical motion on a asymptotically flat plane anyway. Like, even that description of orbital motion requires a flat plane. All roads lead to flat Earth. Why is irrelevant. Even if you know that they're just trying to better predict when Easter will be. Who cares? Does it matter?
Exactly. It doesn't matter because we know for a fact how it's measured. It's measured flat. Elevation angles to and from Polaris to get the latitude. So you can't get out of that fact. Like you said, Nathan, it's been done like this for thousands of years. The Greeks all knew it.
Why did you cheat on me? I loved you. We had such a beautiful marriage.
So it doesn't matter why they've lied, because that does not alter the facts of the matter, how it's measured. It doesn't alter it. Nothing to do with it. How it's physically measured.
The other question we get asked: what difference does it make? How does it matter? Okay, if Earth's flat, what does it matter? Oh, it doesn't. It won't affect you in the slightest. There's nothing to be scared of. It was always flat to begin with. The way we've expanded our territories was flat with angles to the stars. The way we've made the models to navigate territory we expanded flat was with angles to the stars. Cartesian grid we now commonly use in GPS has sod all to do with the globe, beyond the projected distortion created from a globe that was created from flat Earth elevation angles to the stars. Now you know, Earth's measured flat. You can create a globe with those measurements, and then you can project that globe onto a flat map so it's useful again. Earth is ultimately utilised, functionally measured, and practically applied in all respects as a flat plane.
Good morning.
Morning, Ted.
Morning, Ted.
I can't believe what I'm here. Good morning, Mondeck, Neil. I can't believe what I'm hearing. One day removed from the AI presentation. Two things. Mondeck, you said, how did they get their curve measurements? You want to repeat that?
Yeah, they used elevation angle measurements.
No, that's not how they got their curve measurements. This elevation angle will have to prove a flat 180 baseline.
Yeah, they measured it flat and then they did some mathematics to create the globe. That's what they did.
No, they did spherical triangle, which is an oxymoron. Triangles has 3 straight sides. But it's the concave inner surface of the celestial sphere, which is imaginary. And anyone can walk outside tonight and look at the horizon from east to west and see the arc of a protractor resembled in the way stars move against the sky. So their spherical measurement, which became their Earth, is perspective measurement using what they call spherical triangle, the PZX, and the Haversine formula. It's never regarding the Earth's surface. So yes, they measured curvature, but it's perspective. It's not even real because the stars are moving straight, as we know by the astronomical rectangle as shown yesterday in the presentation. You got to have the square with the 490s. So the only curvature they got is perspective curvature. And then they reify you on the arc of the protractor. Second, it does matter because, as you said, Nathan, once you know someone is lying, you cut them off from your life. So once you find out they're lying about the nature of this Earth, yeah, maybe the reason is not known, or there could be many reasons, but it does make a difference because now you know that the entities that are still pushing this lie cannot be trusted. And so it matters so that you don't get fooled by them on other matters. Called discernment.
So we're all now clear about which show we're talking about. So at the end of the live response to a shorts video by Pirate Gaming, I think that's the right name, did an extended presentation based on a back and forth he had with ChatGPT or similar. Check that out. It's the end of yesterday's live stream, which is titled Response to Pirate Gaming.
Yeah, it wasn't ChatGPT, it's Perplexity AI. It's another AI engine.
Sure, but you know what you go through and cover based on what is scrapable from the common knowledge of man, in this case, whatever it's called, AI, is what's being presented, and it's very, very enlightening because there is no arguing with the reality that we measure, how that is utilized and projected through Haversine conversion. Take heed, and it's worthy of critique from Wandeck, sorry. Because they don't take any measurements of an Earth curve. They can produce Earth curve, if you want to call it that, as a glorified protractor the Haversine conversion, as 10th Man just detailed, and went through in more detail yesterday. Yeah, check it out. It's yesterday's show at Pirate Gaming.
What is Haversine conversion?
They measure, just hang on for a second there, Neil, please. They measure sky curve due to perspective, and then they say that's what you live on.
It's on screen now.
And then just to jump in for quick, that's the whole thing about spherical excess that they claim.
Do you see the angle there in that picture Nathan's got up right now?
He's in
the orange
Discord.
line?
No, he doesn't.
Okay. Well, just imagine an angle emanating from the vertex where the two lines meet. They're actually touching. That's where the navigator with the sextant would be. It widens as it extends and gets wider and wider and wider, but the angle never changes. You can have a correct angle measurement at any point of those two lines, even when they get wider apart than from the beginning, where it was originally originating from. And what they've done is they've taken the perspective view of the sky. Well, you'll see it another time. And they put you on that, and the angles retain their accuracy.
Exactly. We were covering this just by coincidence, we were covering this in the pre-show for the reason it can't be a bigger ball. Projected points of the angles don't change as you project them through the ball, as you can see on screen now. The reason the line continues is because that line, I'll just highlight it with my mouse, continues out to the celestial sphere. The ball must have a radius value of 3959 in this bastardization of angle measurements off a plane, that they correspond with the angle that actually gets measured off the plane to the light in the sky, which is on the celestial sphere. You're creating a glorified protractor, calling it a globe Earth, that the angles at 3959 radius will correspond with the flat Earth measurements that you will use when you measure stars.
Okay, I think it's 10th. I wrote something down the other month, and I think it just sort of fits in with what you're saying. It's only short, but it was sort of, it blows my mind how they hijacked the perspective of the celestial dome heavens to then bring down perspective from a curved dome down to a flat Earth, and to create a globe model that doesn't account for perspective and replaces perspective with curvature when perspective was used in the first instance to create the non-perspective Earth curve model.
I like it.
That's pretty accurate there. That was good. I followed along with that. That was very accurate.
I like it.
The word model. Paradigm.
In the reading I've done, or readings, the Greeks fantasized, thought, evaluated when they looked at the moon, the sun, and said, I wonder if we're a sphere like that, a circle like that, a globe like that. And so, obviously, ideas have consequences. And so when they have those ideas, and they're saying, well, obviously, we got to be a big globe because it looks flat, locally flat. So let's put a stick in the ground and get an elevation angle with a shadow. And that could work if the Earth is curving. So let's assume we are on a globe, and the difference between Eratosthenes, Cyan, and the other place is because the Earth is curving.
Alexandria.
Okay? So this is how they formulated the whole thing, and eventually books were written, and people who wanted that to be their reality need to prove it somehow. So what do? They look at the sky, and they see the perspective view of the celestial sphere, which is imaginary, and say, that's what we live on, the arc of that protractor. So in using a sextant, which is an angle measuring device, which needs a 180 baseline, and you go to 0 to 90, right there should tell you how they've hijacked everything. There is no 90, no perpendicular, no vertical meeting a horizontal on a globe curved surface. Yet that's the process of celestial navigation, because it's flat. And it's the sky that they're reifying as the arc of the protractor. And so that's why Andrew Thomas Young has to say clearly that all his refraction studies were done on a plane. But Earth is not flat, so we need some considerations in geometry because we have to make it work on a globe. There you go. That's what they do.
Pretty clever how they did it, though.
Well, it's a way of taking someone who's got a sextant, telling them it's a 180 to a 90, and at the same time mesmerizing that guy and making him think he's not on the 180. And after the local horizon, which is the limitation of his eyesight, disappears, Earth is dropping, curving. Well, that can't work because, as yesterday's presentation showed, 75-degree co-altitude would give you 4,500 miles, nautical miles, flat plane that the two zeniths, the one of the sun creating the GP, the one of the observer, the 90, and not be diverging. You need a rectangle. You need the astronomical rectangle. So it's got to be flat. The sky distance, the zenith distance in the sky with the inverted triangle base is the same as the one on the surface of the Earth, as AI explained.
I think it's amazing. Yeah, they made us look up at the sky and then they pulled out the flat rug from beneath our feet.
Yeah. I think it does matter that they lie because there has to be a purpose for the continuation of the lie once they found out it wasn't a globe versus when they thought it was and they didn't have P900 to see why the mast of the ship was the last thing disappearing. But then when they zoom in, they see the hole in the water. It's the limitation of the eyes. So they couldn't prove it that way. So it's just these little things due to perspective that can assist someone to think the Earth is actually curving because bottom up this obstruction happens on everything on a flat plane because you're running out of space. As the further you go out, the compression against the deck, the sky is wide open. So you see those things last. They don't disappear. That's why it takes all the way to the edge of the horizon before you see a cloud touching the sea. Not touching the sea.
Yeah, that's what they're calling the curve of the sky, and that's what that effect that you're calling perspective is what creates the celestial sphere. Like you say, the clouds above your head are the same altitude in that example as the clouds that are touching the horizon. You can easily imagine visually how that would create a protractor around you. That's the arc that you take the measurements of the angles to the stars with. You can then project those points through Haversine, as Neil was asking, onto that protractor at radius 3959 based on a polarocentric measurement that gives you a minimum at the equator. That would be the minimum that you can see that star with. That creates the latitude and longitude grid for the north. That's half of the celestial sphere. You then do the same for an inferred point in the south. You've got a full sphere wrapped around a flat plane, the north, and an antipodal flat plane for the south. That is the celestial sphere model. If you wrap a globe around it, you're taking angles from within the globe. It's basically completely surplus to requirements. That's how you'd create it to make it look like there's a globe inside of on the outside of a flat plane that you're actually measuring these angles with, and created the entire system to begin with a parallel sky to the ground that you see with a perspective view. Summary 10th. One's off mute in Discord. Does someone want to add something?
Yeah, I just wanted to add before we get too far away from the comment that as he mentioned the limitation to our eyesight when he brought up zooming back into the ship that was gone. When he says that limitation of our eyesight, myself, I completely understand what he says, and I'm sure most people listening do. But I find for some reason when we try to explain to the Globers, you can't see the Eiffel Tower because you can't see forever. They don't comprehend that their sight has a limit. It's insane. Sorry, go ahead.
It's cool that you understand this, but by the same token, it's not your positive claim to defend, right? You don't have to explain limitations of view with perspective. I know we've been talking about it with the stars, which is slightly different, but nevertheless, It's their responsibility to prove that there's a physical geometric sphere edge horizon debunked in 2020 by the Black Swan. It's not your responsibility to explain why we've got a horizon. It really isn't. Not your burden.
There's an important part to that question. Who was that person that asked that question? That was a good question or statement.
Flatman Canal, is that right, Smee?
Yeah, Flatman Cannon, yeah.
Okay, so there's a psychology that I've picked up on all these years debating the subject, and Nathan's well aware of it, as so are many people who are on the show now. Psychology is when you're born, kindergarten all the way to meeting you, me, or Nathan, and we're talking about the subject, all you've seen is everything reifying a globe, all the space movies, the globe in the classroom, everything. Okay, so then all of a sudden, they put a tramp stamp underneath flat earth videos on YouTube, get an act of Congress to say, these people are crazy. This is an archaic view. This is what the old timers thought, but we've come a long way. They didn't have science back then. So they frame it in that way. Now that sets up our opponent. It could be our cousin, right? It could be someone you're married to, in a psychological state that we are crazy and we don't have science. Okay? So now when you're talking to them, realize this is how they're looking at you. When you say what you said about the Eiffel Tower, they understand that. They understand the mountain looks, you can hold your thumb in front of a mountain and it covers the whole mountain. As you drive towards the mountain is huge and your thumb can't even cover a boulder. You know this. The problem is the whole argument. They are conditioned to think we're nuts. So they can't stop and look at one fact built upon another fact that destroys this big lie. And it is a big lie.
Okay, well, we're about halfway through to our time in politics today, so hopefully there's a couple more questions to come.
I thought Nick would be in here asking questions. He always is.
Who?
Guy Nick.
I know who Nick is. Anyway, does anybody have any questions? Maybe we should appeal to the ones who are normally the ones checking out the chat.
Yeah, Nick got removed from the server. He had done some cringe stuff. That's the guy I was talking about in the pre-show. Kept opening mod mail and blurting TOS stuff.
Oh, okay. Say no more.
That's very telling.
Anybody else?
Nathan, I have a question.
Awesome.
Yeah, do you know the buildings in the distance, yeah? If the Earth was, the surface is curved, yeah? Shouldn't the buildings in the far distance be at an angle? But in reality, they're not at an angle, are they? Because the surface of the Earth is not curved.
Okay, well, you're inventing a position that they don't take in their official rhetoric to brace against, which is fine because the principle that you're describing might well be true. I'm not saying you're wrong. But they have an assertion that Earth curve is a physical geometric sphere edge horizon, low surface level at 1.2 times the square root of the observer's height above the surface level. That's flat. They've got an official rhetoric. We debunked it in 2020. The argument's called the Black Swan. Would you go through it?
Yeah, go on, Nathan.
If the Earth was a sphere with a radius of 3959 miles, and every distance to horizon measurement can be no more than 1.2 times the square root of the observer's height in feet, as laid down in Earth curve maths. Distance to horizon in the Black Swan is beyond the limitations at 1.2 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. Therefore, the horizon is not Earth curve, and the Earth is not a sphere.
Yeah, understood, Nathan.
Is it trying to take a position that they're not taking? They can rightly claim that you're just claiming a straw man, because it's not part of their official claim. If their official claim is 1.2 times the square root of the observer's height in feet, that height comes from a surface level. Well, the eye level that you derive from surface level, that's parallel with the surface level flat, is what's needed to make this claim. So in 2024, we're saying, look, all claims lead to a flat Earth. This is no exception. You need a flat Earth to make this assertion, right? You need surface level and a height of eye level above it to infer that there's a Earth curve below surface level at 1.2 times the square root of the observer's height above surface level. You need a flat Earth to claim Earth curve. It's absurd, but true. All roads lead to a flat Earth, not just Earth curve. Globe's made with flat Earth measurements. So, like I say, if you're gonna take a positive stance against their positive claim, you need to work within the parameters of their actual official positive claim, and that's that there's an Earth curve edge at 1.2 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. That's what's in Earth curve maths. That is their claim.
So wait, you're saying that they have the edge? Because for years they were asking us about our edge.
And Neil, they're the ones with the edge.
And
below the surface level that's flat that they must measure.
And speaking to that, though, I will say, and I mean, I approach this respectfully, if we are going to, in fact, unpack their model, right, their claim of it being a ball, I do think that it's fair to point out that there would be this diverging plumb line observation if, in fact, we were dealing with a ball, which we would see this tilting of buildings on the surface in order to prop up the spheroid claim. But as I stated, we don't see that. Therefore, you go back to your fallback position of a level, stationary, topographical plane.
Yeah, but sure. But as I'm saying, to claim the sphere that you're making this assertion outside of their official claim needs a flat plane to make surface that you're working outside of their official claim with. The ball that you're going to infer would have angles of buildings tilting on it. That curve that's being inferred was made with flat Earth measurements, right? Derived at 3959 in the maths. It's outside of their claim and needs you to whistle past the flat Earth needed to make globe to have the buildings not angling on it, if that makes sense.
Nathan, it's not even their claim. Their claim is that the GP of a star, assume that's that building in the distance, and the observer have vertical zeniths, 90s. That's the astronomical rectangle. Their claim is that zeniths do not diverge. It creates a rectangle with 4 90s, an inverted right angle triangle, the baseline in the sky known as zenith distance, and the right angle triangle using the sea horizon with a Mariner sextant with the baseline on the surface of the ocean. When you put those two together, it creates a rectangle, and the zeniths do not diverge. That's their claim of how it works.
That's clear.
Oh, you used the terminology earlier, just for the audience. What is Havasine conversion?
Process of creating the globe with the angles that you take into the stars, Neil.
Put you on the arc of the protractor. That's how they want it to work so that they can reify the globe and say you're on a surface that's curving. But they forget that in order to get the initial elevation angle measurements before you do any transformative math equations, you just view a protractor. You're on the baseline of 180 and you're looking at a sky from a perspective point of view. And if the star or sun is directly over you, it's at 90 position to you. If it's at your eastern horizon, it's at 0. If it's at your western horizon, it's completing the baseline as a 180 straight angle.
All serious things
A
going on.
semicircle.
My game just crashed. Very irritating.
Oh, so how does it come back around the other end?
Doesn't have to restart the graphics card, reset the whole computer. It's very irritating.
There's what come back around the other end?
A game, it
You
won't.
know-
It's gone. It's died. It crashed.
Oh, the sun, dude.
Nice. No, what are you talking about?
Talking about the sun.
The sun goes away from you and it moves 15 degrees an hour. So you'll see it again when it's daytime for you. You're on a flat plane. That's how it works.
Yeah, but it sets at one end and it rises at the other. So it means it
No,
goes in
hang
a
on,
360.
hang on. Have you been listening? It sets. Do clouds set? Do they touch the ocean?
No, but you said it was 180 when it's 360.
Excuse me. I want you to use critical thinking. Perspective view of the sun moving straight overhead would be directly over your head when it's at noontime at 90. Anything prior to that has a 0 to 90 arc. Anything after that has a 90 to the 180. You're on a baseline of 180.
But when it gets to 180 and then the next day it starts out at 0, but it doesn't go back over your head again. So it means
It's
that it goes the
moving
other half.
away from
Hold on,
you.
10th. On horse.
That just doesn't really make any sense, dude.
Is that it?
I don't understand why he doesn't understand that the sun is moving.
180, but it's 360.
I'll start. Both you stop, right? Left to silence, gave you way. Didn't say anything. Now 10th's talking and you're talking through him.
Thank
you want me to make 10th man yield again? Have you got something further to add? I'll just make the guy who's talking and you've interrupted stop so you can obviously, have your time. Go ahead. Of course.
What?
This is your time to talk.
It's just
Go ahead.
360, it's not 180, That's what I want to say.
That's a baseless assertion. How do you prove that? What measurements is that assertion based on?
Well, the way he was saying it was like a protractor and it's more like a compass.
Did you hear my question?
Yeah, I can't really prove it with numbers. I'm just proving it with the way you see
Okay,
it.
so stop talking. When I say, what measurements is this baseless assertion be based on? You say, I can't prove it with numbers. Correct?
Yeah, that's what I said.
Really good. Do you want to sit down a second while I just summarise this endless garbage that we seem to have from globe-believing numpties? Baseless assertions that things that are in the distance. Please mute him.
What?
That are in the distance. Seems like he's still talking through me while I summarise his loss. That was a baseless assertion. You don't have any
Oh my
measurements.
God.
Every time I'm summarising, he's talking through me. Moderators, it's the third time I'm asking you. Can you mute him? Just got audio chaos. I'm not getting to summarise my point, and he did it 10th twice. So I start summarising. There we go again. There we go again. Didn't have anything. He repeated his
muted.
baseless
Sorry,
assertion
I was
that it's
looking for it.
364 times. Finally. No, that was a baseless assertion that's not based on any measurements, as you boldly admitted. I can't shut the hell up while I take apart your garbage. No, we have, as described at great length, measurements of elevation angles to the stars. And that was broken down by 10th. Descriptions of the clouds are above everybody's head always. If you look at the ones that are near the horizon, they're not smashing into the ground. Yeah? That's a perspective view. That's simultaneously the angle measurements of the stars. We measure them with elevation angles. That's angles off a flat plane. You saying, no. They hit the ground, go underneath us and come up the... No. Unless you can give measurements to back that garbage, it's just a baseless assertion. Now, when I say Earth is measured flat, I give you elevation angles that create the maps, that create the Cartesian grid systems, that are used in navigation. They're measurements. It just goes underneath 360 like. What measurements? I haven't got any. Shut up! You've got nothing. You've got measurements of a flat Earth. Of course. You may respond. Server mods, that's you to take him off server mute. My God.
Sorry, Nathan. I was just tied up with something quickly.
Of course, we have measurements, elevation angles. Describe a perspective view and the angle measurements to the stars that aren't crashing into the horizon at 0. Those are measurements of a flat Earth. You made a baseless assertion that they go underneath. 360 like. No. There are no measurements to back that baseless assertion. Earth is measured flat, with angles to stars. Clear? Is that clear, horse? This is what we get, ladies and gentlemen, when someone has their ass handed to them. Only him chanting through 10th, or it's only him chanting through me. He gets the concise summary of how he's had his ass handed to him with his stupid assertion. Like now, he chooses to talk when I'm talking. So, they're not measurements of 360. 180 to the horizon, the angles with respect to a parallel plane and sky and a perspective view described to you by 10th. Not crashing into the ground at 0. You made a baseless assertion, horse. 360. No measurements to back it. Self-confessed. You understand we measure the Earth flat with these elevation angles. Not 360 as per your baseless assertion. It's been handed back to you. Defeated. Are we clear, horse?
Yo, can you hear me?
Just mute this asshole.
Yo, I'm just asking if you can hear me because I was
If
on
you
mute.
can be heard when you're yammering through me and being told off on having to be server muted so you don't yammer through me, you think you need to be clarifying if we can frickin' hear you? Not a 360 all the way around. You made a baseless assertion and we gave you, to give you your ass, measurements of elevation angles.
Yo, I'm not
Described
an
how the
ass, I'm a
stars
horse.
aren't. There he is, straight through the top of me. Yes, we established we can hear you, horse, and you're having to be server muted because obviously it's only the globe defeat that's going to lead to the intolerable, incessant interruption. No response, stony silence. Then am I being heard? Hey, you're constantly interrupting as I hand you your ass. Not 360. 180 to a horizon that stars aren't smashing into when you measure them. Are we clear, horse?
Hey.
Oh, it's only when I'm talking, right? You can't bear to give me a concession. We know you can hear me. And you hear me, horse? No, well then you're an audio incompetent and we need to have you removed because you obviously can't hear me. I can hear you interrupting.
Hello?
Just get rid of him. That's it. Last chance. Piss off. Get lost. I'm with
Okay,
you. You're a
I'll
dick.
just go on mute. I'll just go on.
No, you won't. You'll be removed. You can't respond to me when I take apart your stupid garbage and hand you your ass, and you can't listen to 10th examples, things not crashing into the horizon, and every time we try and get you to acknowledge your loss, you try and establish if you can be heard. You're a prick. You're nothing more than the typical globe-believing prick that comes here and can't have his ass handed to him. You can't acknowledge your failure. No, we don't have 360. That was a baseless assertion. We dealt with it. When we tell you how Earth's measured flat, we get nothing but silence, don't we? An intolerable prick who can only interrupt. Now you don't get to take part in the conversation anymore. You had 3 opportunities. I gave them 3, counted them off. That's it. Goodbye. You're not just going to put yourself on local mute so you can interrupt the next point, having not addressed anything I've said, and you've ignored 10th man. No. Lost now. Next. 15 minutes left.
He's pretending that he can't hear you. Can you say it a few more times?
A globe-believing dick doesn't get to take part anymore because you couldn't acknowledge when you had your ass handed to you. Goodbye. Hope you can hear me. Can you hear me? Check, check, check.
Oh, she's just back healing the truth.
Terrible.
Well, I've been dealing with Palmerston in the chat while this has been going on, and I did drop something in Master B for you, Nathan. He's too scared to come in and actually speak. However, you may want to address what I've put in the chat to fill in some time into Master B.
What about it?
Well, this is his definition of a level horizontal line on the surface of the Earth and how mean sea levels derived.
A sentence, it says level line. A line that is at its constant height relative to mean sea level. Okay? Within one sentence, we'll need a mean sea level then. Okay. Welcome to Flat Earth. Whoever conjured this image out of the necessity for mean sea level would have to acknowledge that we'd need a mean sea level to do this with, wouldn't we? Well, that was
Correct.
easy.
So what he's claiming is the second part, the horizontal line, which is the tangential line to a level line at a perpendicular point that's perpendicular to the direction of gravity. This is your straight line. So he's claiming that these horizontals on the sphere can be the horizontal reference frame required on the Earth.
There are no horizontals on a sphere.
He's also denying the slope-intercept formulas.
Oh, that was fun. I need a flat Earth for that. There you go. Dealt with.
Excellent.
Yeah, he has to deny them. Of course.
Well, he's mentioned his level, sea level, and horizontal. What's that got to do with curvature?
We've got about 10 minutes left live, so this is always the case. If there's any last stragglers that want to ask anything, make any assertions, baseless or otherwise, feel free.
Well, we were trying to get Palmerston in here, but he's too scared.
Hey, Nathan, I just sent you some images in Master B you can comment on just based on this guy.
I'll put them up if you want to do it. I've got the first one up. Examples of straight angle.
Okay. No problem. I just get to what I sent.
No worries. It's on screen for the audience
Okay.
anyway.
Yeah, so you see a straight angle is a 180. Then you can see here they're putting the protractor image on top of it. 0 to 180, 90 being in the middle. So that's how Earth is measured. Next slide shows one image that you had on your show, right? With the vernal equinox. Yeah. So when they measure the stars, they use the vernal equinox date in March because there is no Earth tilt. Earth is flat. Even their equator is flat in their model, which is not a model, it's a paradigm. So you've got the vernal equinox showing a straight angle extending from the center of the Earth all the way to the imaginary celestial sphere. And then you got this elevation angle measurement originating from the center of Earth, from a point, and it must have a 180 baseline. That's what they use for all star locations. They make a map of the stars. So what does that mean? Well, that means you need a flat baseline all the way to the celestial sphere. I think that's a bit further than 3959 radius of a globe Earth. And there is no tilt. And Earth is considered stationary and the stars are moving. This is their prerequisite for their globe to have star maps. The next one.
Yeah, let me just add to that. The globe bit is surplus to requirements. It's not being measured. It's not being used to measure. You're measuring an angle through it. It's been created through converting these angles by Haversine formula to create a glorified protractor surplus to requirements inside the celestial sphere, with you inside that globe, ultimately on the equatorial and extended celestial plane. The one the angle measurement in this diagram is coming from. The plane that the angle is with respect to. That's it. Go ahead. I'll put the next one up.
So the next one shows a straight angle showing a 45-degree elevation angle, and the remainder in yellow. Where's the curve?
Can't get an elevation angle from a curve. If you're going to in any way infer that it's something to do with the curve, you do it in reference to this with you inside the globe. Can't get elevation angles from the surface. That's nonsense. Get them from the equatorial and extended plane if you're going to describe it with a globe that's surplus to requirements inside the celestial sphere.
You can go to the next slide and imitate with a circle what they're trying to fool you with a globe. See that?
Yeah, straight line, that's the
Straight.
surface. 180, that's the angles you're measuring with respect to stars that aren't crashing into the horizon when you measure them. You can then pretend that this 180 with the curly arrow is the actual globe. You're not standing on it, you're standing in it, but you can project points to the sky that you just measured and leave the globe that you're not standing on surplus to requirements. As per this diagram. First one you had up.
Go to the next slide. And we have another one here that you can comment on because you're doing a good job.
Well, this is the same thing. It's you measuring the celestial equator in this description by label. It's a 40-degree angle to the stars. Okay, well, what could you say this globe bit if you call it Earth as it's labelled? What is it? Well, it's a glorified protractor. You're not measuring the surface, you're measuring this surface. What are you measuring with respect to this surface that the globe definitely isn't? The light in the sky at an angle to the celestial plane. As I just described, this bit's completely surplus to requirements. Just measuring a 40-degree angle off a flat Earth. You can create this ball to make it seem like it's got some part of the process. You're not. You're measuring... You described PZX triangles when you first made your gambit into this live stream, 10th. The PZX triangles that are curves of the sky when presented in a perspective view. Again, nothing to do with the globe Earth surface, but they pretend that because the angle matches, you can have that PZX triangle down here, therefore it is the surface. We don't have curved triangles, we can't get elevations from a curved surface, we're not taking tangential measurements when we measure angles to stars. The globe is completely redundant. It doesn't have any use. It's just an imaginary created paradigm that's been utilising flat Earth measurements to create it in the first instance.
Nathan.
Morning.
Good morning, Chuck. Nathan, 0 to 90, 90 times 60 co-altitude is 5,400 nautical miles on this 180 straight angle. We proved it yesterday, even using AI, we had access to all the resources faster than any human can get. The astronomical rectangle creates an inverted right angle for the sky. The baseline that's in the sky is the co-altitude after you subtract it from the elevation angle. That's C with a Mariner section using the horizon for the horizontal reference to get perpendicular. And it's the exact same distance on the surface of the Earth, as AI said, as it is in the inverted baseline in the sky. So what is 90 times 60 nautical miles? 5,400, right?
Massive flat area we've
Please
just
go
measured.
to that slide I just sent you.
Okay.
What's the radius of the Earth on the vernal equinox where the Earth tilt is negated and we need a flat, straight 180 cutting through this circle that they say is the globe? So from the center, the radius line to the edge of the globe paradigm of theirs is 3959 radius, correct?
The equatorial minimum that the globe must be if you're going to infer it
Okay.
exists.
So when we convert it to statue miles, 3959, what is it in nautical miles?
8450?
What's
8440 on
90?
this?
Yeah, what's 90 times 60 again? 5,400 nautical miles.
Much bigger than the globe in terms of the flat surface that we would describe when we're using areas of equal elevation.
So when you're at the equator and you use your sextant to Polaris, it's 5,400 nautical miles away. And when you turn around and in their paradigm aim south, it's 5,400 nautical miles away. On a flat 180, that's 10,800 miles, nautical miles of flat surface by globe.
Yeah, it's all measured flat. Yeah,
Right.
it's set in stone. You can't alter the 3959 value because it's the equatorial minimum. It's what gives them what they call the equatorial plane that only works at the equinox. What do you actually have in terms of squaring that circle when you need to extend out, get areas of equal elevation that overlap? Well, you have the extended celestial plane. No. Just on a big plane. There's no surplus to requirements protractor globe that we're not using. Just on a big plane.
There is no doubt that they're using the vernal equinox date where Earth negates the Earth tilts of 23.4 degrees, negates Earth spinning because they say the stars are moving, the Earth is considered stationary. And this is from their own books.
Right. Got time for one more question, maybe?
Yep, I have. I have a few from the chat. I have a few from the chat here. Now, I know we covered this at the beginning, but they are requesting, could you play the True Globe clip? It's only about a minute long. Maybe give some feedback on that.
No. You need to come in and talk to us. I'm not playing somebody's clip.
No, they're flat earthers requesting that if we could play the True Globe.
It doesn't matter who it is. It wouldn't be like a prejudice against it being a Glober's clip. Somebody wants to detail what the clip is.
Yeah, so that was the clip that was posted to you earlier in regards to Bev claiming that the shape of the Earth is a globe.
Yeah, I said the same thing at the beginning of the show. This is something that we will definitely cover, just not on a stream that we're live with loads of participants that are potentially asking us a question. I'm literally just about to round out the live stream.
Hang on. Is this the same Bev, try thinking, who told me that you know your latitude when you take an elevation angle measurement to Polaris?
Yes.
Well, then you can forget about what he's saying.
Anymore? Seriously though, if people are in the VC and they do want to ask a question, this is the last opportunity before I round out the live stream. With that, I'm going to say, first and foremost, a huge, massive, enormous thank you as ever to the Politics Flat Earth 24/7 Discord for having us today. And a massive thank you to my G Plus panel for making the live show possible. Of course, a massive thank you to all of you, including BJ, who just smashed the... Was it BJ or was it... Look... EG for smashing the super chat. Thank you very much indeed. And everyone else for smashing the super chat, liking, commenting, sharing, subscribing, joining as a Nathan Oakley 1980 channel member, and all that good stuff. Stay tuned if you are watching on an after show. I've been Nathan Oakley, and I will see you all in the next video.
Yeah, he's got the stars and the sun under his feet at some point.
Are you covering the only claim made on the live show? Baseless assertion, Neil. Not how we measure it.
No, that was great. You hold him to measurements and he can't move from there.
Same thing with Bev. He told me that when you see Polaris, you know your latitude on Earth, and obviously that's an elevation angle and must have a 180 baseline, meeting of the GP of the star to create the perpendicular. So now, supposedly, I haven't heard it. It comes out with a video saying the Earth is a curved, a globe, circular, whatever. I mean, this is nonsense.
Okay, let's hear this clip then.
All right, it's in Master B.
Things that happen in reality, they obviously go on the real globe. Because if they don't, you're struggling. Your mind is not within reality if you're not.
What the hell is he babbling about? Does that happen in reality happen on the globe? Because if they're not, you're not of good mind and consciousness. What's he babbling about?
You started over again.
Yeah, started over again. The juicy bits to come.
Within this arena, they're geometrically illiterate. Or their rhetoric is just so bad. Now, what we're here for, people may think, you know, we're here to clean up your argument.
I can't just... Can we just hear
Well,
it?
yeah. No, I know, but I just want to. He said the juicy bit is coming. The juicy bit was right there. He's saying they're geometrically illiterate when it's based.
We know that.
With the
still
elevation
coming.
angle, is geometrically illiterate.
There's more to come.
The real globe is the one we live on, right? Things that happen in reality, they obviously go on the real globe. Because if they don't, you're struggling. Your mind is not within reality if you're not imagining reality. So there's a real globe that we all live on. Definitely not flat. And since they're the only two choices we've got, flat or globe.
Wow. That'll be a false dichotomy then. That's measured flat. Interesting that Bev's now literally punting a globe. Wow.
I think he was sarcastic in a sense there. Keep continuing.
And we all know it's definitely not flat.
So it's measured. Not flat because what? We measure the topography with respect to a horizontal plane of reference, Bev? I don't think so. It's definitely flat.
And must be a globe, must be the real globe.
No, number one is measured flat, and number two, if you're going to infer sphericity, it's going to come from those flat Earth measurements.
Everybody's taught it from school, supposedly.
Yeah, the real globe is not a sphere, though.
Oh, it's just a shape.
Real globe's not a sphere. No, that's right. It's just a shape. These people literally stir crazy now. Have they lost their minds? Is it literally how many double-speak contradictions can you conjure in one sentence?
He didn't lose his mind. He's just showing his true colors. All coming out now.
Yeah, reality's reality, right? Globe, put it all together, imagine it's whatever you want. Like, you can, obviously, you already do. You imagine your globe. We know that the real globe is the one we live on, right? Things that happen in reality, they obviously go on the real globe. Because if they don't, you're struggling. Your mind is not within reality if you're not imagining reality. So there's a real globe that we all live on. Definitely not flat. Since they're the only two choices we've got, flat or globe, and we all know it's definitely not flat. And must be a globe, must be the real globe, since everybody's taught it from school, supposedly.
Yeah, the real globe is not a sphere, though.
Oh, it's just a shape. Yeah, reality's reality, right? Globe, put it all together, imagine it's whatever you want. Like, you can, obviously, you already do. You imagine your globe.
Okay, very shilly. I don't know what to say.
Well, in the chat there, it says the real globe is the problem for the false dichotomy.
He said something. We all know it's not flat. Who's the we all know there?
That's him. He's measured it to be not flat. That's
No,
Bev's line.
Ben is so pedantic on this that he fools himself. So when you look out and you see a hole in the ground because a tractor was there digging a hole, you say, see, it's not flat. It's depressed, so Earth is not flat. Or if he sees a little hill, well, you see, it's not flat. There's a little hill. It's measured flat. Topography is different. Sea level is the reference. Water at rest is flat, Bev.
Right, we're going to bid farewell to the
Hey,
parsing
everyone.
server and thank them for having us.
No problem.
very much.
Having
Thank
us,
you,
as always.
We did that already.
Good, as always. Hopefully, by next week, we'll be in a room, because I think we'll have more free-flowing questions where people see if there's a stage to be on. So, next week, thank you very much, as always.
Yeah, no worries. Good luck with getting it all up and running next week.
Yeah, I'll have a word with Righteous. Thanks for filling me in. Next week, thank you very much. See you all next Friday.
Thank you. See you. Well, that was a bit uneventful. It's all going on with Parmesan in the chat.
Did you guys hear Tent's questions to AI yesterday?
No.
Well, that's what Nathan's show was about yesterday.
Yeah, no, I didn't see it yesterday.
Well, see, interesting. So, whatever AI Tent was using, right? He was interacting. The thing is that he went to AI with a standard. He held AI to task, right? So AI tried to get away with some nonsense, right? Until Tenth logically countered or exposed hypocrisy that AI was bringing up, right? But then AI admits, Oh, how astute of you. Oh, I see. You're smart because you're holding me to task with accountability of fact checking. Right? So this is what is interesting in this experience, people. In this world, okay? From the beginning, how it all starts is with the lie, the hiding. Something is in deceit. It's the name of the game here. In one way or another, a form of deceit via knowledge is dealt out to try people. It tests who we are, right? So put it this way: the word is accountability. So as you get older, right, you're going to be interested in less and less as far as your energies, right? So what you see when with elderly people, what can start happening is less and less of physical movement, right? More and more we'll go to the doctor for someone else to be accountable by my own choice. I'm going to choose less and less for myself. You take care of it for me. The less I know, the less I can do, the less skilled I am, the less inspired I am, the less incentive I have, right? Of this thing of you do it for me. So now we're talking about knowledge. You do the knowledge for me. Now, 10th had specific questions. Had he not held AI to task, AI, like I say, was going to attempt to get away with the glossing over the surface value, right? Just the first thing you're going to come to, you start asking questions about this experience, right? You really want to know something. You're a seeker. This is what sets you apart as a listener, right? A gainer of knowledge. It's because you want to know. That's the difference between the people that come here with either knowledge, they truly understand something, or they truly understand they're trying to prevent something, right? It doesn't really matter if it's the truth or not. It's just the anti aspect, the contrarian nature of humanity to cloak for the sake of cloaking, right? Because you're a cloaker. It's what you are deciding to do with your time and experience. Be that. And the thing about certain things that is also known, that's very old, is that there's always an us and them mentality that is known psychologically, sociologically, right? It's a club, and people want to be associated with the club, right? The acceptance, the group, the herd, okay? Because the herd's running around, and the herd says the way the herd attains that you want to be with us, not them, is that what they do is they grab, they use, right? Superiority. That's their angle of perspective. They say, right? This plane is archaic thought. It's the way we used to think before we knew better. And now we know better, but no one questions with accountability like 10th did. What makes you think you know better now? You're just saying you know better. In fact, you're coining this other stuff, this plane, aspect that's well known and still measured, obviously in 2024. Once you start asking questions, once you want to look, once you understand that you are a seeker, that's what makes you different. Then the answers start coming your way, right? But you have to be this way. It's a type of person. That's what I'm really pointing at here. It's a personality. It's a type. It's a kind, right? A kind of person, a seeker. So you're going to have these people that really want to know, and they're going to hold knowledge to task with a standard. Not just anything is acceptable just because someone says so, especially if it comes from the club, right? We're better than these other. We as a group are better, right? We're the progressive ones, right? They would say, with this globe knowledge. And where did it come from? I mean, from the glimpsing up to from the understanding, from the observation of the stars, the repetitive nature of the stars, right? You can count on them. They're tried and true. So they're predictable. And their appearance in a dome, right? From your position, from any person's eyeballs, whether we're looking through our own eyes or through artificial eyes, it's from our position that we're looking, right? And that's the way it appears. The protractor makes perfect sense. It's where the protractor came from. These types of positionings, a center point, an azimuth with angles and stuff like that. So it creates this perspective of a semisphere. So not too terribly long ago, people thought that was advanced thinking, it seems, and that somehow had gained traction into, well, we can throw out this logical hypothesis that it appears spherical, right? The cosmos. But when we really check it and look at it, it's actually very much has very much of a plane aspect to it, doesn't it? As we see when we start actually looking in these doors, we're not actually trying to get heights to stars. We're not actually trying to get a height to the sun as we see it, the sun rise and set, and then high noon and things like this. What it looks like it's doing, right? But in actuality, there's no indication of it going higher or lower necessary in the course of one given day. Rising in the east, high nooning, and then setting. The way that looks, or anything looks in declination to the horizon as it's farther away from our positioning, right? So anyway, very interesting about 10th yesterday, and just this whole aspect of, man, it takes initiative. You got to want to know, and that's you guys. You guys are of the population in this time that want to know more. And it's just as simple as looking in the door, questioning what you've been told. So anybody got anything with that?
Hello.
Hello.
Pretty quiet in here.
What's that, bud?
It's pretty quiet. I thought there'd be a lot of like screaming and shouting, to be honest. Everyone's muted. So, I've got a question. What do we think about the SpaceX launch that happened the other day?
Mm-hmm. What do you
What about it?
think?
I think it was pretty insane, not gonna lie.
Do you
Yeah, I
think
mean, it
that
looked pretty
that
cool.
men can put things of density into vacuums?
Can we
I don't
put
think,
things
I don't
of
even think that's what
density in vacuum?
is that what they did in that launch, or wasn't it more just of like an engineering, like showing the engineering of it? They didn't claim to go into space or anything. They just went up and then
So
showed themselves going back down.
so the top section with the flaps, like the top bit did. The bottom section, which is the booster, super heavy booster, didn't reach the Kármán line. So it technically did get into a near vacuum, but not really. It's not like officially classed as in space per se. But to the person's
Weight,
previous question,
weight,
I think we can put things in vacuums.
weight, density,
Wait, we can, yeah,
without it wanting to plummet
explode.
to Earth.
Oh, um,
How does
I mean,
density how do you get it up that high?
you
Anything of
push it.
weight.
You exert
Through what?
force.
What about
Sorry.
thrust?
Yeah,
How do you get thrust? Yeah, how do you get that in
you
nothing?
push a mass or direct a mass of particles or some form of medium in a specific direction.
It's through a medium. Thrust requires a medium, doesn't it?
No. What do you
Thrust
mean?
does not
Can you
require
can you
medium.
define what do you mean by a medium? What's your like definition?
Well, you're
for it?
pushing off something, are you not, with thrust?
Yeah.
Yes is the answer. Yeah. Well, you're gonna need a little something. That's what I'm
Yeah.
saying. You don't have that,
Yeah.
and there's no proof that that's ever happened.
So you can use the fuel in the rocket as a medium to push off of, which is
Push
what
off
rockets
what?
use.
How does that work?
Do you know
Is
how
under
planes
Newton's third law, equal, or is it again equal and opposite
propulsion?
reaction for?
You need propulsion. There are laws to propulsion. Are there not?
So for third law, Newton's third law, it says that every action there is an equal and opposite reaction. So if we
a medium,
medium's not in the definition.
it's a necessity.
Why?
Propulsion. Can you have propulsion without a medium?
You can have propulsion without it being within a medium.
That's kind of interesting, right?
Use mediums.
Like what?
You can use mediums to create propulsion.
So how do you
that
have
system doesn't
propulsion
have to
without
be within a medium.
Well, tell me about that. What
Okay.
what lack of medium are you referring to?
Vacuum of space.
So you're talking about a vacuum. Are we
Sure.
talking about a perfect vacuum?
No.
How do you know that?
Because you can measure the atmospheric pressure.
So you can have things like metal within noble gases, then you're saying?
Within?
Metal will float.
As in
metal will float. You can push off of the spaces in between gas molecules with propulsion. Or float.
No.
You can have so then there's no buoyancy that you're referring to. And then so
buoyancy is not used
Mm-hmm.
for propulsion in this case, in a vacuum of space.
So when you're talking about things like gravity and the ISS, that's metal, correct? The ISS is metal.
Yeah.
Okay. and it's in a very lightweight gas, obviously, or lack thereof, correct?
It's in a near
floating.
vacuum.
And in fact, it's going miles per hour there, right? 17,000, is that correct?
Yeah, something like that. Yeah.
Something like that, right? In this perfect orbit
Yeah,
within there.
17,500.
Yeah. Have you seen the astronaut in the suit going that fast, just free floating in the 80s? Did you ever see that?
Yeah,
It's
that
like,
happens
"Ooh,
today
what
as
a
well.
ride!" Yeah, that's 17,000 miles per hour, right?
So
Okay, you're down with that.
yeah,
You're not going to challenge any of that. You're a-okay, thumbs up with all that. That checks out for you.
yeah, it follows all
Yeah.
laws of momentum and
Okay.
conservation of energy.
See
There's no like
now,
violation of any
people,
form of physics. So,
this is exactly what I was talking about. This is exactly what I was talking about. This type of listener right here, this man right here, he's the one that imports this type of stuff easily, right? It's greased. The rails are slick, right? With justifications, right? Now, don't you feel like you're superior, don't you? Like what you know is more than the people that are here in this channel, correct?
yeah, I guess so. Yeah,
See?
if you
So
describe it like that, then sure, yeah.
this is part of why the import is popular, right? It's a tickle to each other, right? A little high five. Okay? It's an us and them thing. It's used this way. In fact, the generation of the whole thing is it's steeped in this philosophy, right? So it's one man to another club. Absolutely. And you want to be part of that club because how do you look if you're outside of that knowledge? You tell me if you start talking about you can't send things of density into a vacuum like that and have things like thrust, right? But you are a proponent of the club that we're doing this every day. We got guys up there trapped. We can't get down right now, right? They're just up there floating around, right? We got to send some heroes up there, right? And
I don't know what you're talking about.
some
I'm
other
not gonna
guys
lie.
in the vacuum. This type of stuff. So you're under the impression that we can go so far out there, right? That we've landed on Mars, right? We've got rovers.
We
and
haven't
stuff
landed
there.
on. Oh, okay. Yeah, people haven't, but we have sent rovers and stuff. Yeah.
That's a successful landing, right? And
I
then
mean,
we're driving
if the
around.
criteria is
We have
that it lands,
wheels
then
on
sure.
the ground. We have wheels on the ground that we're controlling from here, from
So
like Houston, Texas, right?
yeah,
When you look at Mars and when I look at Mars, what we're being told is this activity's happening in that location, right? And you're just hook, line, and sinker. You're down with it all because this other stuff is the old knowledge, right? That all of our verticals are parallel, that water seeks its level, and it's what we use for level, that Earth presents itself as level and parallel on every vector, right? Whether it be vertical or level, that perpendicular is inescapable over all heights, distances, and depths. And every
parallel and
perpendicular is
perpendicular are like
parallel with each other.
oxymorons. They're completely two different things.
Right. So you can't believe in that. You can't believe in a square, can you? You can't believe in 490s, like 4 celestial 90s, like an astrological square. You can't get there in your
Why can't I believe in that?
360-degree square with stars. 490s. You can't do that, can you? Covering vast distances.
I don't understand. So if I look up in the
Thousands.
sky, I'll see a square shape of like clusters of stars. Is that what you're asking me?
Maybe that's what he's doing. I'm curious. I was curious if you wanted to touch back on. You're saying that the law is equal and opposite reaction. Is a material required for that to occur, or is the reaction itself something immaterial?
Matter is required.
Okay.
Yeah. Material. Yeah.
All right. So I mean, he did touch on it a little bit, right? So then you're sending the rocket into space. You're saying space is material or not material?
Space is well, perfect vacuum is immaterial.
So immaterial
has-
can exist or it can't exist.
You can have, yeah, you can have immaterial regions.
Okay.
Yeah.
And is that what the rocket is having an equal and opposite reaction to, the immaterial?
No, it's having an equal and opposite reaction to the force of the gases it's propelling out the back.
Okay, that's all right. So there's no propulsion needed in space. So space is nothing, so it can't be reacting to space. Right? It's reacting to itself, the rocket.
Yeah.
Okay. Interesting.
Wait a minute. What are the thrusters pushing off of if there's nothing for the thrusters?
The gas that it's releasing.
Their own fuel.
Well, that's just
Not
it.
only
If you're gonna
that, you're
say-
talking
if
about weight. You're talking about density, and a good bit of it. Okay, you're not talking about a balloon. You're talking about a hunk of metal that you require thrusters on Earth to move, to propel through the air.
What he
right?
said
The
is
same as
just
a
not.
propeller. The same as a propeller. Why is a propeller twisted? Any reason why your fan blades are twisted?
To create high low pressure
Is
regions.
a fan and a propeller of any kind require medium?
Create high.
What we're really discussing here is a violation of natural laws that you claim aren't broken.
Exactly.
Claiming.
Thank you.
And
That's
you
exactly
can't
right.
use the fuel that is ejected by that rocket engine to push against if the fuel is just going at the same speed as the rest of the fuel. So you need something that is a medium where you can push against. But using that fuel that is ejected from the rocket to push against, how can you do that if that fuel is just going the same speed?
Because the fuel's converted from liquid state.
How can you
liquid
push
state to a
against
gas
my
state, so it's
Yeah,
expanding.
exactly. It's
And
liquid
then
state to
you have
gas state, and it will keep rushing in the space. There is nothing that will break, help it just make that break and stop from moving. It's on space, on the vacuum of space. So
what do you mean
if
by
it is
break?
ejected, there is no resistance. If it is escaping from the rocket at a certain speed, there is nothing that will just stop it or make it drop from its drop the speed, because there is no friction, no resistance, nothing. So that
The
shit
nozzle
will just
of the
escape
rocket engine
will
is
just escape
creating a
the speed.
resistive force and directing it downwards.
Yeah, directing it downward, so that the thrust that we are trying to find that you don't have because you don't have any medium to push against. And the shit that
It's
it
pushing
is
against
escaping,
the
shit that
fuel.
it is escaping the rocket, the fuel that it is escaping the rocket, that you claim that the rocket is pushing against that same fuel, its own fuel. It's not possible, because that fuel, when it is escaping the rocket at a certain speed, it won't lower its speed because it is in the vacuum of space. And remember that shit, there is no resistance, nothing to make it stop or slower down. So it will just keep going at the same speed, nothing to push against. Still, there is the same problem. There is nothing to push against. If you want to touch my hand and make a high five, and my hand is just going the same direction as your hand, not the opposite direction, the same direction as your hand and the same speed, you will never be able to push against my head. It's impossible because they are both going the same speed, same direction. So that
force of
means no,
the
it's not
force of
also.
my hand pushing against your hand is not to do with speed. It's to do with intermolecular forces.
Your hand didn't even reach my hand to be able to exert any type of force on it, because my hand is already going at the same speed as your hand. It is there is a little distance between my hand and your hand, and they are going at the same speed. So you'll never be able to touch my hand first to exert that force that you want to exert on my hand. That's what I am talking about.
I'm a bit confused. I don't understand what you're saying. Because if I push my hand up to your hand,
and my hand is going at the same speed as your hand, if you try, let's say you try to make that high five, and you move your hand forward, and at the same time my hand is moving the same velocity as your hand in the same direction, not opposite direction. So they are both going from. For me, I'm taking my hand back, and you are pushing your hand forward, and they are moving at the same speed. That the same thing that happened to that rocket that you claim that the rocket is just pushing against its own fuel. It's not possible, because the fuel escaping the rocket will try to hit against that the rest of the fuel that already escaped that nozzle of the rocket. It won't be able to touch it because they are going at the same speed. It won't be able to touch it even.
Oh, I see what you mean now.
Nice.
No, that's not the case. So the fuel, the velocity of the fuel within the the area or the volume of within the nozzle is slower than the velocity of the fuel that has already escaped the nozzle.
Yeah, nice. Okay. Yes.
Okay, so
it's slower. So it means that it will never reach it. It's slower than the fuel that is escaping the nozzle, the one in the that is happening inside the nozzle with that explosion that happens inside the nozzle. It's slower. Yeah, correct. Even if they are same speed, it won't make that. But it is slower. It won't reach the fuel that already
it's not
escaped the
creating
rocket.
thrust from pushing off the gas molecules that have already escaped the nozzle. The thrust comes from the gas molecules bombarding with the nozzle itself. So like I presume, like once it's gotten past the nozzle and it's like flowing out wherever,
that's not the
it's not
thrust.
really.
There
Why
is
not?
no trust. You're trying to tell me that there is no trust. There is an explosion inside a box, inside a chamber. That's not trust. The trust is when you push against the environment. That's trust.
Why would it only be in the environment?
You need something for it to push against.
Exactly.
Every type of
and again, we're just arguing now about Narnia, yeah? We're talking about rockets with thrust in a violation of natural laws that claimed were not broken earlier. So sorry, but everything you're discussing here is a violation of natural laws, so it's not relevant to the conversation.
Every type of transportation that we use needs that type of friction. You need something to push against. Your feet do the same exact thing. Every animal move using the same exact thing. It needs something to push against. Fishes, when they are just swimming, they push the water against the medium, the rest of the water. Boats do the same thing. Those propellers take the water from a side and push it to the other side, just push it against the rest of the medium. Helicopters jet planes or planes with propellers doesn't make difference. It's just taking air from a side to the other side and pushing it into, with a high velocity against the medium. That's all the transportation that we use. But the ones that you use in Narnia doesn't need that.
And that was my question I'm waiting to ask our friend Rainbow, is that, Rainbow, if we have a boat that is immersed, or a submarine that is immersed within a medium, and we take away that water, what happens to that boat? What happens to that submarine, Rainbow? That's for you, Calm, whatever your name is with the rainbow at the end of your name.
I was wondering, because there's no one in here called Rainbow.
You have a rainbow at the end of your name, don't you?
So, if you remove the water, you're asking me what happens to a boat?
Yeah. Can the boat still traverse the water if you remove the boat? Or, sorry, remove the water.
Well, no, it won't be traversing anything because there's no water.
Right. So you're going to take a rocket into a vacuum, right? Remove the thing that is necessary for the rocket to propel itself against. You're going to remove that medium and you're going to say, okay, rocket, propel yourself.
It's
This
not
is exactly what
necessary.
AJ is saying. Unfortunately, in order for you to navigate across mediums, as Necros just walked out, the medium is necessary in order for the object to move.
I mean, I feel like from what you're describing a medium as, a rocket can provide its own medium. I think that's what you're like.
No,
The
I
kind
never
of
said that.
no. I'm just talking about like I'm trying to answer your question, but like on in the terms of how you're describing a medium. So as far as
Okay,
I'm
hold
aware,
on.
rockets carry a fuel and an oxidizer. The oxidizer acts as a medium.
That would
But
be
like I think your definition of a medium is not. I think
a
we have two
first
different
law
definitions
thermodynamics violation too.
of first law of thermodynamics.
Gas pressure and thermodynamics.
That's right.
I would say that
So
you're also
the first law.
violating the first law of thermodynamics. I
Why?
mean, what are you? Because you're gonna run out of energy to
Well,
be
yeah,
able to do that.
rockets run out
You
of
can't
fuel.
sustain that. That's impossible.
Yeah, rockets don't have an infinite fuel source.
Show me the blueprints for the source that shows this mechanism where it provides its own way of propelling itself.
Yeah.
Yeah, why
What's
don't
that?
you give us some blueprints on that one?
When you say, what do you mean by blueprint? Do you want a diagram or like a
No.
chemical
I want
formula or
blueprint
like?
of the mechanism, how this would
Okay, so a
even
diagram
be
showing
possible,
representing the forces and stuff.
in showing it in a vacuum. Like, how is this
Okay.
working?
Yeah.
You're not going to show that in a vacuum. And
Why not?
any footage you've got of a rocket in a vacuum, supposedly in a vacuum, is not actual footage. That CGI stuff of when you watch a SpaceX rocket take off, and then the next footage you're shown is from space of that same rocket.
Even the tests that they do inside the vacuum chamber, just showing that a rocket can propel itself
Correct.
inside the vacuum chamber, they don't take consideration that the wall of the container of that vacuum chamber is close to the propeller of the rocket. So when the rocket engine just start, it will just hit that gas that will rush away from the rocket, will hit the wall of that vacuum chamber that is behind the rocket, and the rocket will just go forward. And they tried to show that so many times, but they didn't consider that the rocket, the fuel will just hit the wall and it will make thrust because the wall is just fixed there.
Okay. So I'm gonna do the diagram thing first, and then I'll get to that. So you wanna mathematical diagram showing the different like forces and where they play into an equation. Is that what you want?
No, I want the diagram. I don't want a diagram. I want a blueprint. Once more.
What does that
Of
mean? What do you?
the mechanism of this rocket that can provide its own medium and resistance to push off in a vacuum and show it
Okay, right.
happening
So
in a
so a
vacuum.
blueprint is like a diagram of the internals of something. So
They
like
have
the layout
they
of
have to build
where
them,
the
don't they?
engines
They
are and
have to
stuff.
right. They have to
Yeah.
build these things and they have to test them in vacuums. So why don't we get this information? Thank you.
Okay. I mean, I don't think so. You want one of SpaceX, I guess, or do you want any rocket? I
Let's
can't.
see a rocket in a man-made vacuum chamber, which you're going to require a man-made vacuum chamber to show one. Okay, so you know they've done the experiments. You know they've tried to light that candle in a vacuum, and you know what happens, don't you? Don't you?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
What happens? What happens in the
I'm not gonna
man-made
lie.
vacuum
I was
chamber?
distracted. I was looking for a blueprint. Could you
All right.
repeat the question?
What happens when you fire a rocket in a man-made vacuum chamber? What does it
When
do?
you fire a rocket in a man-made vacuum chamber, the
Yeah.
rocket goes
What's its
in the
behavior?
opposite direction that it's thrusting.
It does? Can you
Yeah.
hover in a vacuum?
Yeah.
You can. So it's thrusting,
Yeah.
it's pushing, it's propelling off of something, correct?
Yeah.
It's pushing. I mean, you're going to have something to push off of, aren't you?
Yeah.
If you're going to hover, let's say.
Yeah.
So a helicopter will work in a vacuum.
No.
No.
plane also, jet
Because a
also.
helicopter relies on atmospheric surroundings to create thrust.
Yay!
Nice.
You
But not a
successfully
rocket,
identified
though.
the medium, which
So a
is exactly
rocket.
what we're walking you through. Sorry, go ahead. Apologize.
No, go ahead,
Rocket
man.
and helicopter are two
Well, no,
different
I
things.
was where I disengaged is where he said he thinks that my understanding of the medium is the issue, and I wanted to ask you, brother, Mr. Rainbow, is I'm curious, what is your definition of medium, so that we could help to further along this conversation?
My definition?
Yeah.
Okay. So a material or substance that allows energy or electromagnetic waves to travel through it.
Okay, so you would say that water is a medium, correct?
Yeah.
And would you say that gas is also a medium?
Yeah.
All right. So
Is
if I
Earth the
remove either of
origin
those
of
two
any
things,
medium?
well, I'll withdraw after this point. In concluding, my point is, if I remove either of those two things from the system that I'm observing, can I still push off of any of those things if I remove them?
No. Did you remove them?
Point, I withdraw. Go ahead, brother Rotto.
I want to say something.
Is Earth the origin of any medium?
What? Is Earth the origin of any? Yes, it's the origin of some mediums, sure.
Any? All?
Yeah.
Yes or no?
Not all, no.
Like what is not?
I don't
What
know.
medium? Noble gases? Yes or no?
Well, I mean, the origin of.
Noble gases.
I don't
the
understand what you
highest
mean.
known-
I'm not gonna lie.
What's the highest
Or
known
the
element?
origin of any medium.
What's the highest known element? You know what the elements are? It's the highest one, altitude-wise. Which ones are we talking about here? Metals or gases type of thing?
Altitude of elements?
Yes. Yes, because we're
What are you
talking about
talking
going.
about? I
We're
don't.
talking about going up. We're talking about sending
Right.
things up, and we're talking about what are things, right? Are all things created from Earth?
No.
Is anything created from the stars and drift down here?
Okay, yeah. Everything is created either from some form of cosmic event.
So all
So you
elements,
could say heavy
the
metals are
elements,
created
or
from
so earth,
dying
physical
stars,
elements,
things like that.
physical elements, you say, are created from space.
Sure. Yeah.
Yeah. So
Yeah.
their path is from the stars to here. So when we have things like oxygen, it's from the stars, not from Earth. Water.
So but you could argue that like water originated from some form of like star or pre-existing planet, and then that reacted with other elements on to create water, or you could argue that water originated from
So is it a
a comet. So
vacuum,
it
or
could be a mix of different things.
is it a vacuum, or is it not? Is it elements, or is it a vacuum?
Space is a vacuum, and there are things within that vacuum.
So it's both. A vacuum with pockets of elements.
Yeah.
In between the pockets of elements is nothing.
To a degree, yeah.
And you can fly through that.
Sure, yeah.
And the things that are created aren't created here on Earth. They're created from space. And then they come here from space, you say. Things like water, oxygen, other noble gases, stuff like that.
Neither of those two are noble gases, but yeah, some things are created directly from dying stars. Some things are a mixture of different chemical reactions that have occurred on Earth.
Does everybody hear this?
But ultimately, everything is from another place. Earth is not the origin point of anything, I'd say like from a subatomic level, because everything's just proton, neutrons, and electrons.
So what elements do you believe in the periodical chart?
Yeah, I believe in the periodic table.
Okay. All right. So are these aren't of Earth origin then to you, these elements?
Some of them were formed on Earth during some form of chemical process. Some of them originated directly from dying stars. Some of them originated just from pre-existing matter.
Is this static, or is there more being produced? Is there X amount of this, or is this?
It's fluctuating. I don't know what the average like rate of production or process of annihilation of different molecules. So I don't know. I don't think any of us know.
Okay. So
it'd be quite difficult to calculate everything.
So when we send things up into the air, is there resistance if it's heavy? What makes it heavy? How do we know if something's heavy or not? And is there resistance? Is it easier to send lighter things in the air?
Yeah.
Are lighter things the highest that we can go in the air, like balloons? Can we go higher in a balloon than we can with a thruster?
No.
We can go higher with a thruster then, huh?
Yeah.
I see. So we can break out of this material world into the vacuum of things.
The whole universe is material.
But you say it's not.
Yo.
I never said that. I never said that.
You said it's a vacuum.
That there's pockets of mass and voids of near nothingness.
And we can break out of it?
We can't break out the universe, no.
Okay, because I was going to ask you if you've researched Operation Dominic Fishbowl, but I'll withdraw. I don't want to bring any conspiracy chat to this. Sorry, brother.
Bring it in, man. Oh.
Well, it's just the idea of if in fact there was a claim on the table that we can break out of this place. I was gonna say, well, how come Operation Dominic Fishbowl launched 250 explosive devices at the sky in the 60s and had no results of anything except an amazing fireworks show? Boom, boom, says Mother America.
So Operation Fishbowl consisted of 11 tests. Probably was more, to be honest, because it was a top secret experiment. But there clearly was results. I don't think there was like an end goal. Like it was just they were just seeing what happens when you launch nuclear bombs and blow them up at high altitudes.
Oh, you mean they weren't trying to put a whole bunch of cracks into the glass ceiling?
No, they weren't doing that.
Oh, I thought that's what Hillary Clinton was trying to point at a few years ago. But okay, my bad. Sorry. I'll put my tinfoil hat to rest.
The funny thing, when you are
Wait a
making
second.
planes, engines,
Excuse me. I wanted to point out that this is what I mean by listening. He said Operation Dominic, not Operation Fishbowl. There was two different operations.
Dominic Fishbowl.
Yeah, and one of them definitely was trying to get through whatever barrier it was hitting.
Thank you, Flat.
I typed in Dominic Fishbowl. It only comes up with Operation Fishbowl. Or is it Operation Dominic? Those are two different
you were
operations.
clearly listening to what I said to you. I said Operation Dominic Fishbowl, right? It's literally two operations that were launched in the 60s. They're both synonymous because they launched 250 explosive devices. This is why I was very loose in what I said, but the count was 250 explosive devices at the ceiling, at the sky, right? Now I'm asking you, what would be the reason to launch 250 attempts up into the sky to observe explosions?
So
Boom, boom.
Operation Dominic was only 31 tests. And they weren't all high altitude. Some of them were underwater as well. I don't know.
Hold on a minute here, brother. You mean by your admittance they were testing the waters above and the waters below? Interesting, because that's what scripture talks about. But I don't want to bring it to a political or a scriptural chat. I'll withdraw, thanks.
Okay.
every time we are trying to build planes, engines, jet engines, rocket thrusters. Funny thing, we don't test the rocket thrusters in a vacuums, in giant vacuums, but still we test that thrust that they can give and that power that they can give in a normal atmospheric environment. Like we test those jet engines in a giant room where they put it in a giant wall. And they test how much thrust that engine is given and the power that it is given and all the variables. They never test the rocket engine in a giant vacuum, where they have just jet engines in the walls of that chamber sucking the air all the time to be able to test how much thrust that rocket engine can give inside the vacuum chamber. But they never
rocket engines don't what you call it, they don't ingest atmospheric air.
Man, do you know what combustion is?
Yeah,
bro, I mean, you're going to require elements. I'm sorry, but you're not living in reality with the way that you perceive.
I did explain earlier that
physics, you cannot do these things that you say that are done, that are told to you that are done.
I mean, I've done them myself.
What are you going to?
I've done like model rockets and stuff. So I've handled like.
Don't you require elements? Yes or
yeah,
no?
but you don't have to use the elements that are surrounding you. You can carry the elements that you use to form the reaction with you.
That's bullshit.
I'm
going to cut you. What do you, brother, you said you big, and I'm going to cut in hard and say you made rockets. What's your air fuel
Yeah.
mixture when you make your rocket?
I don't use air.
You don't use air to build your rocket, so you don't have
No.
an intake.
I use solid rocket motors.
Okay, I'll
Which is
withdraw. I
solid
apologize
fuel.
for my hard cut-in. I'll withdraw. Thank you.
Who on earth went?
There's also
Who went
sorry?
to the stars to claim materials from dying stars?
No one.
Right.
So how do you know there's materials from dying stars?
I don't think anyone knows directly, to be honest. I think it's just a consensus on the requirements of like the what do you call it? The environmental requirements required to make heavy metals and complex large molecular
Do you believe
substances.
that there are schools of thought where all of the elements are of Earth origin?
Sure, I'm sure there are people on
Does
out of
that
the 8
make
billion on
sense?
this planet
Does
that
that make
believe that.
sense? Yeah. Does that make more sense than what you're saying?
No,
No.
because we haven't been able to make some of these heavy
So
metal
the only
elements.
thing that we're able to see is that are elements that are made from Earth.
No,
That's the only thing the eyes have ever seen is of
that's not true.
Earth. Yeah, name an element.
Okay, I'm gonna have to Google one. So
Take your time. Because if you're talking about the physical world, then it's inescapable.
So there's a few different elements that are not naturally found on Earth. So you've got technetium, iridium, astartine, and multiple different noble gases such as neon, argon, krypton, xenon, and radon.
Yeah, where do they come from?
A lot of the noble gases are dug up. The neon, I think we can create in a lab. A lot of these we can create in labs. Like xenon and radon and krypton are commonly used
Are
propellants
you
for
talking
ion
about
thrusters.
separate? You talking about separate?
No, well, it'll be more combining. So there'll be heavy, large nuclei atoms. So it would require a lot of energy and force to.
Noble.
Sorry?
The noble gases, you say?
Some of them,
Are they
yeah.
to be heavy?
Yeah.
Hmm.
Molecularly, so they're intermolecular weight. Not like you have it in a volume and you weigh the mass of the volume, but talking about the individual like particle. So like the numbers of neutrons and protons and stuff. In terms of the rocket engine thing that someone mentioned about, you don't have a medium to ingest the surrounding air. There's like multiple different cases where you have substances that don't require even oxidizers. So you have hypergolic fuels, such as like hydrazine, I think is one of them, which you use I think you formulate like a rake structure of some form of metal. I can't remember which one it is, maybe aluminium or silver or something, and that acts as a catalyst, and it creates a spontaneous combustion when these these hydrazine molecules interact with the metal rake or like grid structure, and they're using monopropellants a lot of the time, but they're extremely toxic and not good for you. You've got standard kerosene and methane rockets, which require oxidizers So you have two tanks in a rocket. You combine those.
You believe that rockets can land vertically?
Yeah.
Yeah. Anybody got anything for this guy? It's the run of the mill globe guy. Is he making sense to anybody? I mean, no offense or anything. I mean, you're making sense in the fact that yeah, this has been heard. You know, you're not saying anything that you can't call upon. You know, someone's going to nod and agree with what you're saying. You know, from the top of the mountain, they're going to be like, "Yeah, this guy, yeah,
I don't know what you're talking about.
vacuums all the time. Yeah, gases are made from stars. Yeah, you know, another planet actually grazed Earth and then deposited some junk. Yeah, you're gonna get nods on all that stuff.
Begging the question nonsense. So you need air You need air for air resistance. Fly. So you can't go above the Kármán line with conventional aircraft because the air is too thin. There's not enough air resistance.
What are the requirements of air pressure?
A container. A container.
And that is that what gives us
in the definition
volume?
of gas pressure? Sorry.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, in the definition of gas pressure.
The containment to define the volume of something.
Yep, V.
Is that why?
Yep, V for volume.
I hear that thing about the container a lot. I mean, by definition, it says here a container is a region that creates a partially or fully enclosed space for sorting, transporting, or containing objects or materials.
Yeah.
So it doesn't have to be fully contained, unless you're talking about like an ideal gas in like an ideal gas equation.
Well,
then obviously, in an ideal environment, then it will be
currently-
fully enclosed.
Are you currently in gas pressure right now?
Yeah.
You are. The same as everyone else?
I hope so. Yeah.
Is that a requirement?
No.
It's not for you
It
to live.
actually is.
For me to live, then yeah. Sure.
Oh, what about for us all?
So yeah.
Do we need it to live?
Yeah.
So all humans of all time have needed this.
Yeah.
Will we continue to need this?
Probably, yeah.
So
I don't
just
know.
even
I can't predict the
logically,
future,
it's
but-
been there for us, right? Have you had anything to do with it?
No.
So you're in effect thankful.
No.
No, you're not.
Just indifferent. It's just there. Like, I don't know.
Mm-hmm.
No, I hope it doesn't go away, because then I'll die. But you know, it's not something like I think about. It's just like, oh, it just is. Do you think we can live outside of gas pressure?
Well, you're welcome to try, dude. Be my guest.
You know?
Yeah.
Do I have a second
know.
question on that?
You go first.
So, Rainbow, question for you, brother. Have you ever sprung a hole in a tire or a ball that you've maybe been playing with, or a hole in your bike tire, passenger car,
Oh,
or
yeah.
anything like that?
Mm-hmm.
What happens when that thing springs a hole in it? You spring a leak in that.
If the gas is pressurized, then it is forced out and it
escapes.
deflates.
Right. Now, what's interesting is if that object doesn't have any weight on top of it. For instance, the car is not sitting on top of that tire, as an example, or maybe you take a brick and put it on top of that ball. That ball doesn't actually go all the way flat. It kind of retains a little bit of structural rigidity due to the structure of the actual object itself. If you're dealing with the tires,
Yeah, elastic
radial,
potential.
things like that. Right on, bingo, brother. So But the interesting thing is, again, if we spring even the smallest crack in that, maybe the tire decays after the expiration date or whatever, right? That air escapes and it goes down to zero. Now, the issue is we at sea level observe a pressure of 1 bar, 14.7 pounds per square inch. And then when we navigate into water, we go deeper in water every 32.8 feet deeper. That pressure increases by 1 bar. But the thing that wherever we go, we have pressure, which is synonymous with containment. So my question to you becomes how do you then honestly observe this pressure, which we know exists, which is synonymous for, required for every single living thing to live, right? That pressure that we have available so that we can breathe, birds can fly, so on and so forth. How do you propose that being an open system?
I don't think it's an open system.
So you do in fact agree it's a closed system?
I think it's semi-closed.
Brother, this is why I brought you back to that point about observing the crack in the tire. How can you possibly say it's semi-closed?
I mean, if the tire has a hole in it, then I would class it as an open system because the difference between the material of the rubber compared to there being no material of rubber is drastically different. So I would class it as open. But either way, it doesn't change the formula or the equation. It would still give you the same result. It's just the way you're describing it is different, but it's still the same effect.
The effect would be no pressure. You must have
if you have a hole in the tire,
maintain
then the pressure will.
You will be losing pressure, correct? Until there's nothing. So times what?
No,
Infinity.
you would lose
we'd have been
pressure
long
until
gone.
it matches the surrounding pressure.
Till it matches. Now, in your world, we're jettisoning through your surroundings, aren't we? At what, 500,000 miles per hour? Plus 66,000 miles, plus 1,000 miles? Correct? Yes. So we're hauling ass through the void.
We do be moving
ass, and we're hoping the stars will continue to create the oxygen, the all-important oxygen that we need, and find its way here for us since it's not being produced from Earth.
Oxygen is being
Everything's
produced on
done
Earth.
for you. Oh, oxygen is. Oh, okay. I thought you
Yeah.
said it was produced from the stars.
No, some things produce from stars, something aren't. Something are produced from other celestial bodies. It varies. Oxygen is one of those things where you have the breakdown of water into hydrogen and oxygen. So it's quite abundant.
Well, it's not getting wiped from the face of things as we propel through the vacuum.
No.
No, it's not. I mean, even though we're going 500,000 miles per hour through it, correct?
Correct.
Right? And spinning 66,000 miles per hour.
Yeah.
Around the sun, right? And then 1,000 miles an hour just in the course of a
I
day.
think we rotate 1,000 miles per hour. I don't know where the
rotate, and
66,000 thing comes from, but
so we're traversing through a vacuum and keeping pressure.
Yeah.
We're not just stable through in a vacuum, gently floating or anything like that. Falling out. Right?
You cut out. Sorry, what'd you say at the end?
Oh, so we're hauling ass, right?
Yeah.
There's no test on Earth to show anything hauling ass through a vacuum of such speed and producing something like oxygen and maintaining it.
The creation of oxygen is irrespective of speed. It's not. I don't understand how that
500,000
relates
miles.
to.
If you have an oxygen source, like a pipe, right? And then you put it in a medium or like a vacuum.
Yeah.
Okay. What is it going to do? Does it follow?
That's just going to be like
Yeah.
fucking the most insane trumpet you've ever seen. It's going to go flying out.
Shit, yeah. Where's it going to be? What are those molecules going to be? 500 miles,
Evacuated into the
500,000 miles in the rearview mirror.
Oh,
We're gonna be
not
passing them up.
500,000,
Are they
but
gonna
it will
keep
be
up?
going pretty fast. Like maybe, I don't know, like around, I would say around a 500 to, I guess it depends. I don't really know. It's very fast,
Yeah.
very
Fuck
violently.
yeah.
Yeah, it'd be crazy,
Huh?
wouldn't it? Imagine. I know,
America.
what would they,
Fuck yeah. That's the way we do it. See, we can do that. In America, we can do that. We can haul ass through a void like that and just have all that sweet, sweet gas pressure just sticking around. That's the way we do it. Fuck yeah. Ain't that right, folks? That's the way we do it. Because we're arrogant fucks. Aren't we? We're so fucking arrogant. Oh, yeah.
hello?
Can we do it? Kim Jong Un can fly. Did you know that?
Sorry, I lost connection for like a 20 seconds.
So, anyway.
Sorry, yeah, I
Yeah.
lost connection for a bit.
Yeah. So,
Let me
anyway.
catch
I
you
don't
up.
know how.
America, fuck yeah. Fuck yeah. We can do it
Yeah,
all,
you
man.
get it. There's kids listening to
You
this too.
actually, Americans can do a lot. You lot, like,
America.
after
We're
watching
doing
that
it right
SpaceX
now.
thing, that was the most insane thing I've ever seen. That was wild.
All right, any more bald eagles?
You need like one of those Eagle Screech soundboards. Yeah.
I was like a fucking crow.
Bruh, I'm thinking of actually migrating to. Oh, you're gonna have another immigrant. That's funny. I'm actually migrating to the United States for my PhD.
Not until you figure out what level.
Everything looks so fun over there.
And no matter where you go,
You
you're
lot
never
get up
gonna
to all kinds of madness. Huh?
Only flat earthers are allowed to immigrate to the States.
Yeah, I was gonna say they won't allow you.
Yeah, I fall off the edge if I migrated.
Until you realize that the level is everywhere you go and you can't escape it, no matter how high you go or if you change continents.
That is correct.
Mm.
All horizontals are parallel.
Level
As are
everywhere.
verticals.
I drop a plumb line and oh my gosh, it's perpendicular to the horizon line. Holy smokes, I can't escape it. I go higher up and guess what? I see the same thing. I turn around 180 degrees, I see the same thing.
So,
Where is your
in
drop
terms of like the flat Earth model, do you believe?
It's not a model,
bro.
reality.
Real life.
Stop saying model. Break through your cognitive dissonance and realize that you live in reality, and this is not something you have to describe as a model. Break
in
through.
your flat Earth theory, or
You're gonna
I
need
don't
a
know if
medium
it's
for
described it.
propulsion.
In our level, stationary, topographical
In your
plane
flat Earth reality,
go ahead. Go ahead.
Do you think the flat Earth is like infinite, or like it has an edge, or how would you
In your
describe
globe,
it?
Is it infinite? Or
No.
is there an outer edge? And if so, what's outside of that?
Space.
Tell me about space. What is it? Infinite?
But
Or
I'm actually curious. I want to know like what in your, because I know there's two different like
In
theories and
space,
stuff.
is space infinite as a concept, or does it have some sort of outer edge? And if it's got an outer edge, what's on the outside of it?
Space is infinite.
Tell me about your concept of how you bypass infinity. Tell me how you do it, smart boy. Huh?
You can't. You
Tell
can't
me about
bypass infinity.
Come on. How does the globe? Aren't we hauling ass through infinity right now?
You can't bypass infinity.
Are we hauling ass through it?
Yeah.
Yeah. Right? Fuck yeah.
Yeah, I need that big ego. Like
Tell us about your infinity. Are you sure it's
But
infinite?
no, I'm actually like I'm not even joking. I'm actually serious. Like, do you feel like there's like lands beyond sort of like the ice wall, or like is it like a curved like edge or like just a flat? Like what's because you know you have like the firmament like a dome. I know some people believe in it, some don't. Does it? If you walk like far enough, do you kind of like reach the point of where the dome meets the earth, and it's like an enclosed system, or like?
How do we know this? First of all, like
That's what I'm asking. I don't know.
well, how do you know? First of all, if we can't touch it or experience it, like how do you know? First of all, like how do you know it's outer space if like you can't touch it, if you can't touch the sun, if you can't touch these things? So, a lot of these questions you're asking are just what if questions, to be honest.
Nice. Neil with the rational call out. Well done.
So
you can't make
what's
up
your
Narnia.
answer? So what's your
ask
like
questions about Narnia? Go ahead.
So you don't? Is that you're not sure yet? Is that what you're saying?
Well, bro,
Because
what
no
it
one's
is,
like seen it,
what,
so no one's like.
What Brother Neil just walked you through, right, was the literal view that we're attempting to break through to you, is that we want direct evidence, right, of your claims. If you have no direct evidence, you're in a place of you're going to be constantly making up talks about Narnia and trying to reinforce ideas of Narnia without any direct evidence. Direct evidence, that's what we want, brother. We have pressure, it's observed, we can measure it, right? That's direct evidence. We don't have any drop over distance, circumstantial evidence. We have pictures from space, circumstantial evidence. We have claims of NASA, circumstantial evidence. Give us a foundation, right, that we can repeat, test ourselves in order to prop up whatever claim it is that is being claimed. Do you have direct evidence? That's ultimately the question that Brother Neil
Yeah, I get that, but like,
you to walk with.
this is not what I asked. Like,
it doesn't matter about what you're asking. You're asking questions about Narnia,
all I'm here,
right?
just
and we're trying to bring you back down to the reality of asking questions about the actual place that we're living in. Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, I just wanted to learn a bit more about like your model and like or your reality, I guess, and how that like how because there's a lot of questions about like how the globe Earth model is justified and proven in terms of like what Globers believe, but I've never really heard like what the alternative belief is.
Right,
because obviously like when you have like a hypothesis, you have
when
either is or isn't. But
have you ever noticed that when somebody's desperate for them to believe you, they will bombard you with their evidence, their claims of what they actually did? Right, when you say, hey, I heard this, and they're like, oh no, and they come back and they're like, blah blah blah, provide explanation left, right, and center. Right, what we're asking for here is the direct evidence versus like a series of splatterings that you've given us, right? These lily pad jumping to space, jumping to stars, jumping to rockets, jumping to NASA in order to prove
if you don't know what's on the edge, it's fine to say you're not sure yet. Like, that's fine.
Brother, that's 100% what was just rendered to you by Brother Neil, is that nobody's ever claimed, if you're speaking to somebody who's true of this perspective, nobody's ever claimed an edge. We can't, right? We are not, we don't have the resources, the availability to get there because we're controlled. From a standpoint,
why don't you just walk there?
Go ahead.
Why don't you just like walk over?
Do you have evidence of an Earth curve edge?
I want to address the guy who said, "Why don't you just walk there?" Okay, first off, there's the Antarctic Treaty, so there are degrees that are guarded by militaries. You can't go past them unless you're escorted and approved to go there, and then you're monitored. You can't just freely wander around Antarctica. That's number one. Number two, how about you just go walk into Area 51, bud? Why don't you just do that? Huh? Go walk in there, tell us, get back to us all. Let us know what's happening in Area 51 or any military facility. Even just as a citizen.
You can't walk there because it's a government like control.
Still speaking, even as a citizen, you just can't freely walk wherever you want. So this idea of why don't you just...
Why are you angry?
Why are you interrupting me?
Why are you angry? Why are you shouting at me?
Why are you interrupting?
He's talking to you, first of all, and second of all, you stop being a little bitch. Just listen.
Yeah, I was going to call for removal of emotion on that. Rainbow, don't be so sensitive, brother. Flatman, please go. You're doing a great job, my Canadian brother.
Yeah, so as I was saying, even just as regular citizens, you just can't freely walk anywhere. You need top secret clearance or some sort of a clearance to go into certain places that are even owned by you. So thank you for the idea of walking to Antarctica and the edge of the Earth.
Okay. I mean, you could
It's
have
going to be a
just said
long
that
walk.
without like. Yeah, it would be. I mean, there's people that live in Antarctica. Do they like not live near the government-controlled regions, or?
That's the only places they live.
In the government-controlled regions?
All of any place that's occupied in Antarctica, believe me, there's military presence watching what's going on there. Even though it's supposed to be the only place where no military is allowed to be. It's insane.
Kind of true. I mean, you are allowed a military presence, just not like you can't have weapons and stuff. But yeah, I'll just say yeah, sure. Okay. So, I mean, from my understanding, Antarctica is just a massive, like, nothingness. Like, it's miles deep of ice. So, is there like a like or like people? There's
It's mostly all scientific research. They rotate the scientists out in and out. It's not always the same group of people 24/7, 365. They have to
I've got a friend actually that went to the Antarctic.
Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, I got a friend who went down there to do some science and stuff.
They
The
actually have
facilities that they have is really weird, like strange.
Yeah, they have to keep the coolant heated for the vehicles that they run. Like,
yeah,
you can't even turn the vehicle off and let the coolant cool down. It'll freeze.
Yeah.
Definitely not walking there then.
Yeah, I wouldn't. Definitely. Physically, there's no like, as long as you got the gear and stuff, I don't think it's like impossible, but like it's dangerous and I wouldn't want to do it. But okay, so there's like scientific bases, a little bit of military presence. So when people like say that they've gone down there and they've like walked across Antarctica, are they making it up, or like is it part of like a government scheme or something?
If you look into it, like really look into it, they did. It's not that they didn't walk across Antarctica. They walked across part of the ice shelf. They didn't actually physically cross Antarctica.
Okay. So like an arc shape, like around the perimeter, sort of, or
Like just visualize going like from one point to the other, but deep inland, but not across the continent itself. If you can understand what I'm trying to explain. Fuck, I'm working right now. I can't really pause to upload shit.
So there's okay. So like the firmament. So I know some people believe there's like water above it. Some people believe that like the firmament's made out of glass or some form of like special material. Do you have any like ideas of like what you think the firmament is made of?
The best I can do to help you there is it's not whether we believe it or not. It's that's how it's written in Scripture. There are the waters above and the waters below, and the firmament separates the two. Now, where I wanted to go from there is if you observe sunlight at the bottom of a pool and you see the way it twinkles and moves around, it's similar to when you actually take your own telescope and look at a star. It also moves and twinkles like it does that sunlight at the bottom of your pool. So, could stars be light within the waters above? Possibly. Since NASA tells us a bunch of bullshit and makes it seem like we can go there like we go to the store for bread and milk and, occupy Mars, You know, they make it seem so simple. When you actually use your own equipment and look at these things, they're nothing like what NASA displays them or presents them as.
So if it was made of water and you can't like, and it looks has like similar effects when you look at it, didn't you just do like a um, mass spectroscopy analysis to see the composition of the material to determine if it is water?
Well, if you can't get to it to determine if it's water, how can you verify it? So what I wanted to go to next is sololuminescence. It's when you put sound frequencies of water, you can create a star in a jar. Like labs and scientists and people who research this stuff have already done it. There's footage out there. If you search it, you can find it. Or maybe one of my flat earth mates can post it in the live stream. So yeah, we're already trying to figure out how stars exist, what they are, what creates them, or whatnot. So if you look into that, start researching solar luminescence, you'll have a bit of a better idea and understanding of what I'm trying to explain to you.
Put some basically water, so you create high pressure regions and low pressure regions, and then they kind of like collide with each other and bombard, and then it can create like flashes of light and stuff. I know, like those crabs with the big pincers, and they like create vacuums in the water and they vaporize it. I forgot the name of those, but I know they do it. I mean, I don't think that's the same thing as solar luminescence, though. That's a different phenomenon.
Again, I'm not trying to
Pistol
claim I
shrimp,
know.
that's it. Pistol shrimp.
I'm not trying to claim I know what a star is, or that it's floating in water, or that solar luminescence and the star in a jar is what the stars are. I'm saying it's giving you an idea of what they could be, how they are created.
Okay. I guess if someone thought that, then they could try it and see what happens, I guess. Which you did say people have done. Do you have like any sources for those? Because the only time I've seen that, sorry, like a cup, is when I've like been looking at creating like nuclear isotopes for like laboratory experiments and stuff. But I've never seen any literature that's described it as like star formation in any way.
Yeah, like I was saying, I'm busy doing some shit right now. I was hoping maybe one of my other fellow flat earthers could have posted the what I was speaking of in the live stream. Give me 2 seconds. I think I have a little something here, but this is more plasma rather than solar luminescence. Right here. So that's plasma in a jar. I had 2 seconds to do that. That's a floating ball of plasma within a jar.
It's like there's a metal wire in there, and it's like protruding out from the wire. And then judging from the apparatus, it's full of some form of noble gas. It's literally a plasma globe.
Yeah, that's what I said, plasma in a jar. Yeah, I'm not sure exactly what they're doing there, but yes, that quite possibly are noble gases in there. I don't really see a wire. It looks like electrical discharges from the sphere itself, but yeah.
Because of the the valve at the front.
I'm
That's
showing an
sort of like
yeah, the pressure valve. Yeah, no, I'm just showing you an example of what things that have been done by us to try to understand what a star is or could be.
I mean, it doesn't. I don't think it looks like a star at all, though. Just looks like a glowing, angry blob of something I wouldn't want to touch.
Yeah, a ball of plasma gas. I'm just again, you
Yeah.
mentioned noble gas. I'm not sure if there's noble gas being used in there. So the color that's being emitted it could be because of the gas that was chosen, right? Stars aren't all white. If you look at them, some of them
Yeah.
change.
Yeah. You know what? I always like find those like I haven't seen a plasma globe like in the past decade. I've just realized that. Like I haven't seen one anywhere. Do people even sell them anymore? Bet they're dangerous and people are like, maybe we shouldn't be producing what's the thing called? What's O3 again? Ozone, and giving it to kids. Plasma globes are cool, yeah. They kind of scare me though. All that energy in there is a bit terrifying. Just don't break it. Yeah. I mean, if you break it, I think you don't get like the plasma effect anymore. It just just stops working. But if you have like I guess like a like a big one using like university and stuff, the voltage on those is considerably higher, so you can get those arcs from like just the atmosphere. But yeah, I wouldn't want to touch those. Talking about floating orbs, there is actually an experiment that someone did, and they did produce like this floating orb thing. I'm gonna try and send it to you. I think it's similar to what you're talking about. It's like a Russian experiment. Floating plasma toroid, and then the Royal Institution of Science did a talk on that. I just sent it now, and it rotates and spins around. It's so sick. Also, something I wouldn't want to touch. Come in the chat or turn your mic on. Yeah, I wouldn't want to touch it. I feel like it would be like TV static. I'd just get immediately annihilated, like a cartoon. Looney Tunes. So, does anyone have any like alternate theories on like subatomic particles and like what they're made of and stuff?
Nah, but we got plenty of ideas on Earth and how it works. Go ahead.
Yeah. What about like satellite communication, I guess?
Are satellites attached to the Earth? I know cables are. Are satellites?
Oh wait, the neighbor's cat's here. Hello, baby. Hi.
Wow.
Hiya.
Neighbor's
Sorry.
cat. Distracted.
Yeah, they're so cute.
Tumbleweed outside.
Satellites are not connected by cables, and they are gravitationally locked to the Earth.
How do you know that?
That's not what I said.
I know.
Okay.
I forgot kind of what you said.
I was checking on it. Yeah, because you got distracted by the neighbor's cat, bro. I'm good.
Yeah.
Yeah. I got a tumbleweed outside, and funny, the tumbleweed's round, but that doesn't mean the ground is round.
See, I know the Earth is a globe because my shoes are curved on their bases.
You should try walking up to a contractor or maybe a construction worker that builds stuff and tell him the same thing and see what he says to you. While you're
Yeah.
at it, you should ask him to take his construction level and put it up to the bottom of your shoe and see how the two of them interact with one another.
Yeah. I'll be like, take me to the edge. The secret code word.
Yeah, bro, he'll take you to the edge of his level and say, "There's the edge of my level." That's it. There's the edge of your shoe. That's it.
Yeah, that's a good point. Yeah, that's a good. Like, how would how would somebody measure the Earth to be curving? Like what, or just like what would you do? What tool would you use?
Different tools. I think the most common one is a laser measure.
Okay, what is like the principle of the laser? It's like
Usually
straight.
they have like a base station, and then they point it towards a target. Consider a distance away, and then they measure the angle of the laser to parallel to the ground from where they're standing.
Okay, so it's using like it's all right. So we're assuming that this laser, not assuming, but we're going to use the laser because it's a straight and level line, and then we're going to measure like up or down from that straight line to see if the surface is parallel or not. Is that the best tool?
I think, yeah. I don't know. I'm not professional in like field sciences and stuff, so I'm not really too confident about my answer. But I think that's pretty much what they do. Most of them.
Yeah, it seems right to me. I'd say, okay, we got something that we know is level, right? We're going to now measure either up or down from that level line, right? And then, so if we go to like right? So is water like a big lake? Is that level?
I think that's probably as level as you can get, to be honest. Yeah.
Okay, so level is a straight line. Like a laser level.
Yeah.
Okay, so the water is level and the laser is level. And then what are we going to measure?
The drop of the target from where the laser is hitting, or you could measure the angle that you have to point the laser down to reach the target.
The target?
Or you could do like a long plank, I guess, and then point the mark on the plank, I don't know, like 1 meter from the water level, and then shoot the laser towards the plank and measure the distance between where the laser's hitting and the 1 meter mark.
Okay, so and then what we're ultimately trying to find out, I guess, or falsify or prove, is if the laser level is deviating from level. So does level deviate from level? Is that the question on the table? Does level drop away from level?
So the measure would be.
Isn't that the question? We're going to see if level drops away from level. We got the laser level, and then we got the water level. We're gonna test that. No. Okay.
No. It would be the drop, the distance of drop, I guess you could measure.
Right.
But if you can't measure like
level
from the point of the laser to the 1 meter level point on the plank from the water line.
Yeah. So we're going to see if level drops.
Yeah, I guess so. Yeah.
Yeah. Does that seem reasonable to see if level drops away from level? The laser level is level. The water level is level. And there's this idea, right, that if the Earth is a globe, then level will drop away from another established level.
Yeah.
Okay, so will they drop together, or will one of them
the
remain
laser
straight?
the laser point would be your reference point, so that would remain, I guess, as 1 meter from the height of the ground or the water level at the point of the laser. So both the plank and the laser would be 1 meter respectively from the water level. And then you'd measure how much higher, I guess, the distance between the 1 meter level on the plank and the point at which the laser is reaching the plank.
Okay, so we're 1 mile apart or whatever you do. Right? We're gonna a plank, like a stick in the ground, and we're gonna, or put it in the water, so it's but it's in the ground, and then 1 foot off of the top of the water, it'll be, we'll make a mark, and then we go a mile away and do the same thing in the water, put a stick in the water, and then 1 foot higher than the surface of that water. So they're both 1 foot higher. Okay. Now all along that path from between A and B, we're going to see if it's level.
We're going to see if the laser point reaches the level mark on the plank. Yeah.
Yeah, well,
So if
they're
it
both
is
1
level,
foot.
then
Uh-huh.
sorry, if there's no drop, then the laser would line up directly upon the 1 foot mark on the plank. If there is drop, the laser should be above the line.
Okay, and then do you what do you predict happens?
I predict the laser would be above the line.
I mean, people have done this. Okay, so the level that's above, or no, you're saying the level's at the same at point A, and you predict over distance that level rises because it'll be higher up on the stick. The laser will shine higher, so level rises.
The laser would be above the level on the plank. So,
Okay, so the
from the
laser level
perspective, if you're
rises and the
standing at
water
the
level
plank, then
drops.
yeah, it would look
See.
like it's risen, I guess. Yeah. If you were like
So
next to the
level,
plank.
yeah. So the level that they're both level, the water level and the laser level. They're both tools for establishing level,
Yeah.
but they're different.
So the laser level and the water level that you've drawn are both 1 meter from the water surface.
Right. Anywhere I go, right along the water surface, I'll mark 1 foot. I put 1,000 sticks 1 foot above the water surface, right?
Mm.
And that's always going to be at the same elevation, 1 foot above level. It's always at the same
Your
elevation.
mark would be, but the laser point would vary depending on the distance.
It would.
That's my theory in
That's
my
the theory.
experiment.
All right. Okay. Yeah.
And then I guess you could, by having multiple points, 1,000 sticks, you could have that as a repeat, so you can measure multiple different distances between where the laser reaching each plank and the 1 meter mark, and then you can use that to have a repeat in your data to remove any anomalous data, anything
Right.
else that's abnormal.
So
you have a rounding, an average.
So 2 things. Why hasn't a flat earther done anything like that, right? Because that would be it, right? If they did that, if they showed that
They might
level.
have.
I mean, would it prove anything?
It would if you did it. If someone did it and there was no drop, sorry, if there was no distance between the laser point on the laser's hitting the plank and the 1 meter or 1 foot mark, however you want to measure it on the plank, then that would prove that there is no drop over distance, which you could then extrapolate to be that it is level.
That
that it is flat.
Level. Wow.
Yeah, it's flat. Sorry.
Yeah, that level is flat, right? But that wouldn't mean that. What's when you say it's level is flat. Level is a straight line that's within a plane. The shortest distance between 2 points is a level line. I mean, what else?
Maybe
what else would it
mistaken in the way I was conveying it. Instead of saying a level point of 1 meter, let's say a distance marker. So
yeah, I kind of fixated on when you said it would prove that it's flat. What do you mean it? What's it? Earth is flat because level is a straight line.
Because there's no drop over distance.
What you're going to need is the behavior of water. So from the top of the hill, right? Why don't you float down to us how water behaves? How does it behave?
If I was to roll off the side of a hill, I would definitely tumble down.
No, I'm talking about from the globe that you have been positioned on, right? Tell us how water behaves. Tell us, flat earthers, how water behaves, a body of water at rest. Just tell us the behavior of it.
If it's at rest, then it does nothing. It's at rest.
What is there such thing as a straight line on Earth?
Yeah.
Can I build something with a straight line?
Yeah.
I can. Are you sure?
Yeah.
Can it be large? Let's say I want to build something 5 miles long, like a wall. Can I build it where
Then
the
it
top of
wouldn't be straight.
straight
No,
line level?
no.
No, I can't. So there is no such thing as a straight line.
There
When I
is.
ask the Earth, when I ask the globe Earth to present to me what level means, it's going to show me a circle. Is that correct? It's just a matter of distance. Isn't that
No,
correct?
no,
Huh? No.
no,
No? So can
no.
I get a straight line, like a level wall on the planet Earth? Can I build such a thing?
Can you build a straight, level, like
With the
perfectly
top of the
planar
wall,
wall
the top of the
on the
wall.
Earth?
You understand? The top
Yes,
of the
you can.
wall, I can walk on it. I can walk on the top of the wall. Okay?
Yeah, you
Like a
can.
castle wall, like a castle wall.
Yeah,
Any
you
other
can.
kind of wall where there's a top. The
Yeah.
water shows me that it's a straight line level. I'm going by that in a very precise manner. Can I trust that? What
It
am I
depends on your
building here?
distance. I don't know. You
So it
can
does depend on.
obviously build
So,
perfectly straight objects. I don't
so
like.
what you're saying is the Earth presents water as doing what as its behavior? Go ahead. I mean, we're really wanting to hear this.
Could you repeat the question?
The behavior of water. I'm about to build a wall. I'm counting on
So, yeah,
water.
water finds its
I'm
level. Is that
counting
what you're
on water to show me what level means. On your world, level means a circle, doesn't it?
No.
So, can I build a straight line on your world?
Yeah.
How do I know it's straight?
It's not curved.
How do I know that?
You can measure it.
With what?
I don't know, ruler, I guess. Anything you want,
A
really.
ruler.
Anything
A
that's
ruler.
used to
You
measure.
say a ruler, I measure it with a ruler. A ruler tells me what's level then.
I think he's looking
You got to
for
get out a little bit more.
What? I mean,
How do I
you
know
could use
the
a.
fucking wall is level or not?
You put a level on it.
Yeah.
Okay, what is a level made out of? What does a level use to refer to? What element of Earth?
Water.
You gotta be fucking kidding me. It's not that simple, is it? You're saying that we rely on the behavior of water to dictate to us humans that are smarter than water. I mean, can we really be told what
Water is
level
an
is?
inanimate
I want a
object.
level to be arbitrary, or what if I want it to be a circle? Does water say, I don't give a damn what you want? If you go building like this, you're going to be crooked or, out of alignment. You're going to be in lean. You're going to be out of balance. Does water and the earth give a fuck what I feel that level is? Or do I have to ask the earth what level is? Now, so back to the original question. Tell me about the behavior of water from on high. Tell me, what size is it when we begin to notice its curve? How big does what is the minimum body of water where we begin to measure
Oh, I get what you mean
its
now.
curve?
Okay.
Yeah.
So you're using. Oh, I mean, in an ideal situation where there's no like surface like undulations or like it's perfectly like flat, like smooth, I would say
Is
you
that
could
what
use
it
a
does?
ruler. No, it's not what it does.
Well, what does it do is what I'm asking. Where there's no
Ask me
undulation.
what it does or how I would measure it.
I mean, I can tell you what my water level tool does. And it's that's the thing. Like, there's no wind on it, right? It's in a container, right? And it's in a hose. Yeah. So there's no wind. There's no like any. There's nothing else. Giving undulations. anything else like that. But what that does is it establishes the two ends of the water level. It establishes the shortest distance between 2 points.
A
That's
vector,
what mine
if
does.
you will. Is that
So
a
what kind of
vector?
tool is that? What tool are you
This
describing?
guy. See, so anyway, none of you guys are really you're not getting drawn in by this curving water and this drop over distance stuff, right? I mean, everybody understands how this actually works, correct? That
I'm
level,
confused.
you have to orient something to something else. Like thrust needs a medium.
Yeah, you need a
You
reference.
got to
Yeah.
know what north is that dictates all other directions. Isn't that correct? Oh yeah, yeah. That's why it's the cardinal direction. Isn't that right? So you got to know what level is to know if you're out of it. You got to know what vertical is to know if you're out of it, because it's very strict and very narrow, and you're either in it or you're out of it. It doesn't give a damn what you think. You either seek it, you either seek level as a human, you ask, okay? You don't make it up.
Well, you do
Right?
make it up.
And
You
vertical
measure it
with
and you create a reference.
with a plumb. So a weighted line and water gives us a perfect 90, doesn't it? Yes. Every time? Yes. Every time? Yes. Hold on a second. Every single fucking time? Yes.
Wait, every time?
Yeah.
That's fucking wild. Who'd have thought that?
That's the word on the streets. Yeah.
Yeah. Amazing. Simple stuff here, and fucking can't wrap their heads around it.
So water does amazing things on the globe, doesn't it? And it is the fundamental difference.
So a level is a tool that verifies points in the same horizontal plane.
That's correct.
But if you're measuring level at two different horizontal planes, then it's not
They will
same.
be
So it
parallel.
is a
They will be
virtual
parallel,
measurement that we do fabricate. Because obviously
No.
level is from your
No.
reference point or the reference point that you're
it's
measuring.
based. No, water behaves. Water behaves, right? It doesn't have its free will like you do. You're a bad boy. You don't want to behave. You want to rebel, don't you? You want to make shit up, don't you?
You said that in the most American accent.
Yeah.
I love that.
Does it not conform to the forces being applied to it?
It conforms to the forces that are applied to it.
Absolutely. Yeah, no, I absolutely agree with that. And level is also relative to those forces being applied to it.
That is right. Every time?
Well,
hold on. Yeah.
Every time.
You agree with me on that, right? So level could be very different depending on where you are. Like that bar, if you're using the same standard of where that is, if you're on a different side of the planet, that bar would be shifted differently. Level would be different somewhere else.
Yeah.
If
It's a
you're on
different
planet.
horizontal plane.
But you see, the reason that we use a term like sea level is for commonality, isn't it? Yes. Because it's on a tidal, because it's high and low tide, isn't it? Why would we be interested as humans to know where the water is compared to the land?
Yeah, wait, what is
any reason whatsoever? So I'm here in Louisiana. We're below sea level. What's that mean? Is there a whole lot of building going on? Yeah, there is building going on, but you know you're below sea level.
What
does that
I am
mean?
curious about that though. Why is the water at different heights depending on the time of day? Like you can see it from the sand.
Now we've been going over these why things, and it really doesn't. It's not as important to know
The only
why.
reason why anyone sees that it's wrong is because their eyes are round. It's an optical illusion. The Earth is flat.
Ain't no way you just said that.
What? An eye is round, is it not? What? Am I lying by saying that? Oh,
That's funny.
Okay, so I'm crazy all of a sudden. Wow, I said the opposite. The Earth is flat. The only reason why you might think that it's round is because your eyes are round. Because eyes are round. And okay, I'm stupid. I don't know why people hate me so much. I just say.
No, I don't hate you.
Your
Just
eyes
funny.
are round, but
Is it
that
because I'm
doesn't.
black? Is it because I'm
Yeah.
black?
Yeah.
I would. Yeah. Thank you at least for telling the truth. I appreciate you more than anybody. You know, I love you more than I love my mom.
Oh.
A lot of black
I
gay women.
apologize. Sorry, I just throwing stuff out there. But I was serious about the other things. But I know what I said just now was kind of crazy. I'm sorry. I was just trying to make everybody laugh. I apologize.
It made me
And
laugh. I liked it. It was good.
I didn't mean to hurt anybody. I was just trying to.
I wasn't hurt.
Everybody comes and says, "Oh, digga, some stupid stuff." I was like, "Yeah, the Earth is flat, but."
Did you get raptured? Oh. Oh.
I was appreciating the conversation before you made it about yourself.
Oh.
What does cause the water to change its height during the day or throughout the day?
Well,
They
again,
don't.
kind
They
of
don't have an
getting back to
explanation.
some of the, you know, why, right? Good questions, very good questions. But to know what it does, to see over and over the what is very important here because that's the elusive element right here in this whole channel's existence is what is being sidestepped is the what is actually happening here because as we're bringing up topic by topic here like having propulsion in a vacuum what we're going against are natural laws which happen every time yeah, that's why they're laws. So it's a hypocritical existence that
You
we
didn't answer
are
the question.
woven into with things like curving water, propulsion in a vacuum, things like this that go against laws,
They
like
don't.
having a vacuum without a container or pressure without a container. See, and then the existence of these things being said.
So no
Right?
answer then. No answer
There's
then.
no answer. Like, what's your yeah? Do
Yeah.
you have an explanation for why we
Tides
have
rise.
changing tides during the day, like as the day progresses?
Because things should, according to your idea of things on the flat Earth, things should just conform to being level. But for some reason, that level shifts quite often. Like what, every 6 hours or so, it's up and down, up
You
and
talking
down.
about movement, man?
No, is the
It's about
water
changing
level?
of
You talking
tide
about
throughout the day.
movement, like air moves, water
No,
moves?
It's
no.
not
You talking about
movement,
movement?
though.
You talking about
So is
tide?
dude, is
It's
the
The
water
water's
Tide.
level?
movement.
Is the water level
If
at high tide or low
everything
tide?
is seeking, don't you know things seek equilibrium?
But why are they not at equilibrium?
Pressures seek equilibriums. Temperatures seek equilibriums.
But why are there
Level
tides?
seeks
Why are there
equilibrium.
tides? Tide is not being at equilibrium.
But it's always seeking it. And when it has its ruthers, it's still, isn't it?
something
How come
destructive.
it never
Does
finds
water
it?
move on its own, or does water move from an external force?
There's
An
obviously
external
must
force.
be an.
So what would be that
Okay,
external
so it's
force on
not
the
up
flat
to the
Earth model?
water whether it's moving or not, is it? It's just
So what's making the
reacting.
water move?
Yeah, what is it then?
What's making air move?
Oh my god. It's okay if you don't have an answer.
Yeah, he's just
well,
a
like
pro. He's just
You
a
guys
pro.
are asking. You guys are asking why? Why does water move? You hear what I'm
in my
saying?
in my water level, it
Instead of
moves
the
when I
what
raise it
is, which
on one
is
end or the other.
water does behave this way consistently. That's
Yeah.
really the most
No, it
important
doesn't.
thing.
No, that's
Yes, it
totally
does.
wrong.
Water has behaved the same way since its existence. Are you
So what
telling me
force is acting?
differently?
So what force is acting on it then?
You tell me. I don't
It was
find
all,
that
We're
important.
asking you.
Whether wind
it
or
was-
what have you moves
It's not
water.
our job to tell you what your model is.
This is not a model of water. Listen, like I said before, my water level, right? It doesn't behave. It doesn't do.
Hey, don't listen to
It's not
Brenda. Brenda's a
sentient.
glober.
I know, but it's not sentient. It doesn't behave. If I raise one end of the water level, then the water will flow, but then it'll stop flowing. Yeah, and then one point will be higher than the other point, and it will not. It will no longer be establishing the shortest distance between 2 points. Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, because it's in movement. It's being agitated.
Levels don't
That's why
establish
level.
distances between points.
The water level does.
No,
It establishes the shortest distance between 2 points. I know so
no,
because when I
that's
hold it,
not what levels. That's
Which
not
is
what
an
levels.
Don't
infinite.
listen to Brenda.
Which is an
Brenda is a glober.
infinite
Don't listen to
plane.
Brenda.
when I'm holding one end of the water level, Brenda, or I mean, I'm not really listening exactly. I'm not like obeying Brenda, but when I hold one end of the water,
You cut out there.
between
You
those
don't
2
even need
points.
the water. You can trust in the water so much. You can drop a plumb line, and I'll guarantee you that that plumb line will be vertical. If this is simple geometry, geometry, if A is parallel to B and B is parallel to C, then A must therefore be parallel to C. It's this type of proofing that
But what if they're
geometry
not?
offers as a math. Yes, like
What if they're
the
not,
angles
though?
inside of a triangle will equal a particular sum every time. Yeah, every
So
time.
what
Yeah, but
causes the tide?
what if they aren't? What if they aren't parallel?
Then you measure it.
They will be. Then they're not.
Well, that's
So
your
when
claim.
I drop a plumb, I can guarantee you where horizontal will be because it will be
Of course.
90 to that
That's just by
standalone
definition.
vertical.
Right. That's just a definition.
You've just
No, it's more
basically
than a
agreed with my
definition. It's
previous point.
balance. It's balance, and
Because my
you'll
previous
require
point
that
was
to
that
build with.
level is local and respective to the area that you're in. But obviously,
See,
you still
that's
haven't answered the
incorrect.
question about tide.
That is incorrect because level is everywhere in my location and your location. If I drop a plumb, let's give you this 6 mile radius. Okay, everything within there I can drop 10,000 plumbs in that 6 mile from a center point. They will all be parallel. Exactly. Yes.
You can't prove that.
Exactly. Yes. So if
You have to
someone else
show me,
if someone
demonstrate it.
else
Then.
drops, if someone, dude, I mean, you got to get out. You got to use your hands and your eyes and build something and
That's right.
understand
You
what
can't
balance.
just claim. You just
Understand
can't.
what balance is and how
You just
important
can't
it
claim
is
it.
as you go
You have
up.
to show it, dude.
You're
You
going to have to
show it.
show diverging plumb bobs through altitude.
You're the one who claims.
Not only will your plumb bobs diverge, as
It's
you
your
go higher, they will diverge even more. You're going
It's
to
your
have
claim,
issues
dude.
with distance and height, big time.
Dude,
Okay,
it's
so
your
Roto,
claim.
so I've got a
Because
question
you're
for
not
you,
going to have
Roto.
anything to refer them to.
It's your.
Yeah, that's
You're
fine.
not going to have
Roto,
anything to orient.
Roto, I've
Yeah.
Your
got a
claim,
question.
dude. You made the claim. You have to prove it. Demonstrate it. Demonstrate.
Every single day.
All
Every single
verticals.
day.
No,
All
prove it.
vertical. I'm talking about
Prove it.
nano measurements,
Brenda,
dude.
we
Prove
build
it.
like that. We build considering those plumb line being parallel, and the
Prove it.
engineers draw their
Those are just
the
words.
design of
Those are
the
just
building
words.
Those are
using parallel
Not a
lines. They are not
practical
taking any
demonstration.
consideration of any the convergence in a centered point around the
Yeah.
sphere. So when
Prove it.
you
Those are just
believe that,
words.
yeah, it's
Just
already
words.
proved.
Prove
Yeah, it's
it.
already proved.
It's not.
We
It's not
built.
proven.
We built
It's not
considering
proven.
it is
Okay,
proven.
move on to the
We
next
built
caller.
consider. We
Because
built.
Brenda's just over talking everything you're saying with next.
Hey, Roto, still want to know, like, what in your flat Earth reality, what is causing tide, or what's the
What
explanation
is
for tide?
causing the movement of water?
Is it like ships or something you're gonna claim, or I'm really curious what the explanation is from you.
You've got me very curious as to how you explain it on a globe.
No,
I mean,
I asked you a question.
Mm-hmm. Do
you
you
know our
believe that
position
there
on this.
are high and low tide?
Well, there's got to be some type of outside source, right?
No.
It doesn't affect
Why?
itself, as you said. There's something affecting it.
It's certainly not a ship or the many ships in the water that are
We
causing
never
this.
made the claim about the cause of the tides.
Living
You
medium, isn't it?
guys did. When we say flat Earth, it means that the Earth is not curving; it's flat. It's and the word
That's
flat
right.
is just the
That
description of
means
Okay,
the
but
curvature.
regardless of
What? Just stop talking through me. And when we talk about that, we never said that the tides are flat or the tides are not flat. We never mentioned the tides at all. So you guys now, because you have some claims that you can't defend about your globe, like tides, for example, you want to find some claims that are not explainable in the flat Earth side, like assumptions. What are the sun? What is the sun? What is the moon? Why they are doing that thing in the sky? So some bunch of assumptions, because you put those assumptions and you can defend them, but you want to have some sort of assumption from the other side to just say, "Oh, you don't know about those things." No, we never claimed
that's
something
fair. I
about
hear
the
what you're
tides.
saying, but
we
the tide is
also
not an assumption. The tide is an observation that we all observe, regardless if it's a globe or a flat Earth. So,
Exactly.
what
But
is your
you attribute
explanation
the
for?
explanation,
So what?
that's the assumption I told you. You attribute the explanation to the moon. You
It's
never
not an
proved that.
explanation.
Just
It's an observation.
no,
So
it's
we
an
observe
excuse. It's
tide. So what's the explanation of tide on a flat Earth
The
reality?
observation is not the moon. You never observed the moon having tides on its surface or something related to the moon. When you do the observation about the tide, you see the water just going up and gaining more distance in dry surface, and sometimes it will back up. So you never
Okay,
saw
so
the moon doing anything. That's the assumption that I'm talking about. We see the same
okay.
exact thing.
I never
You
said the
put
associate
moon.
the
assumption and you
moon
I
we
asked you
never
what
did.
necessarily
your
with tide.
explanation would be.
We never put an assumption about that.
It's impossible to
It's
observe
not to something to
an
assume because it's just a reality. Tide exists. So
Yeah,
Tide
what
the
would
tide
be
doesn't
your
exist,
exists.
but
explanation for it?
you attribute it to the moon
The
pulling
assumption will
water,
be the
don't you?
cause that you are asking for. That's the assumption that I am talking about. The tides exist. But what is causing the tides? Is it
That's what I'm
unicorns?
asking you.
Is it the sun? Is it the moon? Is it something else? Those will be assumptions. Those are the assumptions that
So
I am
what's
talking about, and we never put any assumption about the cause of the tides yet.
okay? So you don't have an
Do you
explanation for
know that
tides
We
yet.
know that it is
So
not the moon.
just
How do you know
just
that if you haven't got an explanation?
I can
Do
take a
you know
sample from the ocean in a bucket or in a science beaker and put it next to the beach. The beach will have a high tide. The water in the beaker, which was a sample from the ocean, will not have high tide inside the beaker. So the volume of that liquid inside the beaker will never change at all.
And
just to be
You
clear,
can do
you're
it in a
causing that
saying
bucket.
effect?
You can do it
because
in a bucket and fill the bucket to its edge, and the water will never overflow from that bucket because just it was high tide in the ocean.
Yeah,
Why though?
what is your theory here, Calming?
Yeah,
Is your
you
theory
still
that the
haven't
water
explained why.
is
Yeah,
is your theory that the
I
water is
I
stretching
showed you
in
that
some
it's
way?
not the moon.
Is the water stretching? Is that what you think tides are? I mean, what do you think?
it's just movement, man? No,
Oh,
you're
well,
asking
yeah.
So you think it's random movement?
what's causing the water to move. That's what you're asking, because what you're
Yeah.
observing is movement of water. No,
But
you're
you said
asking what's
earlier, you
causing the water
specified
to
that
move.
water doesn't move on its own. Something must be acting upon it.
I mean,
So
that's
what is the
brilliant.
thing that's
That's
acting upon
brilliant.
it?
That's
No,
correct.
no,
So
no. That's
now
false.
what we've learned in the scientific method is a cause and effect relationship. And this is where we get empirical data.
So what's the
This is why we
cause?
seek empirical data. We seek a cause for physical phenomenon.
Do you have a cause in your Earth reality?
Yours is the moon, isn't it? That the
Yeah, but what's
gravity
yours?
of the moon.
You
You
didn't
don't just keep
understand
telling
what
me
I
mine. What's yours?
Nobody's making a claim
Is
about
it
the
because
cause of that.
there is a language barrier or something? Because you seem that you couldn't struggle to understand the simple sentence that I told you. We never assumed any shit about the cause of tides.
Sorry, what?
Is it so difficult to understand? We never assumed those
So
things that we can't prove. We don't have to assume shit about them. We can
You don't
talk
have a
about the
cause.
ground because we can check the ground. We can verify those things about the ground, which is not curving. Yeah, but those things in the sky, the ocean, why the ocean is doing like that? Why the sun is rising from the east to the west and not from the west to the east? Those things will be just a bunch of assumptions if you find some answer.
to be clear, then you believe that because we can't physically observe this force being applied from the moon to the tides, that it can't be provable right now.
No. You can prove that there is no force applied to water, but by just taking a sample from the ocean and put it next to the ocean, it won't have the high tides or low tides. So it means that you didn't take out the moon, you didn't change anything about the moon, and you didn't modify the gravity of the moon. You just took a sample from the water of the ocean. You want to see that water being attracted by the moon, and you
Dude,
never.
that would be so fucking awesome. Now, listen, I would start giving into the globe ideas. If that happened, if I could go in there with a Home Depot bucket, scoop out some ocean during a storm, and then because of the moon, watch it just start sloshing around. That would be something. Doesn't happen.
Yeah, but you don't see
Yeah.
that.
Imagine this. Imagine this. You have a bucket of water, turn it upside down, and then the moon drags the water, and you can fly. Like the water in the bucket's been
Yeah, and
pulled to the
imagine
moon.
every
That'd be a whole
scientist.
different. That'd be a whole different world, wouldn't it? I mean,
Imagine.
because we those would be part of the observations, wouldn't it? We would see
Well,
water.
the observation is the change in in the water height.
Yeah.
So
Changing water,
I
it
mean,
doesn't
I'm
change.
still
Look,
a bit
you
confused.
don't
I
need
feel
the
like you
ocean.
still
You
haven't
don't need the
given
ocean. You
an
don't need the
explanation
ocean,
for
man.
it.
Look
To
at
be
water
clear,
in a smaller body. Look at a pond. Look at a pond. Okay.
So you don't have an
Let's
explanation.
just say that you understand the bottom of the pond. You understand the way the bottom of the pond is made. Okay. You know all of its peaks and valleys. All right. Now you fill it with water like it's a very strange cup. Okay. Now, during the course of a day, things like wind affect that water. There's nothing inside the body of water that's moving the topical aspect of the water, like you see ripples in the water. Now, this is just in a small pond, right? We're not talking about massive waves in the ocean. This is something you can see the other side of. Or
And
even like
there will be
a swimming pool can have waves, right? Yes, it can. Water moves. Things like air can move water. Yes, it can. Temperature can move things. Yes,
So
you need to know
Making
all the
gravity.
whys. It's not
Let-
the moon. It's not the moon's gravity pulling water.
imagine if
That's a big time no.
imagine every scientist have to consider that they will just check the time, and if it is high tide and low tide, to just take consideration of the data of their bakers and the liquids in their bakers. So they will just see.
I mean, people have
is it
used
ultimate?
tide to determine the time.
I have a question then. Why do
That's
the tides
commonly
rise
done.
and fall a lot less in something like the Mediterranean Sea or the Red Sea than an ocean? Why are the tides a lot less noticeable in there?
It's just a
Man,
begging a
water
question
travels.
fallacy.
Water travels within pockets, doesn't it? Huh? I
But
mean,
I'm saying
can
we
you
have
have water
measured
on coming down from a mountaintop?
we have measured the tides in the Mediterranean
Stream.
Sea. We have measured the tides in many places, and for some reason, in these smaller bodies of water, the tides do not rise and fall as much.
Yeah,
So
that
then,
shows you that it's not the moon. The moon don't want go in
it's because
vacation.
that does not prove that.
Exactly.
It's
That does
because
not
there's a
prove that.
smaller connection
would
to
it- why
the
would-
bigger ocean.
It's
So it's
just
not
a
the
begging
moon.
the question fallacy, dude. We don't have to explain a begging the question fallacy.
You
Okay?
don't have to assume things.
It's an invalid argument.
It was a
And
question.
what a
on
reach!
You-
What a reach
Yeah.
for mankind to say it's the moon pulling water.
It's a reach
What a
because
reach!
Yes, I could
What?
go back
because
and ask you guys to clarify. I do want to just for clarity. You think water is stretching? Like it's getting wider? Like there's more volume of water? Like it's stretching when it's pulling
It's
on it.
moving,
You know?
bro. Moving.
Yeah, but no, not you. They are saying, well, it has to be the moon pulling on. So is it stretching and making it a larger volume? Is that the idea?
did I
One
say
of
that the
two.
tide level was the same on Europe as it is in the US at the same time? Is that what I said?
And
I'm
no,
asking. I'm asking for clarification.
it will be one of two. It will be the water stretching, or the moon will lift that amount of water, creating a cavitation under the water. So
Yeah,
that will be
now
just
there's
one of two.
an empty space at the bottom of the ocean between the sand and the water. Like, what do we think's going on here? What are we proposing with this moon pool
Yeah.
idea?
It would have to be perpetual release, right? And then pull and release.
So the reason people speculate that the moon has something to do with the tides is that the moon has a orbit of 29.53 days, and there's also a 29.53 day cycle in the tides.
And also
Sure,
the woman's
okay.
period. But those are just coincidences.
You think it's a coincidence? The 29.53 is coincidence? They're not related?
Oh, yeah,
That's a lunar cycle. That is called a lunar cycle, man. I mean, you talking about something old. A woman's
no
period
way.
is 28 days. A actual month is a month, right? A 28-day cycle. That's why there's actually 13 of them to equal the same with one extra day, right? So
I never thought
this
about
is
that, Matthew.
old.
Yeah.
This is old stuff. The lunar cycle, the female cycle, 28 days, right? 1 month.
It's the gravity
And-
pulling the period out.
Oh no! Well,
On the moon.
Matthew
It's gotta
Matthew
be.
proposed that
It's
the
gotta be
that the
gravity
days
pulling
and the
period.
weeks. Matthew proposed that the tides have created a moon in the sky. I don't know how he did it or how they did it, but that was crazy. I never heard that theory before.
No, it's not, I was saying it's a correlation. We could
Yeah, how
speculate
did the
about
tides?
causation.
Yeah, how did the tides? How did the cyclical tides create a moon in the sky? That was your proposition.
No, my
That's not what I'm
proposition
saying.
is that people have speculated that there is a connection between the two, namely that the moon causes the tides or has influence on the tides because they have the exact same period.
Oh, yeah.
With
If you live
the
like
theory of gravity is a requirement for that. But like Michikaku says, currently that we lied to you, that the Earth does not have gravity, a pulling force. It's a pushing force from space that they're leaning
Correct.
on now because they know how many holes they have with trying this pulling force crap.
Yeah, well,
Yeah, I mean,
regardless
that
of
is
how
a
it
big-
works, it does seem
Well, that
like
is
there
a-
is a connection because of the same exact cycle.
Yeah, that is a big differentiation there. I mean, gravity is not a pull. There's no pulling forces. The vector would be a push always, right? There's no pull force, or the vector would be a push in any direction. So now we have the idea that now it's not stretching the water, but the moon is pushing the Earth. So the Earth is getting smaller now, or instead of the water getting bigger. Sounds kind of crazy. Sounds like all speculation, and then the consequences of that speculation would have to be, you know, these are your choices.
A
You know,
complete paradigm shift from pushing to from an expanding universe to one that's pushing in to the Earth.
The
Right?
stretch assumes that the tides are at this, like the high tide on one side of the planet is the high tide at the same exact time on the other side, which is not what
It's
globe earthers
sea
like
level.
ourselves claim.
It's the same body of water, man.
A simple
Okay.
question. Even though it's flat, is it round? Is it a round, flat shape, or is it what? Is it
dude, get your mic. We can't hear your mic. You gotta get closer or something. We hear you a little bit, but
No. I thought you guys could hear me, my flat earther brothers. Okay, I ask you: is the Earth round? I know it's flat, but is it a round, flat disc, or is it oblong or ovalish?
Are you confused by the word flat? Is it the first time that you hear the word flat and you just don't understand what is the use of that word? Because flat doesn't mean a shape at all.
I did say
So the Earth
flat.
has no shape.
I didn't say
Flat is
anything
not
else.
a shape. Yeah, flat is a description of a surface.
I said is the. God, I only asked if it's
So what
flat
is the
or
shape of the Earth?
No one claimed a shape for the Earth.
Your eye,
Look, it
your
presents
eye
itself
is
as a
round, so
plane.
it makes it look round, but it's flat. There
Who
you
said
go.
that?
Because your eye is round. It's called ocular distortion. When you fish. Okay, I'm the stupid person. I'm sorry.
You have a fish. You have fish eye lens.
I don't know why you're trying
So-
to disprove my theory on flat Earth and then saying that I'm stupid when I'm just
No,
asked
you
questions.
have fish eyes now. Not tell
Why
me
you-
because you have fish eyes, so you see distortions. That straight
Yes,
lines
because
appear
it's
to you to
round.
be.
An optical lensing that makes you think that it's round. Oh my god, seriously, round eyes.
well, I mean, I do hear what you're saying. There is like, you know, you can see the same distance in all directions. So if you were to draw like an arc, like a hula hoop all around you, it would be, you know, you see furthest at your center point, and it would get blurrier at towards the edges because they're further. I hear you, but nobody claims to see the Earth as round. They all say, well, you see it as flat, but it's round anyway. You know what I mean, so then there's some situations where you'd say, well, how come it's, you know, fuzzy on the left and right side of the horizon? And I can see more clearly in the center. But then you turn your
That's right, Tank.
self,
See, that's
you know, a
that's
couple
depth.
degrees to the right, and now the point is different.
That's
Yeah,
true.
that's fine.
So naturally, there's nothing wrong with speculation of what this place is. What are we seeing? Right? We do see an arc of vision. All right, as we see the sun rise, set, go through its midday from its apparent height. Right? But we understand that that's just the eyes, the way the eyes see it. Yeah, that's correct. And good thing we have two, so we can have some depth perception, right? But everything will, in angular resolution, disappear at the horizon, and that's the way everyone's eyes see things. And any artificial eyes have those restrictions of distance, of angular resolution. So that's just the way it is. But within that, we have straight lines. We notice level. We build on level. We notice balance. When we choose to build out of balance, right, vertical or level, then there will be a consequence to that construction because it will be out of balance. It's not arbitrary. You have to ask, and the Earth shows that it's a plane, that it operates functionally. Its forces are in balance in these perpendiculars everywhere. There's no place that the human foot can go to escape this perpendicular. You can drop a plumb bob anywhere, under the water, underground. You know, if you're in a 45-degree slope underground because of that perpendicular, because you know you're out of level. You know what degree slope you're at. You know what height you're at because of sea level. And that's the orienting line of it's up from there. 30,000 feet is 30,000 feet across a horizontal vector that never changes. They want us to believe that that cannot exist. There's no such thing as, say, building anything level. So if I drop a plum, I have a 6-mile radius. Another guy drops a plum on the edge of my radius, and that's his center point. So his circle overlaps my circle. So all the plums in my circle are parallel. So are the horizontals at all altitudes. And then he drops 10,000 plums in his circle. They're all parallel, and they're overlapping mine. So if A is parallel to B and B is parallel to C, then A must be parallel to C.
All right. So
And I
yeah,
can
you like
also
that, right? Can I ask him a question, please, about what he said?
I was
That is
waiting
perfect. I love that
waiting to say something from earlier. So and I can add to that to check and verify those plumb lines being just parallel. Help me to do that in long distance. Take those plumb lines for a long distance, and I can take my gyroscope, turn it on, make it sure that the gyroscope is level when I'm next to the first plumb line, and I will change. Just shut the fuck up! I'm not done yet. So, and I will just go to the other plumb line, and I can assure to you, I can guarantee to you that the gyroscope will just maintain its level, and you will never see it deviating from the horizontal of the ground that you are walking on. So it will just maintain a horizontal line from the first plumb line to the second plumb line.
Plumb lines have
Exactly.
been used since archaeology.
That's what it's supposed to do.
Your fucking gyroscope, it requires. Oh my god.
That is called rigidity in space.
You can
That's
do it
called
right now.
rigidity in space.
Make a little cone dangle to the
A
ground.
hard horizontal vector.
Space doesn't exist for you.
Around existence, right? When it's spinning. My god.
A gyroscope maintains its direction in space.
Wait. So what about gyroscopic precession?
Stupid, but you said gyro. You're stupid.
Yeah, because gyroscopes do rotate when you change your
rotation.
Gyroscope. Yeah.
You what?
Gyroscope.
You're stupid. Are you not talking? This guy is. I don't know what these.
This guy. Oh, this guy.
Hold on. Is the gyro? Hold on. Is the gyro in balance of
My brother said
the?
two plumb lines. He was the best correction, and you said gyroscope. Stupid.
Yeah. So Necros, I got a question. So do you think?
Further?
What do you think about gyroscopic precession?
The gyroscopic precession, when you are just having a deviation on a gyroscope when you're changing your elevation, I would say that even if I am not agreeing with it, I will say if maybe it is the ether drift, those stars in the sky, if it is not the surface that is in motion. Stop whining, I'm talking. If it is not the surface, the reference frame that you are standing on, which is in motion, so the precession of that gyroscope would be generated by those stars that are moving above you. It will do the same exact thing. So just changing the reference, rotating reference frame, which is not the Earth, you would say that it is the sky. It will do the same exact thing if the sky is not moving and the ground is the one moving. So the precession will occur no matter what. If one of the
gyroscopic precession only occurs when the gyroscope itself is moving. It doesn't matter about external things moving. It's only the gyro itself moving.
No, it's the external things because they will generate that same centrifugal force. Even that ball, if you take account of Tychonic system, the neo-Tychonic system, they agreed all that even if the ball is stationary and everything around it is rotating, even that balls that you see that make the Earth not spherical but a squished ball, a spheroid, an oblate spheroid, that they will those rotating things around the Earth will generate the same exact thing.
So first of all, the triconic system is a heliocentric model. Secondly,
No, it's not
gyroscopic
a
precession only
heliocentric model. It's a
exists.
the Neo-Tychonic system is it's a geocentric model. It's not a heliocentric model. It's the Earth in the center of the universe, and everything
And
is
the other
rotating
5 planets
around it.
revolve around the sun.
Yeah, it's not everything. The sun and the other planet are evolving around the Earth.
No,
Polaris.
it's just
Yeah.
Polaris specifically.
So in the
Yeah.
triconic system, all the other planets revolve around the sun.
And the sun revolves around the Earth, so it means that the sun and the planets around it are revolving around the Earth. The Earth would be the center of the universe in the Neo-Tychonic system, and it's motionless.
Okay. Gyroscopic precession still only occurs when the gyroscope itself is rotating.
What?
That's because
What?
you were talking about external things like the stars moving and stuff like that. But
if the
that's not
space-
what gyroscopic precession is about.
If the space, the etheric wind, we claim that there is an ether, if we assume that there is an ether, so that ether drift will generate that precession.
What? So you're just making stuff up then?
No, I'm not.
Can you explain how that works, the ether drift, how that interacts with a gyroscope and creates gyroscopic precession? Or is that
Like-
just like a theory that you've just came up with right now?
Like the water in the bucket.
Water in a bucket is not a gyroscope.
You can spin the water and it will make the bucket spin. You can spin the bucket and it will make water spin.
That's not gyroscopic precession.
That's exactly the same effect that will have a gyroscope inside two reference frames. One moving and one still. That doesn't matter which one is moving and which one is still.
No, I think you're thinking of something else. Gyroscopic precession is the principle that describes the tilting or turning of a spinning object's axis when an external force is applied.
Exactly.
It's got nothing to do with water spinning in a bucket. That's not gyroscopic precession.
I told you, it's when I told you that about the ether drift that will create that precession, because there is the other reference frame. The gyroscope in between two reference frames, doesn't matter which one is moving, the precession will occur if one of those two reference frames is moving.
So ether drift is the relative motion between a body and the ether medium. That's just not gyroscopic drift, though.
Man, what you're
That's just
talking
drag.
about is you're talking about balance, are you not? You're talking
No,
about
I'm talking about gyroscopic precession.
balance over distance. So if I'm in an airplane,
No. Gyroscopic precession. I'm talking about the tilting or turning of a spinning object's axis when an external force is applied.
Exactly.
Yeah.
All right. So I'm in a plane. I'm in a horizontal vector. Right. I'm pitched up and I'm flying in a vector. Inside the plane, there's a table. Okay. If I'm level, that table's level. Now I spin a jack on that table as I'm going 500 miles per hour in a horizontal vector that the plane is pitched towards. I spin a jack on a table in a plane. Okay. The jack is seeking balance from the energy that I give it, isn't it? It's seeking balance as it spins, isn't it? Over distance, as we travel through a horizontal vector in a plane. Okay. I'm spinning a jack that's in balance because it's spinning. And as long as it has energy, it will continue to spin in balance as we travel over distance. So
Okay.
it's seeking to stay in level with the perpendicular that exists everywhere. Okay. When it
Okay.
gets out of that sync, that's when it wipes out. when it gets out of that balance. So that balance is everywhere. That perpendicular is everywhere. That 90 is everywhere as you travel through distance. Isn't it? That's what the gyro is seeking. If the Earth were pulling from its center point,
So why would your spinning object on the plane tilt as the plane? If there was like a perfect, like no friction,
how do you know it's in tilt?
Perfectly spinning object, it would tilt.
How do you know something's in tilt? How do you know it's in tilt?
Because that's how planes calculate.
No, because it has to orient to something to know you're in tilt.
Well, yeah, they spin a gyroscope.
What's it
and then as they're
oriented
flying,
to?
the gyroscope tilts, and that's
What's
how
it
they
orienting?
measure.
Tilts in orientation to what?
What do you mean it doesn't? It does. Like I don't know how to help you. I can't help.
What?
When the plane is flying, so when the plane is when the plane pitches its nose, so when the pilot is just changing the direction of the nose of the plane, that moment the gyroscope will move dependent to where the nose is, what direction the nose is facing. If it is down, you will be able to see that horizon, artificial horizon in the screen above the zero line. And if it is the plane is just the nose of the plane is facing upward, so you will see that artificial horizon being appeared down or below that zero line. But when the plane is just maintaining its level, traveling from from a side to another part of the Earth, the gyroscope won't do anything alone, only at a single moment when the pilot is changing the direction of the plane. Meaning that in the entire flight, at the exception of liftoff and landing and the moments where the pilots change the angle of the plane, at those moments the gyroscope will tilt, but the entirety of the flight it will be just level, straight line.
It's just not. That's not
That's
correct
exactly
at all.
right, Necros. In fact,
No. I'm sorry, you can't just like say it's right and it won't make it right. It's just not right.
It is
No, a gyro
correct.
doesn't
And you
tilt.
can. It is
The gyro
correct,
doesn't
and you
tilt.
can
A gyro
also.
does tilt. What do you mean?
But it's not correct.
It is
I'm
correct.
You have
And
to have a pitch to fly in
Oh
a
my God.
horizontal line.
And
Look,
you can
man.
verify that also when you take the plane next time to travel or when you are doing a trip. If you are going in a plane, just take your phone with you and take that app, the water bubble level app, and just put it on the ground and refresh it just to restart it again. And when you are in the plane, that thing will just keep being level. Instead, if the Earth is curving, that level that you have, the gyroscope that is maintaining
Will
level,
drift.
will just tilt. Yeah,
Look.
exactly. So you will
Yes,
see
it
in the
does.
app.
It literally does.
Necros.
It's a big issue in planes.
Necros.
They're constantly
See?
having to compensate for that. It's a big
No,
thing.
no.
It
Hey,
does
see,
drift.
Necros,
Like
Necros
And I will
nailed it.
show you. I will
Necros
show you
nailed it.
the proof.
In fact, Necros, check it out. You just get a bottle of water, man. Look at your bottle of water. Okay? Tilt it. Does the water stay level or not? Now, rise it in the air. Tilt it. Move the bottle everywhere you want to move. Aim it somewhere. What does the water do? That's what the gyro maintains. That level. No matter of your movement, it's what gives you the orientation so you're not nosing down to the ground.
Exactly.
I don't know how to.
Gyro
I don't know how to
remains
rebuttal this
fixed.
because the
It
base of
remains
the argument is just not correct.
You just
Gyroscopes do
understand.
drift.
No, you don't understand how a gyro works. It remains fixed in space. It doesn't move. The plane
Exactly. So when
moves
you're going
around it.
across the Earth
It doesn't
and Earth is
tilt.
curved, the gyroscope drifts.
No, it doesn't.
The
What do you
precision
mean
in
it doesn't?
Oh my
Has
God,
anyone
it doesn't
actually
do
looked
the
at like?
It's fixed in space.
the
What do you mean?
precision that you
It
were
does drift. Look, I'll
talking.
send it in the side chat.
Stop, just
It's
stop.
like
I
the
will
first
tell
thing
you.
you learn
Yeah,
when you
go
do
ahead.
aviation.
Go ahead. Post it in the chat. But listen, while you are posting it in the chat, when you were talking about the precision, it's the gyroscope in the same place but different elevation. That's the precision when we were talking about what we were, and when you are changing your place, there is no precision. There is no changing of the angle of that gyroscope. It will
Why are you saying
maintain.
it doesn't? It
It
just
will
does. Like
maintain.
You're seeking
it's
rigidity.
observable. Like
It won't.
Dude.
If you open a 360 video, if you put the phone on on a table on the plane, it won't tilt the angle of the video. If you turn on the app with the water bubble, it won't change the angle of the bubble. The bubble will stay level all the time. The only moments will it will tilt and it will come back to its own level when the pilot is just changing the angle of the plane, pitching up or down the nose of the plane. At those moments, you will detect a variation in the angle of that gyroscope in the phone. What they are saying, so now, because you're trying to just argue from ignorance, research what I'm telling you. What they are saying, because to put an excuse for that, they say that those technologies used in the phones and the laptops and PCs and tablets, it's not accurate enough to detect that you are all going around the curvature when you are on a plane. So it just tells you that those devices won't detect any tilt from a side of the ground to the other side. It won't detect that. And they are agreeing with that because they say it. And they are just giving that excuse because they are not
have you been in a
accurate
plane
enough.
before?
We have accurate tools. We have accurate gyroscopes that we can use to just verify that in plane from one side to the other side, the gyroscope will not tilt, telling you that the entirety of the flight you were flying above a plane going through the air. That's why the plane is called airplane. It's just flying above a plane through the air. Airplane. It's not air curve.
Oh my
There
god!
is no curvature there. It's just in your imagination.
If you're gonna put a piece of plywood in the air and you want it to fly, you're gonna pitch it to horizontal, to where one end of the plywood is a little higher, so you can maintain your level. And that is the rigidity that you seek. Because why would we do that? Why? What's the shortest distance between 2 points? It's called a
I think the
beeline.
shortest coronavirus is the fake coronavirus. I mean,
Yeah,
that's just my take on it. Flat Earth, Corona.
Fuck off,
yeah.
idiots.
Oh my god! Is that guy again? What's his name?
An idiot.
Gaz68. Did you change your username?
These are the basics of flight. You're gonna
The
want
basics of flight is gyroscopic drift is like a common thing, and I've had to do it myself. I've had to calculate it myself. Like I've actually like had the privilege of flying myself. So I don't know why you're saying this. You're just making it up. I'm sorry. Gyroscopic drift is all that, like in every aspect, like just a thing that happens.
And when you change elevation, is what you're referring to.
No, it's not. It's got nothing to
when
do with
you have
elevation.
rigidity do you seek rigidity in space? Is that a thing?
Look, I don't know why you're talking about
Yes or
elevations.
no?
I
Have
don't know
heard
why
the
you think it's
term-
got to
have
do with
you heard the
elevation.
term of rigidity in space? Have you heard the term?
No, well, I've heard of
Well, you
things
act
being
like
rigid in
you're
space.
all
I don't know
over
what you're
the.
talking about. No, I haven't.
Here in the
Rigid
side
in
chat.
space.
You've never heard
Yeah,
that
so,
rigidity
yeah.
in space is what is sought with the gyro. You've never heard
Oh,
that.
right. Unaffected by the. Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
Here
Yeah.
in the
For
side chat,
rigidity in
just
space. So
Yeah.
is that sought? Is that sought? from the pilot.
Is rigidity in space on the gyroscope sought from the pilot?
Yes. Is that what we're looking for when we get up there? Are we looking to level off? Are we looking to level off at a particular altitude? Yes or no?
It's got nothing to do with altitude.
Yes, it does, because we have a flying height.
No, look. It's if you
we
go
don't
on
just keep going
Wikipedia,
up.
it says
We reach a
rigidity in
certain
space describes the
altitude
principle
and
that a gyroscope remains in a fixed position on the plane in which it is spinning, unaffected by Earth's rotation.
the gyro is going to show us our horizontal vector when we're up there. So we're not.
Yeah, but your
eyeballing it.
horizontal vector doesn't change depending on your vertical vector. They're two separate
Yes, it
things.
does. It absolutely does. It changes at every vertical vector. Your horizontal, because they're perpendicular. Doesn't that make sense? As you climb the Z,
What? If you go up perfectly straight up, your horizontal level will be still remain the same. It's still 90 degrees.
that's correct. That's the rigidity that you seek. That vector, that plane.
And so rigidity in space is referring to a technical term called axial parallelism, which is basically another word for like gyroscopic stiffness, which is where your gyroscope is locked to the initial rotation at which you span it at. So as you go around the globe, your gyroscope will precess or drift.
As you rise or fall in altitude only.
No, it's not to do
Other
with
than that,
altitude.
you are in rigidity in the space because you have gone to a particular altitude.
I'm sorry, that's just completely fundamentally wrong.
You're not climbing or descending. You've leveled off. You're in a
It's
horizontal.
got nothing to do with altitude, my friend. I'm sorry.
It certainly does. It certainly does. Do you think it's just arbitrary how high we fly? We just make it up? You think there's limits, minimums, things of this nature? What?
If I go up and down, my horizontally spinning gyroscope will not precess. If I rotate,
then
the gyroscope will precess. And if you remember, gyroscopic precession refers to the rotation when an external force is applied to a gyroscope.
Mm-hmm. Is the purpose of the gyroscope to show you what level is?
Yeah.
Balance? Huh?
Yeah.
Yes or no?
And level
So
changes
in your
as you move
world,
along
you're not-
horizontally because the Earth is curving, and that's what causes gyroscopic drift.
Every foot it changes in your world, huh?
Look, go on the side
Every
chat.
foot.
I've sent
So at 500
link
miles
to
an
it.
hour in your plane, in 15 minutes, how many miles have you gone?
Sorry? Say it again?
In 15 minutes, how far have you traveled in a 500 mile an hour plane?
You're cutting out.
In 15 minutes, how far have you traveled in your 500 mile an hour plane?
125 miles.
Now, how much have you changed in precession in 15 minutes?
That's a good calculation. Let me get my calculator. Oh, that's a good one. I don't need a calculator.
You will calculate what you got, or you will give us what the calculator gave you. What? Yeah, because you will use you're trying to use a calculator. He asked you for the data that you got when you tested that the gyroscope were tilting while the plane were flying.
When I went flying, I didn't go around. My purpose of flying was not to measure the rate of precession of the gyroscope. I just know that I have to take it into account and cancel out.
You're not going to not have precession because you're moving in a world equidistant from a center point. in your
Yeah, but I'm not.
altitude.
It's not because I'm
So
moving
your
up or down.
level
It's
will
because I'm moving
curve.
along the horizon.
So you will fly around the world in a circle if you stay level. If you follow your gyroscope, you will not fly in a equidistant from a center point. If you stay at that particular altitude, doesn't that make sense?
No, could
Yes.
you?
So yes, it does.
Say it
So
again.
your
in another way?
gyroscope will be in
Upside down.
precession at all times, and you will never, at 500 miles per hour, have rigidity in space. You will always be in precession. And what's the point of your gyroscope if you are constantly always in precession? If you are never not in it, what's the point of your gyroscope?
Maintain a heading.
You don't get that. You're in precession always.
Well, you do use
In
formulas to
15
cancel out
minutes, how
the
far have
rate
you
of
traveled?
axial
How
tilt.
far have you traveled in 15 minutes? Oh, you're tilting, you're curving in 15 minutes in a plane, aren't you? At 500
Okay,
miles
so the
an hour?
equation can be further reduced. Noting that the angular velocity along the z-axis is equal to sum of precession and blah 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 blah. That looks
Tell
too
me what
complicated.
when you were
Let's find this
flying
simple.
when you were flying on that plane and you told me
Yeah.
it wasn't your purpose to do the test with the gyroscope, but you just did because you wanted to during the flight. What type of
No,
gyroscope?
no, 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 no. I didn't.
What gyroscope did you use? The one in the
Telescope.
what gyroscope did you use?
Oh,
The one in
gyroscope.
the phone or tablet?
The plane. The one in the plane.
The one in the plane.
Yeah.
You wanna say the artificial horizon that the pilot have in front of him?
Which is drifting.
No, that one it doesn't.
It does.
No, it doesn't. No, it doesn't.
It does. It literally.
No, it doesn't
Oh my
drift.
god!
No, it doesn't drift
Have you
at
been in
all.
a plane before?
I was thinking that you were saying that you were in a plane and you took out your phone or your personal gyroscope and you put it on a level. You made sure that it is level and you just were verifying if it will tilt or not. I was going about that, but the one in the plane, no, it doesn't. Have you just tried
It's called
to
a
verify
HSI,
what the?
horizontal situation instrument.
Yeah,
There's
and
obviously
they will
different kinds.
say,
You've got laser-based ones, the standard gyroscopic ones, which are usually found in like Cessnas
and
and stuff, or
and
ultralights or whatever. But
and during the entire flight, they will just follow or chase that artificial horizon that they have in front of them. The only moment where that artificial
depending on
horizon will
how
just
far they
go
fly,
down is when the pilot is changing the direction or the angle of the plane itself. But that thing doesn't move just by itself when the pilot is just flying
it
on the top
does.
of a
Sorry,
surface.
it
No, it
does.
doesn't. Show me that.
Yeah, it does.
Show me that.
Yeah, I can.
Show me that,
I'll
and
do
I
that
can
now.
show you. And I can show you the opposite.
So,
You see, Necros, you see how over and over it's the fundamentals that have been distorted. And it's funny how I guess at one point in our lives that we all were convinced of this. Because what it takes is the accountability of looking for yourself. That's what this whole movement is about.
well, I've been up there myself, and I've flown the plane myself, and it does precess, and it does drift, and you have to fix it
You won't
every
be
so often,
able
depending
to
on your
see it.
distance.
Just shut up. You won't be able to see it because what you are telling me now, what you are telling me is the pilot, while he is flying, he let his plane going and getting more elevation, so to make that precision if be visible in that artificial horizon on the plane, the pilot will just have to ignore that artificial horizon for a moment and let his plane just take more altitude. Then he will just tilt
Bro.
down
Oh my
the plane
god.
to follow that.
How do you think they measure altitude?
Shut up. Just shut up. You are saying that the plane is just variating during the entire flight. When the pilot is just flying above the surface, the plane is constantly going up and down, up and down, up and down, because he let that precision be visible. You see, you were able, when you were next to that pilot, playing the role of the co-pilot, watching that horizon, artificial horizon, which is just a lie. I never believed you at all. But just to debunk your imagination, it's because it's debunkable. You were able to see that there is a difference. The gyroscope tilted, the artificial horizon in front of that fucking pilot tilted down. So the ground went below that level that were taken by the pilot. So the pilot took more altitude. Then he noticed the artificial horizon that you were noticing that it is tilting down. He noticed that, and he pitched down the plane to just come back to his first altitude and just maintain again level. And it will tilt up again, and it will let you see that artificial horizon going down, because that fucking pilot were sleeping. No.
So
hold on,
two things.
going there, Gross.
The
Keep going.
gyroscope. Wait. The gyroscope
Hold on.
measures pitch
Your
attitude,
pitch data,
right?
bro.
And,
Necros.
and altitude is measured using barometric sensors. So the altitude is not measured using the gyroscope. That's the pitch attitude.
Yeah, exactly.
Just to clarify.
What about pitching?
So when you're talking about calibrating the gyroscope,
down,
it doesn't mean that you're going to lose altitude or gain altitude, because you're not using that tool to measure your altitude.
When you were able to see that the gyroscope wasn't level, because you said that. You said that when you were flying on the plane, you saw and witnessed the artificial horizon in front of the pilot. And you said that you were able to witness a drift. That means that you were able to see that artificial horizon being lower than that zero line. It means that the ground already, it was a big distance. It was already below that line. So it means that the plane is going in a horizontal line away from the surface that is just tilting down away from the plane. Then when that fucking pilot noticed that he is going away from the ground, it means that he will gain altitude. You are going away from the ground. Away from the ground. Do you understand that word? The ground. Yeah, you're climbing. Exactly, correct. So it means that you will be able to see the variation of change of altitude. The plane is going up, down, because that pilot didn't follow that artificial horizon. He just ignored it for a long moment to let it tilt, pitch down, to be below the zero, to make you able to see it.
But you're saying the pilot intentionally flew non-horizontal just so it looked like he was flying along the artificial horizon on the gyroscopic tool. Is that what you're saying?
No, I didn't
I don't
say
understand
that.
what you're saying then.
I said that I don't believe your story, first, and second, even if we give some consideration to your story, you are saying that the pilot we're ignoring that artificial horizon, letting it going down than the horizontal. That's what you said. You said it was tilting. It mean if you are watching a precession, it means that you are witnessing that artificial horizon going down more and more and more till a moment when that pilot wakes up and notice that he will pitch down the nose of the plane, and to keep up with that altitude that he just got, because he got more altitude during that moment, and to level again the plane. So it means that he
No,
will keep
he's
going
not
up and
using
down.
the artificial horizon on the tool to maintain altitude. He's using barometric readings. So the plane
Yeah.
has
Even
a
if he is
separate
watching
tool
the
to measure
altitude,
altitude. So
even if he is
regardless if it's
watching,
drifting or not.
even if he is watching the altitude and not the artificial horizon, he will notice that he is getting more and altitude than what he had. It means that
No, he
if he looks,
wouldn't. Oh my god,
so
bro.
you didn't
On
understand
the
shit from what I was saying. You didn't
Oh, I
understand that
didn't
both things
understand.
mean the same thing. When you are pitching up the nose of the plane, when you see that artificial horizon in front of you tilted from the level, it means one of the things. If that artificial horizon in front of you tilts, it means that your plane is tilting from the horizontal. When that artificial horizon that you
That is called
is in the
pitch.
plane,
That is
exactly.
your pitch data
Yeah,
that every
exactly.
plane will come back with, that air traffic control wants to keep knowledge of. They want to know your altitude, where you're at compared to other aircraft. Right?
Yeah.
It's a big
Prevent
deal.
accidents. To prevent accidents.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Where
I'm not
you're at
like
in space
keeping you
is
away
known.
from the edge or
Your
something, right?
altitude is known, and it's oriented off of something. It's not arbitrary.
Altitude is measured through barometric readings. Pressure.
How do you measure any altitude?
Oh my god.
Do you think?
What? Pressure. You measure the change in
Hell is going
pressure.
on here?
Wow. So
Or you could use lasers. Some
when we
planes use
measure
lasers,
a
some planes
mountain,
use
when we measure
radar,
a
usually
mountain,
You
airliners
can
and
measure
stuff.
the potential
so
energy
if a
circle.
mountain is 5,000 feet high, what does that mean?
Sorry?
A mountain, if it's 5,000 feet high, what does that mean?
5,000 feet from sea level.
Okay. So it has an orienting, a fundamental.
It has a reference.
A reference. Do
Yeah.
all measurements require a reference?
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Okay. So when we're
Okay.
in the air, is that the reference? If I'm
Reference is
30,000
pressure at
feet,
sea level.
if I'm
Oh
30,000
my
feet in
god,
the air,
bro. It's the pressure at sea level.
you're telling me that altitude is calculated by pressure at sea level, not feet from sea level. Is that what you're telling me?
Yes.
So
Well,
30,000
okay.
feet.
Okay. To be more precise, most planes use a mixture of pressure. So for like airliners, they use pressure. They use radar as well.
Okay. You know what?
Some planes
Anyway,
use lasers.
let's see if we can
But
zip
like if
up
we're
on
talking
this.
about like Cessnas, like normal like small planes, they
All
use
right.
pressure. They use
Let's just say
barometric instruments.
Okay, let's say we're going to level off. Okay, pilot terms at 30,000 feet. Does that jive? Whatever you want to
Have you heard of
consider
an
that to be.
altimeter? There's a barometric altimeter,
Okay,
which
all
measures the
right.
change
So
in air pressure.
we're in a pressure gradient. All right, 30,000 foot pressure gradient. However you want to look at it. Okay, we're going to level off there. Yeah, that's doable, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Level off. Okay. So when you level off, you're arcing, correct? If you're going coast to coast, 6-hour trip, 500 miles an hour, East Coast to West Coast, United States, 6 hours, you're going to level off at 30,000.
Right. I was meant to be studying for my master's, and I'm sitting here arguing with flat earthers about how planes measure
You're
altitude.
learning a lot
What
more
a fucking
than
waste
what
of my
school
time.
teaches.
Huh?
Yeah. Oh yeah. And
I
you know
didn't know what you
what?
said.
You're gonna go away, and you won't be able to stop thinking about it. You're gonna be like, fuck
No,
these
I'm gonna
books.
quit in
You're
like
gonna be like,
10
fuck
minutes
these
for us
books.
to.
These dudes had some great points. These dudes make more sense than my pipe smoking professors do.
But
Yeah.
just the nonsense that he said, and he is now trying to tell us that we don't understand altitude, while he was telling us that he were witnessing a tilt in the gyroscope, a precession in the gyroscope in the plane. Can you just tell me why the gyroscope in the plane was doing that precession? Why you were able to see the artificial horizon lowering, getting lower than the zero? Why you were able to see that? What do
As
you
the
think
plane
is
is
the
maintaining its
reason?
altitude, it's following along the curve of the Earth, and because the gyroscope is horizontally locked, the plane follows along the curve of the Earth to maintain its altitude, the gyroscope drifts. And it's rotating. As we remember, gyroscopic precession refers to rotational forces acting upon the gyroscope. So if the plane is having to change its angle to maintain level with the horizon at that specific point,
It
the
means that
gyroscope is drifting.
what you said now, you said that because the plane is following the curvature of the Earth and the gyroscope were maintaining the same direction in space, so you were
Horizontal line.
able to see,
Horizontally
horizontal line, a level, you were able to see a precession in the direction of the gyroscope. It means that you claim that in all the planes, when they are going around the Earth, the gyroscope will have a direction. Gyroscope will have a direction. Will maintain its level and maintain its horizontal line. So if that pilot go to the other side of the Earth, he will see that the artificial horizon being flipped. It means that he will see the blue in down and the orange up, which means that the ground it will be up, and the blue, which is the sky, it will be down. Because when he was in the other side, the gyroscope maintained that same direction, but the plane made that a half trajectory around the Earth, making that shit just flip completely upside down. That's what you believe. That's the shit that you believe.
So most gyroscopic instruments can only move about 35 degrees. A point up, once it gets past that point, it's like limited. It can't move any further. Some of them use like 3 separate gyroscopes.
The entirety of the flight. So when that pilot is on the plane, he uses the gyroscope for the first miles, but the rest, the gyroscope is just tilting up, watching away from the direction of that plane. So the rest of the time, the gyroscope is just useless because he is not using it for maintaining a level. Because
it's not like a mile or two. It's a lot more than that.
You saw it.
It does drift, and that is
a
thing that happens all the time.
It does.
I think you just need to maybe get in the plane and try it yourself.
Now you're claiming that pilots will use the gyroscope or that artificial horizon on planes just for the first minutes of that flight, because the gyroscope will maintain its level and will tilt. You said 34, I give you that. He will not do the 180 degree entirely. It will just tilt 34 degree and just keep watching up while the plane is just making a circle navigation around the Earth. Fuck! That's
You do know that
bullshit.
it's.
That's bullshit. That's
I don't know what to say
bullshit.
to you apart from
You're
just get on a
telling
plane
me
and see it
even if
yourself.
I give them, even if I give them a
Because I'm
system
telling
that
you, you've
will,
got first-hand experience with it,
let's
and
help you
you're
with
just not
that.
accepting it. So I can't really
Even if
help
I
you.
give you, even I give you that, and I assume that they have another system attached to the gyroscope that will just reinitiate the level of that gyroscope after 10 minutes of that drift.
Sure, yeah.
Shit, no shit, because you're telling me that the pilot will just use for the gyroscope for a couple minutes till that correction happens, but there is no correction at all. You can't verify the blueprint of that artificial horizon. There is no corrector that will just turn the gyroscope, change the direction of the gyroscope manually or automatically or something like that, but with the mechanism. It's a gyro.
So what exactly?
You're dreaming.
It's really fascinating.
You're dreaming about something that helps you create level. You help it be level. What the heck are you doing? The gyroscope is helping you have level, establish the level, and you are telling me that the gyroscope helps you establish level, and you have a mechanism that helps the gyroscope establish its level. What the heck are you doing? So you are using something else that help humans or mechanics to establish level, that helps the gyroscope help you establish level. What is those ideas? So to defend the globe, your cognitive dissonance helps you create some bunch of nice stories, but they are just stories.
Even people like flying drones experience the same thing. Like it's hobbyists experience the same thing. So it's not like a hidden like secret thing that only some people have access to. It happens all the time. Even when you use GPS on your phone and you've go on a plane and then use GPS in another country, your location's slightly off because of the
Correct.
Now,
When you are using the drone, there is no corrector for the gyroscope, so you are using straight the gyroscope to give them the data and to establish the level of the drone. So when the drone is just getting further and further and getting more distance, that gyroscope is still being used to establish that level because the ground is not tilting away from the gyroscope and the gyroscope is having its own horizontal line. No.
That's right. And the fundamentals of flight are old, and you've just been hoodwinked with it, man. Seriously. And I hope what's your major, dude? What are you getting your master's in?
So I'm doing a master's in genetic manipulation and molecular cell biology.
So just out of curiosity, I mean, I'll say you seem like a decent enough guy. I mean, you don't really seem like you're here to stir up trouble necessarily, although you're bringing in, your points are
Alexa, lights on.
They're well known, right? You're not bringing anything new here, right? The same old stuff. But out of curiosity, though, man, I mean, so how did you find your way into these servers with this topic? Was this a topic of
actually I was
curiosity
looking
to
to
you?
talk about things related to like technology and like the politics around like auctioning for like frequency bands and stuff like that under the IEEE Alliance. This was sort of like, oh, there's lots of flat earth like debates on TikTok and someone mentioned it, so I was like, oh, I didn't know it's in this server as well. I'll have a look for it.
Are
And
you new here?
no,
How so?
I just don't come in
how
this server,
exposed
this
to this
channel a lot.
topic?
'Cause,
How exposed to How long?
Too exposed, I would say.
Years?
Yeah, I've known about it for years. I
Okay.
mean, I've probably like my first like one-on-one discussion about it was like probably a year and a half or 2 years ago.
So
But like, I
nothing.
don't spend my day like talking to flat earthers or thinking about them. It's just like, oh, I don't know what channel to join. There's lots of people in the flat earth channel right now, so I joined it.
Yo, this is a good one. This is a good one. So you're telling me that you have bent an ear and nothing has been proposed that makes sense to you with reason and logic and the way things work that is convincing whatsoever, right? To get you to take a second look as a thinking man, right? To not just swallow knowledge through the ages, whether that be anything. Are you in the zeitgeist in these days to notice that deceit is the name of the game? I mean, do you not like
Because I come from an academic background,
this
for me
knowledge that
to
trickery
agree with
is
something
part of the game?
or to believe a theory on something, I have to have an alternative hypothesis. But like a lot of the time, it's just the grounds of flat Earth, like theories and things are based on we don't know or we haven't experienced it firsthand. But there's never like an alternative hypothesis or explanation for something.
Well,
Or
hold on.
there's I'm very like
been given
technocratic as well.
plenty
So
today
unless
with
like there's like some mathematical like formula that checks out and it aligns with what we actually experienced, then I can't. I need more evidence to back up
you have been
a flat
given
Earth theory
plenty today.
to take it on board than
Okay.
what I
Well,
have experienced in my globe Earth theory. So like
okay.
I can't just
That's
because
fair enough.
maybe you say one thing that like I
Invincible
might agree
arrogance
with,
and
that I would have to.
ignorance. We heard you.
Okay. Anyway, and another thing about you just made me lose my train of thought now. But
that's fair enough.
Well, you were rambling on.
I think a lot of you are very defensive. Do you get attacked a lot online?
Bro, you were coping.
No, because
yeah,
I don't know.
everyone
You seem
listen.
like very angry
Everyone's
all the time.
listening to your pompous attitude for an hour. So just you sound defensive.
Okay.
Okay, so just no need to tone police.
Now, seriously, man,
Strange. I'm not used to people just like being angry. Like
Necros
all the time.
has given you, right, without very much emotion, very logical aspects to flight that
they're not logical though. They don't conform with any real world observations.
Well, I mean, you know what is ironic about that is that's exactly all they do. What you talk about does not. What you talk about,
none of you even knew how planes measure altitude. Like you thought it was used through gyroscopes. It's the barometric readings or radar. Or like I'm sure none of you know even what gyroscopic precession
Your arrogance is showing. Your invincible arrogance is kicking in. Why don't you participate in the line of questioning and conversation?
Look, I know that I might have some more knowledge and stuff.
Can you do that or can you not?
It doesn't mean you have to feel. I hope you're not feeling like.
Listen, I don't feel anyway. Except I've put up with your arrogance. I've been patient. But you're making these blanket statements that nothing that Flat Earth has to say has anything to do with the reality. Well, bro, calm down. You're the one that's been lost in your imagination. Meanwhile, the nature of water, it puts your whole globe water bowl myth, it exposes it. Yeah, Jan, your arrogance is keeping you from actually participating in the conversation. Okay?
It's been a long day. I'm tired.
Yeah, your act is tired. So just listen instead of just waiting to talk then.
And when you try to just ad homas, don't create something that is not real. We know how altitude is known on for the airplanes, and you
Bro,
just
you just
you
mentioned ether
think that
drift, and you're talking about not real. Like, come on. Has anyone
I'm not
directly measured
talking.
ether drift?
It doesn't have anything to do with the altitude of a plane. You said that they use
You said gyroscopic precession is
barometric.
due to ether
You
drift.
said that they
So,
use
like, have you
barometric.
directly measured ether drift? Can you prove it?
I told you if we can assume that there is another reference frame, and that's another topic that you want to run away from because it's not the topic that I am talking about now. It was the topic that we were talking about in the beginning. If you had something to say, I said I think that you could say it at that moment, but no, you did change it to claim that you saw and you witnessed that the gyroscope on the plane just kept tilting up and the plane kept going around the curvature, leaving nothing for that pilot to see in that gyroscope because it was pitching up. Now, because you just ad hom us and you said you don't know how we know the altitude of the plane. You claim that it is known using a barometric altimeter. We told you that it's not the only thing. There is many other things that are taken in account to know the altitude of the plane, and they already give you example. For example, radar.
Tools don't measure altitude or anything. They just measure.
Oh, you don't know. So it means that you don't know, but you claim that you know, and we
They
don't.
measure altitude. Why are you telling me I don't know?
No, you said that we don't know, but you showed that you don't.
No, I said they don't measure altitude. They measure altitude.
What?
Altitude, like similar to angle of attack. AOA, but not. AOA is more the difference between your attitude that you're traveling at and
you said that they use barometric altimeter because I was talking to you about that gyroscope, which is pitching up and changing direction and leaving the plane going in a different direction. We were talking about the altitude, and you said that oh no, they don't use the gyroscope to know the altitude of the plane. That's false. That's wrong. That's completely wrong. They use the gyroscope and the accelerometer in the plane to know the altitude of the plane, and also they use the barometric altimeter.
Oh my god!
And also they use radar. They use radar.
The gyroscope attitude indicator has nothing to do with altitude.
It's called internal navigation system. That internal navigation system helps the plane to know its altitude. So it uses a gyroscope and an accelerometer to track the plane movement, including vertical changes there in the system. So you will know.
Yeah, it uses dead reckoning. Yeah.
Yeah, and it uses many things. So you don't know
tool, that's the whole suite of systems. We're talking about the gyroscopic attitude indicator.
Just denying things and saying that you know and we don't know. That's not showing. You are showing the opposite of what you say. You don't know. You claim.
What's this graph thing? Basic perimeter set for the incident flight time frame. What's that?
Well, you know something, Necros? To be fair to this guy, this is the secular knowledge. And this is the door to look in. I mean, it's the exposure of this knowledge in these ways, these very fundamental ways, that within the exposure is the hypocrisy, right? And then just like, see, I guarantee you, what you'll never see are diverging plumb bobs. That's
Sorry.
no human
Sorry.
eyes have ever seen that. Quite the contrary. The only thing we've ever observed are parallel plumbs, parallel verticals. So we build off of it. And we know if we're out of plumb based off of that. Just like we know we're out of horizontal when we lock vertically. I mean, when we lock in flight at an altitude. Yeah.
The World Trade Center buildings, they were dependent to what the Globers believe. They were flipped pyramid, upside down pyramids. Because
the World Trade Center, no one thinks it's an upside down pyramid. I don't know why you would say that.
Because their plumb lines will just diverge toward the center. It means that those walls are not parallel. They are diverging from the bottom to the top. They are diverging because they are converging toward the center. If you're going,
you're just making stuff up. Like,
yeah, that's the claim. Yeah, they claim that all plumb lines are converging toward the center of the earth. So if you are trying to make two walls with two plumb lines that are claimed to be converging toward the center of the earth, those walls will be just diverging toward the sky. They will just have an angle, have less distance between each other in the bottom than the top. The top will be larger and the bottom will be smaller, because those plumb lines that you use, they are converging toward the center of that sphere Earth. They are not parallel. So it means that the World Trade Center and those buildings that they think that the walls are just parallel, they are not. They're just upside down pyramids.
yeah. Okay. Dr. Blitz is live right now. And I kind of want to watch his live.
Bye-bye.
Yeah. It was actually, I wouldn't say it was fun. It was a thing. Probably not going to do this again.
Thanks for coming in, dude. Really appreciate it. Really appreciate the chat. Yeah. Staying for so long because a lot of Globers flip out and get muted and stuff. So, yeah. Appreciate your contribution.
I've been muted a few times, but. Oh, okay. Yeah. I need to go. All right. Catch you later. I might come back after the live.
See you, bud.
Here, a video. A guy also used the gyroscope to just measure that level. There is no pitch, no deviation. It's just in their mind, only in their mind.
Change in pitch is only to change in elevation.
It's an internal system that is used to detect that change of elevation in the vertical. They can't claim that that thing is just processing differently, so the plane is just following the curvature and that thing is just keeping its own level horizontal line. It would just deviate completely from the plane. He said that it is limited to 35 degrees. Okay, first 2 minutes or 5 minutes, it will be that 35 degrees, and the rest of the flight, the pilot will not have any gyroscope to account on, because the gyroscope is 35 degrees off. Which is never the case in reality. And that's why I just sent that video. I was trying to find it. It was a really struggle to find that video. It is measured to be level. That's a measurement. Of the surface that we are flying above.
My nephew's a pilot, and I used to sit with him for hours while he used the simulator. And yeah, he made it look so easy. But yeah, there's absolutely no accounting for curvature or rotation, nothing like that. It's completely flat and stationary, like the artificial horizon is.
Yeah. And it's even in the simulator, the ground that they are inserting there, it's a flat plane. It's a flat horizontal level plane. In any simulator, you won't find any curvature ground where they are doing that curving ground where they are doing that simulation. No. And I tried a bunch of nuts simulators.
It's like driving a car down a straight road. My nephew used to argue flat Earth, now he doesn't. Now that he's a pilot, he's mysteriously stopped arguing flat Earth with me.
Yeah. He will understand it directly because you gave him the idea. So now he will open his eyes on the reality. He will try. That idea will have him to see the reality otherwise. While he were thinking that it will curve at some point in the sky, maybe even before being a pilot, he were thinking that when he will look from the window of the plane, he will see the curvature of the Earth, like the Globers claim. But when he will just put his hands and his ass on the seat and fly the plane, everything in the plane itself, it will tell him the same exact thing that he see by his eyes. A flat horizontal horizon that will follow you everywhere you go, no matter what your attitude is, and it will always be flat and horizontal. you will never be able to see it curving. Only if it's not your eyes directly and it's some sort of windows, curving windows or lenses. They will see that same exact thing that guy said. Oh my god, I forgot the entire name, but Picard, something Picard, who used the balloon and went to the sky. And when he came back, he said that he saw a disc, flat disc with upturned edges.
That guy's a full-on legend. I can't imagine. I mean, the bravery of that dude is just unbelievable. Really is.
Oh, Picard?
Yeah.
Yeah.
The fuck, man. The Iceman. He's like. Oof. Yeah, it's phenomenal. But yeah, he said it looked like a bottle top.
So, anybody wants to scan the QR code in my profile pic, there's a potentially lucrative business opportunity involved. So it turns out the conventional wisdom that you have to have money to make money is not exactly right. It's more accurate to say you have to know how to make money, and most people don't. And since I am making so much money with this,
Place.
Hey, I'm Giggler. I'm a jerk off. Yeah, that's me. Hey! That's right. I'm an asshole. The earth is measured flat, Giggly. Check out my house. I got a roller door. And I got this stuff. Some of this is stolen, but yeah. Don't tell anyone, okay? Hehe. Shush. Don't tell anyone. Secret. Stolen goods.
Low, the earth is round and everybody knows.
Everybody thinks they know it. They don't. It's flat.
Why do you think it's flat?
Because it's measured flat.
Did you measure the whole earth?
Me, personally, no.
So then why are you saying it's flat? You said you measured the earth.
Earth is measured flat. I didn't measure it. Some other dude measured it. But you measure it flat every day when you use a GPS. Or if you're doing celestial navigation.
What about when you're flying?
Flying, yeah, definitely measuring Earth flat.
Well, there is scientific evidence that the earth is round.
What's that?
It's been proven by science that the earth is round.
Okay, let's hear it.
There's just scientific evidence. You can go find some. It's just, that's how it is.
I can go find some?
Yeah, look on the internet. It is very accessible. The science.
It's like I rock up and I go, hey, I got $50 for you. Really? Yeah. You can have it? Oh, no, you'll just have to go find it.
Do you want me
So
to
you
show
have-
you some articles with scientific proof from reliable sources that state that the earth is a sphere?
Yes, that or $50.
Okay, we'll get to it right now. Wow.
But I don't think you can find any. I think you're just going to go, you're just going to ask a question like, what about, well, why would they lie? You're not going to ask that, are you?
Hold on. Okay, there's one.
Why would they lie to me? Why?
There's two. There's three. I can send some more if you'd like.
Let's have a look.
Okay, I think I just disputed you. Have a good day, everybody. Bye.
Loser.
Wow. 5 ways we can prove Earth is round, not flat. Oh my goodness. Let's have a look at this. Light magazine. To Da-da-da. It's a common line to hear. 500 years ago, they thought the Earth was flat, but it's also completely untrue. Da-da-da-da. Hang on. What? Observe Earth's shadow during a lunar eclipse. Observe ships on the horizon. Note the North Star's changing position. Measure the length of shadows. Where's that? Da-da-da-da. Aristophanes used the length of the shadow to measure the angle of the sun as 7.2 degrees. So that requires a flat surface. Uh-oh. Circumnavigate the globe. Oh dear.
Yeah, it does necessitate a flat surface, like the shadows that I have here in the room. The chair that is straight underneath the light bulb doesn't have a shadow. The shadow is just underneath the chair. But the one in the extremity of this room have a shadow. So now I can take those angles, assume a radius, and assume a sphericity of that floor, and a distant light with the parallel rays, and I can calculate the sphericity of that floor, the radius,
You have
and the
to
circumference.
assume it's a sphere first.
Yeah. Six and shadows, Eratosthenes. And then got nothing from that Eratosthene also. They have nothing. They have things that were made up recently, but nothing from Eratosthene that were written by Eratosthene himself. For me, I think it's just an imaginary story.
Round Earth clues. How science proves that our home is a globe. Oh, they're talking about Behind the Curve. Netflix. Oh, God. Da-da-da. Scooby-Doo. Blah, blah. So how do we know scientifically that Earth is a sphere? Very basic level, we can see Earth's curvature through satellites that were launched into space. Additionally, through the use of high-powered telescopes, we've been able to examine planets, both in our solar system and beyond. And all of them are spherical in shape. Dear. There is a very deep fundamental reason why the Earth is round. The force of gravity. Oh my goodness. The misconception that the Earth must be flat because it looks flat to us arises simply because the Earth is big. Dear me.
Well, it's so biggie, it's flatty.
It's Biggie. Really, really Biggie. So it's really Biggie. Jupiter's really, really, really Biggie.
I think you found the 5 ways to not do any critical thinking.
One way to pick the question. If you want to prove that Earth is sphere, here's an experiment you can do today.
Oh, I'm ready. Let's do it.
Hang on. Quito, Ecuador, and Nairobi, Kenya are 2 cities on the equator. Fly to either and you will see Polaris on the northern horizon.
Yeah,
Head
that's
down
our
in
point.
South Africa, Australia, well south of the equator. Fly to either and you won't see Polaris at all.
Again, that's our point.
What the hell? How did scientists first prove that Earth rotates? Through the shape of the Earth has been settled for over 2 millennia. And scientists by the name of Leon Foucault designed an experiment in 1851 using a very long pendulum that shows both the Earth is round and that it rotates. It's pendulum.
Isn't it pronounced Foucault?
We can see the effects of Earth's shape and rotation in several other ways. There are 6 jet streams on the Earth. Artillery guns must correct for the rotation of the Earth as well as shells fired through the air above the surface. Modern naval guns can shoot far over the visible horizon due to Earth's curvature. What? Hurricanes and tornadoes rotate counterclockwise in the northern hemisphere while they rotate clockwise in the southern hemisphere. Oh my goodness. The thing with that is in the north, so the hot air is coming from the south and the cold air is coming from the north. And in the southern hemisphere it's flipped. So maybe that's why they go opposite directions. Because the hot air is coming from the south and then is that right? And in the south the hot air comes from the north and the cold air comes from the south, that's right. Oh my god. Next time you're at a party, impress your friends with this enlightening experiment. Hold a pencil in front of you. Looking down at the tip, rotate it. And that tip is spinning counterclockwise. Keep rotating with your fingers on the same direction as you slowly turn the pencil over so you can see the looking at the eraser. What? Now the eraser will be spinning clockwise. My goodness. Spinning a pencil proves the Earth is spinning.
Wow.
I'm just going to pack up right now. That's it. I'm going home.
Time to pull the plug on the room. Oh, wow.
Yeah, that's it. Pack up, guys. But yeah, if space is fake, how come astronauts get free rides at Disneyland? I mean, you know, Disney are real tight. They're not going to give away free shit to anybody, are they? I mean, there's no other explanation. Space has to be real.
Yeah, if space wasn't real, why would I have tried space ice cream when I was at the Science Center when I was 6?
Exactly. Why would they make space ice cream if space was fake? It's ridiculous. That does make sense. And like, they made all this space food. Like, you can have a roast chicken in a little pill. That's would cost a lot of money to do that. They're not going to do it for nothing. It's fake. Come on. Angry Flurf can't handle the truth. Oh, Parmesan, come up in the chat.
Angry Flirts can't handle the truth. Is that what he wrote?
Yeah. You can't handle the truth.
Can't handle the truth.
Yeah, that was interesting. We were having early last night. We were having a discussion about the behind the curve, and for the longest time I've been thinking, oh, it's a mockumentary, it's a hit piece, and then I realized that there's not really anything in there that any flat earther uses to like sort of verify their line of thinking, right? It's the globers that latch on to it and say, oh, like, Jaren did something, thanks Bob for the gyroscope. And there is no gyroscope experiment in there. So it's really an indictment on the Globetard, as they are the ones behind the curve. And so I completely flipped my thinking on it just simply last night.
That's a good point, dude.
Yeah,
Yes, it's a hit piece on the Globetard, not on a flat earth.
right. Yeah, I mean, dude, how funny is that? That's what I love when somebody's like, "Oh, well, Bob proved it." I'm like, so your only proof that the Earth is a freaking globe is that Bob, a flat earther, freaking proved it? I was like, you don't have
And
a
he just
freaking
said
long list of
something. He didn't do anything. He just said it.
Oh,
So
right.
it's
Well, he didn't say it was a ball anyway. He just he's just said that you know, he thinks the ether's spinning or whatever. I guess is basically what it came down to. The 15 degrees per hour thingy.
yeah, but he didn't display any. He didn't do any supposed experiment. That's the real imagery isn't included in the mockumentary. But it doesn't stop them from going around saying, "Oh, thanks, Bob. Thanks, Bob." It's like, thanks for what? Like, it's ridiculous. It's like, so these globers are just taking the word of a flat earther to establish their entire worldview. It's hilarious.
I guess I gotta go watch it. I thought I've never watched it. I've always heard. So you're saying he doesn't even freaking use the gyro in it?
Yeah, there is no gyro like demonstration on Netflix. This is hilarious.
I gotta go watch it. What's it called? Behind the Curtain?
Yeah, behind the curve. Yeah,
I can't believe it's never been brought up.
they're just interviewing him, and he's just mentioning, oh, somebody's giving me some information about this gyroscope and its precession. That's it. So he's even relating it to you as a third party telling you what somebody else is telling him. It's hilarious. And then the Globers are like, Bob proved it. And it's like, what did Bob do? He sat down for an interview? How is that like? So it just shows like that they are behind the curve. Like they don't know they don't have a standard for proof. If that's what they consider proof.
Yeah, isn't that funny? Some guy just said some shit. That's funny. I see what you're saying now. Yeah, that's hilarious.
Yeah, and then if you want to talk
we could
about
just be
what
like,
Jaren did, then Jaren, now they're showing the hump Earth, the humps, the series of humps, that they hate when I post so much. And that's what Jaren did. He didn't prove a globe, right? Because he didn't get the 24 foot. It was 17 foot. So it was in the middle of a flat Earth prediction and a globe Earth prediction. You know what I mean? So it's inconclusive. But they run along with it like, oh, he proved it because he didn't prove flat Earth because they don't consider a lot of variables or what he was even doing. So he didn't prove that. So automatically, he must have proven the globe then.
well, of course.
It's like one of those sleeper endings, like a Fight Club kind of ending, where it's like, oh, ha ha ha, the flat earthers are behind the curve, and then it's like, 5 years later, it's like, oh shit, like, no, the globetards, they're behind the curve, right? The imaginary curve. And then Dell came out with his behind the imaginary curve.
I've seen that movie like 5 times now, and I love it, but it is a hit piece for sure. Like they could have represented the flat Earth side a lot more honestly than they did.
I mean, it's Netflix. It's just entertainment. What were you expecting? Something profound to come out of the Netflix?
Sure.
See, it's like your expectation was here is an entertainment aggregate website or whatever, and you're looking for like deep meaning in life from it, and so the joke's on you.
Well, I knew what it was before I even got into it. I knew if it's not a hit piece, I mean they're going to ridicule flat Earth at some point. I mean
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. There was really no ridicule of flat Earth other than globetards just look at it and then they think something and then they start pointing and laughing, unaware that they have the fingers pointing back at them, and they're like just laughing at themselves and their ignorance. So it's really a hit piece on the globetard, not on the flat earther.
I do feel bad for Jaren. He had a bunch of experiments that they even recorded where they only released the one where it. Sorry.
Why feel bad for Jaren? Like feel bad for him all the way out to the bank.
Oh, I mean, yeah. Did they get paid? I don't know. I mean, I'm guessing maybe.
It's like 10,000 spoons when all you need is a knife.
What do you guys think of Mark Sargent?
Yeah, he's a cool guy. He's sort of been the face of flat Earth for almost a decade now. That was a sort of an ownership that he took on at an early stage. Somehow he was promoted and he was able to go and do interviews on news, news like national televised news. There's kids that I just saw an interview with him. Well, he does a podcast now with Patricia Steer, and I just saw he's saying that the kids are running up to him asking for his autograph, and he has a bunch of flat Earth swag he gives to him.
It's Patricia and another person called DJ Curious, who I really like, by the way. I'm a huge fan of that person. Have you tuned in into his recent episodes? they're pretty entertaining. But yeah, Mark Sargent, I like. He's a pretty funny, charismatic person.
Yeah, I mean, you could argue that he doesn't have the best flat Earth arguments, but he's putting it out there, which doesn't seem to be enough anymore. But when he started, it was good. It was good to sort of just get the question in front of as many people as possible. Now, as you can see, with the sort of fight with FED against the ether, is it's like if you're not gonna make the heavy flat Earth arguments, then don't associate yourself with us.
Yeah, so I have a question for you. I'm assuming you're from America, right? So do you think like flat Earth has gotten to a point where most Americans know that it's a real thing? It's not, because if you wind the clock back, like let's say 2013, 2010, something like that, flat Earth was like considered a joke, right? Like if you're in flat Earth, it means you're like either LARPing or you're just messing around. You don't actually.
No, I would put it more in the realm of Church of the Subgenius. You ever heard of that? The Subgenius Society with Bob. They're hyper literal, hypercritical, that sort of thing. That's what I think it was, and then more people got involved. But yeah, before that, it was not in the psyche of the society as much. It was like maybe mentioned here and there. And what's his name? Obama mentioned it to say we don't have a time for a meeting of the Flat Earth Society. To say that we've progressed, not now. And so he was condemning flat earthers as Luddites.
But people didn't believe that there's actually flat Earth. I don't think they. Like at least for me, I thought flat Earth is like a joke. Like there's a website called Flat Earth Society. They have an FAQ, and like one of the first questions there is like, is this a joke? Because I'm guessing most people assume it's a joke. It's not something serious, but I think now the image of flat Earth has changed quite a bit. I think flat Earth has gotten to a point of like people view them as, I mean, I'm guessing they view them as evangelical Christians, those door-to-door salesmen. Like, oh my, like people try to avoid flat Earth Christians because they know, where this is going to head. And
Globe yeah, Globe Earth Christians are they get triggered so bad.
What do you guys think of the SpaceX 400 feet rocket catch that they did? I don't know if anyone saw that.
I think it was an outtake from Star Wars.
Really? So it's not real?
No, I don't think so. I think it's just total garbage. You can't land a fucking rocket up like. It's crazy.
Back. I mean, a lot of people recorded it, so I don't know how you're gonna, there's a lot of people who recorded it.
He had a video and the flames of his rocket had a shadow, and flames don't have shadows, so it's completely fake.
But that's what I'm saying. A lot of people, recorded it from a distance, like regular people saw it.
Yeah, I don't need for it to be fake. It's just a show. It's just a show. What's it mean? Think space is real because of somebody landed a rocket all weird like that?
I mean, it doesn't prove the shape of the Earth in any way, but I think it's still quite a.
Well, there you go.
impressive-
What do you think about the Tesla Cybercab? He's been promising this self-driving capability for I don't know a decade now, and it's
I don't like
we're nowhere closer to that endeavor. But you think that here's a guy because I listen to a lot of tech blogs and stuff. What I hear them saying is that they think Elon Musk is going to take us to Mars before they ever give us the self-driving cars, and it's just like, are you people idiots?
I'm pretty sure that's not happening. It's pretty impossible. And Elon Musk is. I find him to be a garbage human being, but that's. SpaceX does some cool stuff though. I like.
It would be interesting because everyone says, "Oh, space is fake." So is Elon Musk lying? Is he? Everyone goes, "Oh, yeah, space." So what if he's not? What if Elon Musk actually doesn't know that space is fake? He's just going along with it. But if he found out, like if he didn't know in reality, and then he found out, he'd tell everybody. He wouldn't give a shit. He's the type of bloke to do that, wouldn't he?
I don't think he would.
He would. Just go, look,
He's
Earth's
lied
flat. I
about
don't
a
care.
lot of things. He lied about the Hyperloop under LA or California that he was building. He lied
He'd just
about.
come out. Yeah. No, he'd have a press conference. Everyone, Earth's flat. Look, fuck you, Nether.
That would be hilarious.
I know, wouldn't it
You know,
just be
honestly-
freaky? Everyone's going, what? He goes, yep. He goes, I don't give a fuck. And he just starts, it's all fake. I don't
He
give a shit.
actually might tweet it, It's not outside the realm of possibility. He just might tweet it one day. Earth is flat.
Well, on Twitter, somebody did ask him, "Hey, Elon, is the Earth flat?" And he said, "It could be. It's possible."
No way he said that. What?
Yeah, I mean, he's just trolling, right? That's what you got to think if you're you.
That's so funny though.
He's a businessman. So if I was a businessman, I would say the same thing, even if I believed it or not. If I was running Twitter or X, yeah, someone says, is the Earth flat? I'd go, yeah, maybe. You're hot, Mike and Necros.
ما سمعتنيش قلت لك انا جيت نيمار انا جيت نيمار واخا جيت نيمار انا نبغيك الى حمار.
Hey, hot marking. Yeah, he's hot marking.
خاص غدا نشوف هذاك نديو هذاك يرجعوا هذاك اللي صايب لك نديو هذاك رجعوا لهذاك نجيبوا لهذاك.
Yeah, I think it's just like a sort of a symptom of the times where sort of the peasant looks towards the enriched sort of entertainer for some answers to life. And I find that very pitiful.
Yeah.
انت كرقصيتي من قبل؟
It's just celebrity worship. Oh, well, we got to know what Elon Musk thinks. You know, and now we find out a little bit too much what Elon Musk thinks, and like the people that were, you know, in his corner for the past decade have been real upset since he bought X, you know?
I used to like him, but now I don't like him at all.
Yeah, I used to not like him at all, and now it's like, oh, he's just the richest troll in the world. He's hilarious.
You know what I'd love for him to buy? Disney.
Oh yeah, that would
He
be.
would just
That would be great.
he would flip it, right? He would bring out all these movies that are based, you know, and they would make huge cash.
I don't think he has like an acumen for making these.
He just hire people who can do it for him. Yeah, but he would flip it completely, and he would turn it, because he's losing money. He would turn a profit, because he'd make all these base movies, and people would just love to see this stuff. And he's kind of going, yeah, screw you, Disney. It's kind of like he's forcing the price down. He's trying to get the price down so he can buy it cheap.
Disney is too big though. He can't buy this. Maybe like Netflix.
Well, he could, he could maybe buy like a portion of it and then let the parks, Disney parks, separate, because that's the only thing that's turning any profit now. But the movies are killing their parks department, because any profit that they make, the movies are blowing 500, half a bill here and there.
Quickly. So he just has to wait for them to make another 10 movies, and they'll just go bust, and they'll go bankrupt or whatever, and then he'll buy it. Oh, yeah, it'll be cool.
Well, that's like what happened with the Ubisoft. Was now it's the stock is down so low that now the family that has the controlling interest in Ubisoft wants to buy it back at this low price and take full control of Ubisoft. So this is why it's like this is the conspiracy theory in the entertainment is like, oh, like they let the DEI woke come in to bomb their stock price, and now they can buy it for pennies on the dollar.
You're saying they did that on part what? They did it like they did the transgender, or they make
Yeah, like on
Cinderella
purpose. They just sort
transgender,
of
whatever. They just do so much silly shit to like purposely bomb the stock so they can come and buy
like
it.
not
And
purposely, because see that's sort of the idea.
oh,
So they sort of just like sat idly by and let it happen. You know what I mean?
yeah, that's all the yeah. I don't know.
Yeah,
All
I
to
don't
make
know.
the stock go down so you can buy it. That's a hell of a idea, but I don't know. If you knew somebody's going to come in and then right the ship, and then it would go back up to, higher than its usual or something, that would make
I mean,
sense. I don't know. I'm just
they
thinking
need a
thinking
massive
stock
hit.
wise.
I mean, these games take 4 years to develop, so they just let it. The idea is kind of shot down with them taking this new Assassin's Creed and then them wanting to fix it or whatever. But
Wait. What are you talking about? Are you talking about a movie or a game?
yeah, Ubisoft is the game developer. Disney does the movies, but
By
they do have
Disney?
LucasArts, which they did have the ability to make the games, but I think they sold off their like gaming
Huh.
division.
I didn't know all this. I don't freaking pay attention to it. Just it's interesting.
Yeah, I like all kind of news.
Yeah, I think I pay attention to it. Coffee beans.
I mean, it's all
And flat
goofy.
Earth.
So don't. It's like I wouldn't put my money on it. Any of it. You know what I mean? Just goofy talking stuff to talk about. But I think it's fascinating that everybody is just turned on the liberals on every front. Society has said no.
What do you mean?
I mean, just pick your I don't know, your topic, right? The liberalism of it will be shunned, will be ratioed on X, right? People are laughing at the libtards.
I think like internet in general is a very small section of the population. Most people are not on X.
Well, when you look at I'm sorry. Go ahead. I'm sorry. You were kind of low. I didn't know you were talking.
No,
Sorry
I
about
was just
that.
saying like most people on X are like kind of out there, It's not good representation.
Yeah, just like most media, it's all. I even consider Fox News kind of liberal. I used to think Fox was like conservative. I mean, they were 10 years ago, but I don't think there's nothing on TV that's technically conservative. Not really, and that's like kind of stupid when you have, I did at least half the country's conservative, and probably more. Uh, I don't know why the media, is so it leans so left, and they try their damnedest, but just silliness.
Yeah, and I think it's just becoming blatantly obvious with all these movies, these $500 million movies that are tanking. Like the new Joker, like don't you notice what's going on with the new Joker? It's like they're admonishing you for giving them success on the first movie. So they made your hero get graped and sing a musical, and then it bombed at the box office. Everybody's laughing. It's like, why would you do something like that? Is it really about the money, or is it about sending a message? It's like these people that sort of rule the world are rubbing it in your faces. They're like, what are you going to do about it? We're going to ruin all your entertainment. We're going to double your gas prices, double your grocery expenditure, and you can't do anything about it. What do you think, you're going to vote your way out of communism? Mr. Fry, don't you think that's humorous that people think progress will be owning nothing and growing potatoes on Mars?
So stupid. I like, as much as a fanboy I am of space in general, I don't like this, I don't know, it's kind of weird. We just obsess over getting out of this planet for some reason. It doesn't make any sense.
Well, they tell you that this is what I hear about the hero Elon Musk is like he's trying to get us out, like give humanity a chance if a big comet comes and blows up the Earth.
That's so stupid.
So it's like this fear mongering constantly. It's a constant fear mongering. It's either if it's not global warming, it's global cooling, and if it's not that, it's a big volcano that's going to explode, or it's a comet that's going to decimate life as we know it on the.
I genuinely think that these projects are like straight up a waste of money. Like, you could be doing like charitable work, like, you could actually be helping the community, but instead it's literally like, lighting that money on fire, according to me. So stupid. And no one's getting off this planet, like, this it's just not possible. I don't know why the effort to get out.
Well, see, that's where you would differ. People think they went to the moon, so instead of solving world hunger, we sent some Freemasons to play golf on the moon and to drive a moon buggy around.
Yeah, but why though? Like, I mean, like, okay, let's take the narrative, like, as a global, let's say I believe in this narrative, like, but what does it really accomplish? Like, it's just a dick measuring contest. It doesn't really achieve anything.
Well, yeah, that's the thing. It's sort of like it's like it's progression, right? So it would be NASA left its sediment on the rock, and then Elon Musk is leaving his sediment on the rock, and then we'll have the next people leaving the sediment on the rock, and then so by the time that we're a spacefaring society, we won't see Elon Musk or NASA, but they'll be there underneath. It's sort of like the standing on the shoulders of giants. It's supposed to be a very inspiring thing for you.
Dude, the thing is they I think it's all just like to keep people, keep people's attention, like looking here while they just pretty much, steal tons of freaking money from everybody. Basically steal all their hard work. Like you got it starts with Kennedy. We don't do them because they're easy. We do these things because they're hard, and you get the USA grit, and you get the whole country behind this whole illusion that you're working to do great things. Meanwhile, they're just freaking you're working your ass off for nothing while they tax you freaking 7 different freaking ways. Freaking a mess.
I have a feeling there's like a lot of academia will be defunded in the coming decade. Like even like things like physics, they're not really getting anywhere with a lot of. So I'm hoping for that to happen.
Well, yeah, they're still using Newtonian mechanics, which is antiquated belief that's 115 years out of date. You're dealing with a bunch of Luddites.
Yeah, I think a lot of like at least string theory turned out to be a dud. Now they are like yapping about what's the next one? What's the theory that replaced string theory? I forgot. Yeah, whatever it is, like if it doesn't produce any results, like people are gonna start asking questions like, why are we building all these expensive labs, these hadron colliders. There, let's see if you're not really getting anywhere. And this is like, if you believe in their narrative, which I mean, you guys probably don't even believe in that.
Yeah, all those many nations gave that many billions of dollars for this Higgs boson thing, right? And it's like, what's it gonna do? There's a hope that one day we'll understand this, where we could come up with an alternative fuel source or an alternative engine that then will propel us to the stars. That's what all those billions of dollars is for, hopes and dreams. While your family is laying in the street, while your grandpa is in the street getting beat up by his caretakers, and you can't pay for groceries.
Yeah, I agree. It doesn't make sense. Even like, even for me, who like, like I believe like, whatever they've found out, like the Higgs boson particle, for example, like, okay, that's great, but how does it help, like, anyone really? I mean, even for the physicists, it just raises more questions. Like, it doesn't really solve anything.
Well, yeah, it's like what Paraplegic Coffee said. It's we don't do these things because they are easy. We do them because they are hard. That's it. That's all you got.
Yeah, and it probably is fun to do all these things. I'm not like, trying to like take away everything, but it's just, I mean, I think there's like more important things happening in the world right now than figuring out subatomic particles.
What do you think's the most important?
Oh man, it's a good question. But
All right.
I
Well,
do
while
know
you're
it is
thinking of that, think about this: how much people were taxed back in the '60s. Now, I haven't verified this, but I've heard things like Ronald Reagan was getting taxed like 90% when he was an actor. Now think about that. Like, you're getting if you make 100 G's, you're getting well, maybe not back then. Anyway, you made 100 G's, you're getting taxed 90%, and it's so we can freaking beat Russia to the moon. Like, people are getting taxed like freaking insane amounts. And think about that. They're like, we don't do it because it's easy. We do it because it's hard. When really, it's not freaking hard at all. We're just gonna freaking make some freaking really good. Well, actually, let me see. Their magic tricks are pretty ingenious. At least the balloon stuff, the helium freaking balloon stuff that make things look like they're going somewhere is pretty amazing. Because it tricked a lot of people, but it definitely isn't, billions and billions of dollars going to freaking space. It's a lot, it's way, way less money than that, A lot of trickery, a lot of scams.
Yeah, we call it money embezzlement or embezzlement. See, this topic isn't a difficult one. It's a very easy one. That's why a lot of people, they want to add stuff like the Globers, and they want to add all these other ideas that they have. And then you look, it's like, well, what is that based on? Oh, nothing that they know of.
What's your opinion based on? Someone else's opinion?
Oh yeah, that'll piss some people off if you tell them that they've never had an independent thought in their entire lives.
It's actually true for most people,
Are
man.
you a Glober, Grim? Are you a Glober?
Please don't say my name. No, I'm a concaver.
Why can't I say your name?
Don't worry about that, man. Just don't, please.
So how do I refer you as?
Just dude.
Dude. There's a lot of
Yeah,
dudes here.
call him, just say no name. Call him no name.
Oh, no name. Yeah.
What's a concave earther? I don't even like. How
He
does that
who
work?
shan't be named.
Yeah, right. Concaver. Well, you know what concave is?
Yeah.
Yep. Like a hollow earth thing, kind of.
Think like a cell in a body. So I like that it's called cellular cosmology or cosmogony.
Okay.
Yep. I'll post a picture inside it for you,
Did
man.
you post?
Obviously,
something?
that's not the model because no one has a model of the world, but yes, now I did.
So
Wait, it's
you're
loading.
on
Hold
the
on.
inside of you're on the
Okay. So
inside of
so
the
the land.
cell.
Sorry, go
Are
on.
you on the inside of the
There you go.
cell? You're like
This
so
thing,
the water's going all around you, right?
it depends on where
Is
you
that the
are.
way
If
it
you're in
works?
China, you would be outside, you know. But this thing, I just wanted to say that this thing looks like a giant
You
labia,
may
you know.
be outside. Hold on. What are you talking about? Dude, you're just freaking trolling. Ain't no freaking way.
No, it says China. Bro. This is the best we can
Dude,
do, you know.
wait, either you're on the inside of the freaking cell or you're on the outside of your little cell. You're on the inside of it, right? I've
Well, a
heard
true
concave and
dichotomy
stuff.
would be actually you're on the inside or you're not on the inside. That's the true dichotomy. You don't have to be
Holy
outside if you're not
shit, dude.
inside, you know.
You're losing your freaking mind. My God.
Come on, bro. Is it like
You're not really a concaver, dude.
I am, man. I am. There's so much evidence for this. The Earth is measurably concave.
Holy shit.
Am I the only one who doesn't get it? I like what am I looking at?
Dude,
It looks like a
stationary
labia.
hump of water. Dude, you're still talking about a hump of water. You're still talking about a hump of water. The hump's on the edge now, or whatever.
Well, that's a
Or
godly
the
fluid,
hump's
man.
all around you.
Call it water, okay, but
I don't. The only thing that's less absurd about concave, if it is one big like sphere of water going around you, that if we were spinning, at least it would throw the water out.
Yeah.
And you'd have some kind of an argument with that. But other than that, it's retarded, and water doesn't
no, we're
freaking.
losing water. None of the oceans are actually shrinking. We're losing water every year.
The
But
frick
hey,
are
listen,
you talking about? Holy shit, dude! I don't know if I can handle this.
No, not everyone can handle the truth, man. I don't mind, you know.
Well,
Into the
with
break.
me
Is
and the
this guy serious?
yeah, with
Is
the
this guy serious?
concave, it's the same problem as the glober. Is where are you measuring this Earth curve from? You're measuring it from the top of a mountain, and the top of the mountain's higher, or like what's going on?
Where exactly are you asking?
Like
Where on Earth?
where's this curvature measured at?
You see the curvature? You see the
No.
This is like a 2D
Well, I
representation
see.
of like a
I
4D
I
hollow
see like
Earth.
a mountain, so I see a mountain and a basin and a valley, so I see that the Earth curves up and down from horizontal.
Oh no, this is just a this is like this is just a picture, you know, it's not a 3D animation, you know. It looks different actually. This is like a what do you call it? Like a cut through it, you know, just a picture.
Wait, so we live inside a sphere?
You know, if you live in China or Siberia or India, Australia,
Yeah.
Mexico.
Right.
It's like the end of Interstellar. You know, the space station that he's in at the end, and he's inside a
Right.
sphere.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, yeah. If you live like in a
if,
villa or swang, it's inside. Yeah.
so if you're in US and you go like straight up into the sky, like you land in China.
You go to the North Pole.
Exactly. Yeah.
You know? Just go to the
If you go straight up, you go to the North Pole.
Straight up. There are no straight lines on like a curved Earth. You know.
No,
So
dude, that
if you
saves
curve your
it
way
saves
somewhere.
it saves massive amounts on freaking fuel because yeah, you just freaking can go to China by going straight up. And if you're in China, you can go straight down to the United States.
From China?
Holy
No, you
shit,
couldn't go
dude.
down, bro.
What are
Unless
you
you want to
talking about? You
traverse
just
like
said if you
the
go
middle of
straight
the
up
Earth.
from the United States, you're in China. So
Oh
vice
no, no, no! I think
versa.
you're getting it
hilarious.
wrong. Yeah.
That's insane.
So so you don't actually have like access to like the middle of it, you know, unless you live like in Swang or Hilla. Have you ever been there?
Where's
Probably
that?
not, right? It is like in the middle. If you look at the map,
Dude, you're
Swang.
not making any sense, dude. How the hell can you be
so
on
I take great offense
inside
to
of
that.
a cell and you're like, oh no, Australia's on the outside? No, it's not. Dude, you're just babbling nonsense. It makes no
Sorry,
sense.
what is nonsense? Australia being on the outside of the whole Earth? What's the problem with that, bro?
Dude, if you're on a
Wait,
freaking
Australia is on the
concave,
outside? What?
I don't even know what the hell he's talking about. It makes no
Well, look at
sense.
that.
You just
Right,
freaking. It's just chaos. Like, what are you even talking about?
Well, this is a model, you know. I know some guys were talking about like flat and round Earth without having even a model, you know. They don't even know.
Well, yeah,
what it looks-
nobody has the freaking real technical.
I know.
Flat Earth doesn't have a
Well,
model
they're not
because
even close, right?
we don't want to just throw out and make up some shit that we haven't been to verify.
Well, let me tell you like the absurdity of this. I've asked them, like the guys in here, like the flat earthers, you know, the scientists. I asked them, does the Earth have a shape at all? And they're like, oh, I don't know if it has a shape or not. I'm like, what? You don't know if it has a shape? Like, yeah, we're not sure. Maybe it's shapeless. No, is
Why
that
would
not
we make
absurd?
that claim? Why would we make that claim?
Are you saying that? Wait, I don't know who you are, man. Are you a part of the group?
Yeah, I'm a big part of the group. What group are you
Joined
talking
like
about?
recently or something?
I'm asking. This is an open conversation.
Sure. No, no,
Why
I'm
would
talking
we
about you
need?
joining the conversation, but you're joining the flat guys, you know.
I do have
Recently,
a flat Earth
so you wouldn't know.
I have a flat Earth diagram. I'm going to share it in the chat.
Yep.
Why would anybody make a shape claim about the Earth if it can't be seen from the outside
Bro,
completely?
no, you're not focusing, man. You're not focused. Please focus.
You
Right.
just
My
said
question was,
that people
is that
come
no,
in
you
here.
didn't listen. I said my question was, does the Earth?
That's cool. I'll talk. So you come in here and you say, "How come you guys don't have a shape claim?" Did he leave? Is he a big baby? Okay, bye.
Wait, he left? Oh shit, I wanted him to stay. What the fuck?
I still
Is he
shared my
actually
flat Earth. My
serious?
flat Earth diagram is in the chat as promised.
Yeah, all the globers have more gall than these concavers. They come in, they get a little press back, and then they run away pouting. Like every single one of them. And it's like I'm like I want to know what you're talking about, and they just can't do it. They ain't got no husfa.
You're quite the artist there, Paraplegic. Awesome job.
Yeah, the just fly up to China. That was hilarious.
Oh my god, dude. I lost that. What the fuck? I cannot tell if he was like trolling or like was he serious? I don't know.
Hold on, was that Grim? Was that Grim that was just here?
Yep.
Dude, if it's the Grim I know, he's flat. He was frickin' trolling all that bullshit.
Oh, okay.
If he's the Grim I know from way back in the day, Nathan Oakley frickin' had him on. He used to be on Nathan's show like pre like 50 or sooner, 50 or newer. Like he was, on some of the first shows that Nathan did. And I always say, yeah, back when Nathan used to let flat earthers still sound like they were intelligent, and this is before Nathan was just like, before flat earth had a serious, like really, really had all their ducks in a row. He used to let flat earth globers kind of go on and on. I tried to find some of Nathan's first shows. I don't know if they're available still, but funny. It'd be funny to go back and listen to Grim on there. If it's the same Grim, there's like a couple of them, but
I mean, he might have changed his mind. People change their minds all the time. Maybe he found.
Oh, he was a flat guy. He thought that flat Earth was. I'm sorry. He was a glober. He thought that flat Earth was a psyop, and that it was a distraction to keep the world's attention away from something important.
This guy here's a troll. He's in here every once in a while. Today he decided to be a concaver and just talk smack.
Yeah, it might not be the same Grim I'm talking about. There's a couple of them, so you seem to know who he has. He been coming in here for a while, like
At least a year. At least a year.
Okay, yeah, because I think Grim, he just recently came back. Who the hell? It was Crit. Crit and me were talking to him one day. It was funny. Crit's like, "Oh, you're the guy Nathan Oakley freaking spanked, or whatever." I don't know, or I think Crit remembers him.
Oh, that's why he said to not call him by his name, because he's one of those flat earthers. So, like, all are concavers. So, all concavers' names are Cyrus. If you look into the history of it.
What? What?
Yeah, like the pyramids told them that their name was Cyrus, and then in cellular cosmology.
Oh my god, are you serious? The fuck?
Yeah, go look into the corrections.
He wasn't making any sense. Like anybody who I've listened to about there's guys that really believe this in this whole cell model, and the water goes up and around you. That's their whole thing. And like for him to be like, no, Australia, oh no, that's on the outside. What the hell is he even babbling?
Well, you'll notice that he also said hollow earth, so he was conflating his pseudo cosmologies.
Yeah, I sort of got. I'm just like, dude, yeah, you got to be just making some dumb shit up, because he didn't have any kind of. I think he's just wasting our time, like most people do.
I mean, he was wasting his own time if he was just coming up with that, trying to mix. Like, we had another guy in here yesterday. He's like, Aristotle discovered gravity, right? And it's like and he's saying like the core causes gravity, and it's like he's just like mixing up stuff. So this guy, he was mixing up cellular cosmogony and hollow earth, and then he was confused about that claim of Admiral Byrd going into the hollow earth, and then that's where Antarctica was or whatever. So it's a wild story. I mean, I've heard this lore before. It's entertaining. So he entertained me, but it took him some effort to come up with that. Embo sort of just popped in and out. Fry, did you figure it out yet? What's the most important topic?
Oh man. Well, I do know that it is not subatomic particles or how to grow potatoes in Mars.
Got to be
After
about the
that,
children, doesn't it? Not freaking teaching the children freaking nonsense. And we can't talk about other things on here, but I think, yeah, all that shit's important. Kids. Not teaching them freaking silly shit. Oh,
I don't know.
and
and
growing your own
I'm the
food
wrong
and not
person to
eating
ask
garbage.
that question.
Well, you had mentioned it earlier, and then I just was revisiting because I think it's funny when people say, "Oh, there's more important topics," and it's like, okay, name one. And there's just so many.
There's always homeless people, you know. It's if nothing, there's always that.
Well, a lot of them choose to live that way. So is that really the most important topic if it's their choice? So, or what is the topic? That it's their choice? That's the most important topic?
Yeah, that you can, you know, figure out why do they choose to do that. There's probably some social reasons for it that I do not understand.
Yeah.
I mean, it is a mental, like, you know, illness of some sort.
Yeah, well,
Or,
there's
like,
that.
they
There's that
can't.
too. Is that now more important?
Well,
You keep changing the goalposts, removing the goalposts. See, it's like it was one thing, and then it was like, well, it's not that now, and then now it's not that. Now it's something else. You keep kicking the can further down the road.
Aren't there like kids dying in Africa all the time, like from easily curable diseases?
They have a decent medicine. I think the worst thing is the government there. So is that now the most important topic? The African government?
I mean, it's certainly better than, you know, subatomic particles. Like, I would rather my tax money go to, you know, those people.
Why? What, they don't have tax money? Why should you pay for that? Whatever it is, that was the most important topic. Now it's just the government in general.
I mean,
So you want to give
I
your
would,
money to a foreign nation?
I would, so I guess that would be like a part of it. Like, you know, I think the best way to spend money is probably into local communities that need help. You know,
Yeah, well, my community needs help. I'd rather give my money for my community.
yeah. So I guess that's the most important topic.
I got people sick in my community. I got homelessness in my community, right? So why would I need to worry about another nation's same problems I'm dealing with?
Oh yeah, I think that's, you know, that's obviously where everyone would start. and that's where they should start. Really, like it doesn't make sense for for like my country, like India has so many problems. It doesn't make sense for us to get into other people's problems.
Yeah, so somehow this moral imperative that these non-for-profit organizations that pay their CEOs exorbitant amounts of money to where only where 90% of all donations are just swallowed up by the entity itself, and very few of your dollars ever go to actually help anybody. Like, that's concerning, disconcerting.
Well, it seems clear he wants to give all his money away to endless charity until he himself is homeless. Then the study will just become full circle. How did I get here? How did this happen? Is it because I think I'm living on a dying, spinning water ball? I gave it all.
Yeah.
It's like a Paul McCartney song at that point.
Oh, I think it's important, like, you can't be like giving money away if you're homeless yourself. Like, you gotta have a firm, base
Oh,
in
come on. The
society.
homeless people bum money to each other back and forth all the time.
Yeah, Bill Gates should
Yeah,
give all of his money away philanthropically so that he himself is homeless.
Yeah, the head of the homelessness department, Bill Gates.
Yeah, I'm just saying, like, if you're gonna collect taxes, it should at least help the community in a meaningful way.
Yeah, but why? Why shouldn't those people just help themselves? Why should I have to pay for their bad choices?
So you lead by example. We'll watch you give everything away until you're destitute, and then maybe someone will study. Maybe we'll just study you.
But like,
yeah, I get it. There's a
it's
hack.
not
Yeah.
just all homeless people, right? Like, a lot of money goes into
Well, you brought him up.
roads. That's just an example. Like, there's always, roads, bridges, schools, I guess. I don't know.
Yeah. Whether or not they're going to fix that darn pothole is more important than whether or not you live on a globe.
Of course. Is it not?
So
I don't know.
We don't want to discuss each instance as if it was in a vacuum, right? So there are people that do not have shelter. I hate to use the term homeless because they're on the earth. The earth provides even shelter to a certain degree, but you got food, water, it's here. They're shelterless. But everybody that's shelterless is not necessarily doing that out of choice. I mean, there's a ton of people in North Carolina and those southeastern states that now have no home, right? Because they got wiped out. There's also people that are living on the street because pretty much everywhere that they've been, they've either burned the bridge or burned the house down because they were smoking too much meth. So there is a difference. And, if you want to help them, you certainly can. However, they may just rip you off and end up back up on the street again. The state does attempt to help some of these people. There's about a zillion social programs to give people some sort of opportunity to get back on their feet. But a lot of them either don't take it or abuse it or whatever. So, I mean, it's very complex.
It is complex. I will give you that. Are you guys like? You guys aren't like, no government. You believe in some government? No?
What do you mean by believe?
Like, do you think there should be something as a tax? Like, should you be taxed at all?
Well, okay, so that's two different things. Well, so government, we like to call it the necessary evil because people, for the most part, are ungoverning or not self-governing, right? they will do things that is damaging or detrimental to the people around them. And so therefore, there must be some sort of control for the people that continue to hurt others. If people were self-governing, if they had any kind of internal moral compass and operated by that, if it was actually purely good, and that's another topic that we won't discuss today, but then there would be no need for government. So now, if you want to tax people so that they can have, if people agree to pay into a pool to make sure that the roads that they use for travel or commerce are in good shape, so they don't blow out their shocks, then of course I don't think that's a problem. Do you want to have a centralized service of putting out fires? Great, people are going to pay taxes for that. Those are the types of things that people, I think, have no problem with. What people do have a problem with is as soon as about the time you create a central system, that system inevitably begins to become corrupt and then begins to extort the people, rip the people off, and then do all kinds of other crazy stuff now that they're getting all these loads of money. They rob Peter to pay Paul. They run their own scams within the governing system. And then you have another problem. Well, who's going to hold them accountable, right? So it's this never-ending battle. The governing systems run by men. The biggest flaw is that the men have internal moral flaws, and they screw everything up and begin to screw their neighbors from the central position out to the aggregate. So there's just not going to be any answer as long as men are involved in government.
I see. But I think to build successful cities, like huge cities or whatever, I think you need a government that operates at that level, no?
Yeah, municipal corporations exist because people congregate in certain areas because that's where the commerce happens. So, they're culture centers, they're commerce centers, and so there needs to be some kind of organization. I don't disagree with that. You're never going to escape the problem that people are corrupt.
Yeah, that's what I think. Unless you decide to live like a, I don't know, like a nomad or something, like a pretty undeveloped civilization. I think government is pretty inevitable.
In a perfect world where people operated by the same moral standard and they were true to it, or at least if they did somehow create a scenario or there was a scenario where harm was done to somebody and they made it right on their own, we wouldn't be having this conversation. But that's just not the nature of man, at least on the earth here. So we have this thing called government, the necessary evil. Otherwise, what would stop us from still progressing in beneficial innovation? People always talk about, well, you have to have this, otherwise there would be no progress. Well, that's nonsense. Man is always trying to find better, more efficient ways to do any number of things. In fact, everything. That's why we have technology, because we take something that is initially difficult and we try to find ways to make it better. So if we want to have more people in a small area, we build up instead of out, right? If we want to get from here to there faster, instead of a bicycle, we invent the automobile. So all of this stuff would probably be invented, or maybe even something better, because if our effort is to do the best thing with the least amount of damage to the environment and your neighbor, I'm sure we could come up with better stuff. In fact, I'm willing to bet that there's a lot of things that have been invented that are better or more efficient than the things we currently have. But then again, how are you going to charge people for that? How are you going to extract or extort them unless you just use the old technology, which requires them to pay you to make it?
Yeah, you know, a lot of it is also like, you know, there's a cost involved in changing legacy systems, and people just don't want to deal with it, or like it's too expensive.
Yeah, well, I mean, if it's expensive, who is it expensive to?
Yeah, I mean, at the end, you know, the citizens end up paying for it, but
Right. So let's take an example. If you have a whatever jurisdiction you're in, let's say they've raised the sales tax to build something that's needed. Let's say a wastewater treatment plant or a jail. Like my particular municipality, said, "Hey, we need a jail or a better one, a bigger one." So they go to the people and they say, "Hey, you guys want to vote on this jail? Here's the benefits. We can hold more prisoners," which you're like, I don't know if that's a benefit, but we can at least have a better facility for the prisoners, and we will be able to employ more people. So more people can be employed by the state to manage these prisoners. So it's better for the economy, quote unquote. We can get more money from the other larger municipalities to fund our prison system and pay more employees, and that means more money goes into the community because more people make more money. That's usually the deal. So people vote, and then they say, yeah, we want a new prison or a new jail. Well, that's everybody's choice. But then again, the 49% that didn't want the jail, they still have to pay the tax. Now, how is that fair?
yeah, they just have to deal with it, like, you know, for the greater good.
Right. So democracy, which historically is a bad system of governance, is mob rule, right? The majority tells the minority what to do, and too bad, so sad if you don't like it. However, you can move to a different area, and that way you don't have to pay that tax. But as long as you go into that particular jurisdiction and purchase something from the shelves of Walmart, you're going to pay that tax whether you live in that jurisdiction or not. So it's a tax on people that have no idea why they're paying it, right? Because the majority said so. Yay, democracy.
That is extremely true. But I mean, the problem is, you know, we don't have, I guess, a better solution.
Well, there is a perfect solution, but that will be a topic that we're not going to discuss in this particular VC. So we'll have to keep it basically flat Earth now. Back to cosmology. What's that?
Nuke everything.
No.
That'll do.
But you think that's the best solution?
It could be. I don't think nukes will kill everyone, though. That's the problem.
Well, yeah, okay. Now we're definitely going back to cosmology. Anything else from this point on is going to be, surface of Earth and any derivative topics of that. Thanks. Good talking to you, though.
Yeah.
Do you know bot which can play YouTube?
Sorry, what?
Do you know the bot which can play YouTube?
No. Um, welcome to the channel. And he left.
They don't seem to like it when you welcome them. I don't get it.
Why did chat die?
I think you should. Hello?
What's up, man?
Yo, what's up?
Joking.
Go. Oh, fuck. Regular party magnet.
I don't know what's left to do, y'all. I don't know if the Globers have punched themselves out, if they're just tired. Certainly, there's some kind of evidence that somebody can present, right?
You think so? I went into Globe Gangsters and I was picking a fight, right? And they all start screaming and carrying on saying, this is the general chat. It's not the debate chat. I'm like, oh, sorry. This is the safe space, is it? Oh.
Yep.
So they all stay in the safe space. They don't go in the debate channel. They just go in the general chat. Okay.
You would think that they would welcome it. They got numbers, like.
Yeah, I suppose they got all this buckets of evidence.
Yeah.
Scientific evidence. Yeah. Eclipses and
Yeah, the eclipses. I can't forget about those. I mean, the sun or the moon go dark, right? All of a sudden, globe. Why not? That checks out.
Yeah, it's a bit of a stretch, but it's sort of pay that. When I was a kid and there was a total eclipse where I lived, but telling them don't look at it, right? So I'm like, oh yeah, you go blind. But
right.
I just think it's so the kids don't go, where's the moon?
Oh, the magic trick worked on me. They said, that's the moon covering the sun. I said, right. Of course it is.
Yep. Of course.
I mean, what else would it be?
It just reminds me of the eye test where they put the glasses on and they put the different they slip the different lenses in and out, take them in and out. It's like that.
Yeah.
Because it almost looks like it's behind it. I don't know how I can describe it, but it's like it's behind it somehow. I don't know.
When they were asking you, okay, which one's better, 1 or 2? And they were the same. I hated
Yeah. And they'd flick the thing in. But it was like that.
Yeah. That was too much pressure for me. It was like, man, he's the same. 2. 2's better.
Yeah, I don't know.
That reminds me, I'm probably due for an exam. I'll tell you what I don't want to do, though. So you know when you go in there now, I mean, it's been this way for probably 15 years at least, where they blast that air in your eye to see if you got glaucoma or something. I don't even know what it is. Oh, we're checking the pressure of your eye. I don't want to do that anymore. I'm going to tell them, no, don't blast me in the
Yeah,
face
that's
with air.
right.
I don't want to do it.
It's really weird. It's just like a little.
It's a
Yeah.
puff of air, but man, that's freaking annoying. I hate it.
But it's pretty trippy. It's pretty high tech. You know, look at the red dot.
Yep. And my blink would always be faster, so they'd have to do it several times, you know? Man, I hate that.
Hey, I'm Daniel. How's it going? Hey,
Howdy.
how's it going? Why do you believe the Earth is flat? Okay,
Why
bye.
not?
Come on, that was highly uncalled for.
Aye.
Oh shit, wrong channel.
What's going on?
Nada.
Sucks.
Oh my goodness! I just watched like 5 minutes of the freaking Professor Dave garbage about people going to Antarctica. A freaking goodness, that was painful. Is wrong with the fucking flat earthers, man? If they aren't fucking Earth Society 2.0, then I don't know what the fuck.
Yeah, I mean, of course, his take is going to be completely bizarre and batshit. He doesn't understand anything presented by flat earthers.
But he's clipped like, well, I don't know where he's got it from, but they're supposedly flat earthers saying shit like, Jaren is a shill, he's a liar, of course they're going to put up a fake sun in Antarctica. Oh my goodness.
Okay, and that should work him out. So they know going into it that flat earthers have all these excuses already set up. So just go back to the ground then. Let's talk about the ground instead of the sky.
Exactly.
Oh no, don't want to talk about the ground. Why? Because it measures flat. It's observed as flat. So therefore, go to Antarctica and look at the sun. And what does that do for you? Nothing. So why would it do anything for me? See the experiment where he never talks about flat Earth again. He's finally convinced himself that the Earth is a globe and moved on to bigger and better things. See, that's never going to happen because to him it's a grift. He gets paid to talk about flat Earth. This is just another topic to fill the airways with junk.
Alex Stein, oh my god, man. What is he doing? He's like talking to that guy and he's like, how much is it going to take to send you to Antarctica? And Alex goes, oh, I don't know, 100 grand. 100 grand? This is the trek across Antarctica. Oh, God.
Yeah, I had this globalist who's been talking to me about the final experiment for a while, right? Like he's kind of like one of those dudes like who DMs me and kind of like off, like more interpersonal communication, kind of back and forth. Sort of like not really anti-flat Earth, just says, dude, the Earth is a globe. It's got to be, like but I'm curious about your position and whatnot. So then I started linking him all the stuff, all the financial crimes that Duffy is accused of. The law firm that's set up to report, anyone who's been shysted by this guy. And he's like, yeah, dude, the more you tell me about, what's going on here, it's like the more it's like, this is why are atheists or globalists even associating with this guy? I go, because they're blinded by their stupidity. They hate flat earthers. They see this guy as some dude who's gonna like, spend some money to win an internet argument. You knew it was a lie right from the very beginning. He was like, like flat earthers, the very first question. Which anti-globalists have you been associated with? Or anti-flat earthers? Which anti-flat earthers have you been associating with? And we got to hear the story. Where are you coming from? No one. I don't know anything about this debate. I've only talked to like Pamela or something that he knows on social media. And you're like, really? Not one. Not McToo, not anybody.
My friend's mom.
Yeah, he's like, no, just just a few people that I've talked to like on Facebook and whatever. I haven't really dived into any of the stuff. And I'm like, so people are like, so no fight the flat Earth, no McToon, no Simon Dan, none of these people. You don't know any of them. Also, video services of McToon talking at his church. You lying sack of shit, you know. They want they're like, if their model requires this much trust me, bro. Do not lie. As soon as you lie, you've sunk your battleship. No one's going to believe you. You should have been honest right away that, yep, you know who McToon is. You know McToon socially and professionally. He's got access to all your emails and your accounts. He's a client of yours.
Yeah. I'd never even heard of him. Just came out of the blue, like it was just like what people just starting to talk about this Antarctica thing, and I was like, who? I don't. Who cares about this guy? Who cares about what? I mean, this is their idea. Why don't they just go? Just go themselves if they want. Why is it so important that somebody that calls themselves a flat earther goes with them? They want to go. Why don't they just fucking go?
One of the very first conversations I had about that is we on Gem Panda server, there was a series of talks, like me, Chemo, and Jeremy, kind of like hashing out flat Earth topics. One of them was about Starman, and the other one was about the Antarctic Sun. Chemo has always been literally on point, and this just demonstrates that years and years ago. Chemo's like, yep, the sun doesn't prove anything. We're looking for measurements of, large bodies of water, the curvature of the Earth. Jeremy, of course, like kind of like the numbnut, he's like, yeah, the Antarctic sun would, would be something. That would be like, like showing it 24 hours a day or whatever. And then he kind of went into like, but there could be lots of other things going on. There could be, multiple suns or, whatever, multiple toroidals or all these, these quote unquote big ideas. And I'm like, I would say on the fence. I'm like, yeah, I don't know. I'm not really sure. I'm not going to hop on the model. The sun moves across the sky. I mean, it could be, whatever. So I was kind of like, halfway in between Jeremy and Chemo. And basically, all the globalists did, instead of advocating for their position, which would be a large distant sun and a tilted Earth, is they just went back and forth ping-ponging against who's more stupid, Jeremy or Chemo. And I knew then, I'm like, yeah, this is like a complete red herring. This has nothing to do with the globe or the flat Earth. Because if it was something to do with the globe, demonstrate how you know all this data that you think you're using about the sun and the Earth. A tilted Earth and a distant sun. Let's talk about that. Oh, you don't want to talk about that. You want to talk about Jeremy and Chemo. Interesting. And the next one was the Starman. I had called it, I guess it could be called an experiment. Jeremy was like, definitely no, it's not an experiment. And Chemo was like, it's irrelevant. It has no bearing on the discussion whatsoever, other than the oddity of like Elon Musk talking about how fake it looks. And you had like basically people in the background making animal sounds, talk about how dumb Jeremy is. Because they were happy that I called it an experiment. They're like, yeah, if you shoot a rocket up into space and you've got these, Kepler formulas and you can predict where it is and what it's going to be doing. I suppose you could call that an experiment. So like, hey, is anyone here, can they tell me, just point in the general direction of where Rocket Man should be? And of course, there's some idiot who Googles it and they say, oh, here, use this website. Yeah, the website doesn't tell me how the math worked. Oh, you won't understand it. Why talk about it? If your worldview dictates that I can't or won't understand it, why are we even talking about it?
That's it. Just defend your claim. Like don't drag me into your bullshit. I don't want to go down with your sinking ship, right?
Yeah, they already think they have this data or this observation in hand. So why are you going down there to see something you think you already got? Because it's a magic trick. It's it's some sort of, they think it's some sort of gotcha, that flat earthers can't explain something that's so painfully obvious. Okay, so let's talk about the surface of the earth now.
Indeed.